for sure, as we'll get you cranked up. Buck-ons and buck-offs this morning. Obviously, a couple days out now to the best weekend of the NFL season every year, in my opinion. That would be the divisional playoffs. You have 2 days of 2 great games each, starting Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening, and then, of course, Sunday with the early kick. And then the Cowboys and 49ers playing about 5:30. The Cowboys' start time is really about the start time of the Super Bowl on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes.
So both teams are kind of angling for that. We'll dive into the divisional playoffs. Got some Cowboys news on the injury front, and they did sign a kicker to the practice squad yesterday.
Somebody did leave Mickey D's for a kicking job.
Yeah. They say just for precaution, but they did add a kicker to the I'm guessing that if you got to the practices this week and Brett Maher was Shankopotamus, you might get concerned, but so far they're still planning on the kicker to be the kicker.
Or if he's on the sideline crying, you got to bring in somebody else.
Yeah, they did sign a kicker to the practice squad. We'll get you his name coming up. They don't expect to take him to San Francisco this weekend. A lot to do, though. A lot of Texas football news. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your Thursday morning. Make sure you're caught up and fully in the know as you get up and out. UBO Business Services brings it to you. Start with Texas football. Yeah, an official word now from the program yesterday that the Longhorns have landed the one of their top targets in the transfer portal to boost their defensive backfield. We told you about it last week, but Texas has officially added the former Arkansas defensive back and freshman All-American Jalen Catalon to the roster. Junior originally from Mansfield, Texas, will have 2 years of eligibility left, and he's already enrolled at Texas for the spring semester. Will participate in winter workouts in the spring. Another potential big-name transfer prospect entered the portal yesterday. Surprising news from Athens, where Georgia junior wide receiver A.D. Mitchell has put his name into the portal on yesterday, which was the final day to put your name in the portal. The 6'4", 190-pound outside receiver is originally from Missouri City, Texas. Been a big part of that Bulldogs run to back-to-back national championships. Several recruiting services have already linked him to the Longhorns, also USC, along with Texas early favorites for potential landing spots for A.D. Mitchell. We will keep you posted on that front. Also from Longhorn football land, we don't know when spring practices will start. We do know when they will end. According to Athletics Director Chris Del Conte on Twitter last night, the annual Orange-White scrimmage game will be played Saturday, April 15th at DKR. Did not indicate a start time, just confirmed the date. Texas Hoops now 0-2 this week for the Longhorns on the road in Big 12 play. Texas women followed up the Texas men's loss at Iowa State on Tuesday night with a tough, hard-fought 68-64 loss at Texas Tech last night in Lubbock. Texas cut the Tech lead twice into the final quarter to 1 point, but the Red Raiders made their foul shots down the stretch to get the victory. Vic Schaefer's Longhorns fall to 4-2 in Big 12 play. Craig Way will have much more on that game coming up in the Seaway Report at 6:40. Big 12 men's side upset last night in Morgantown. That's where West Virginia took down 14th-ranked TCU 74-65. It's the first Big 12 win for Bob Huggins Mountaineers. TCU, meanwhile, has dropped 3 of their last 4. Texas will be in Morgantown Saturday afternoon for a tilt with the Mountaineers. Also last night, Oklahoma State down to Oklahoma 72-56. NBA last night, Atlanta Hawks backcourt lit up the Mavericks in Dallas. DeJounte Murray and Trae Young combined for 50 points and 16 assists in a 130-122 win. Luka had 30 in the loss. Rockets have now lost 12 in a row down in Houston. Charlotte beat them 122-117 last night despite 41 from Jalen Green. NFL, it does appear the Cowboys will not have left tackle Jason Peters available for their divisional playoff game in San Francisco this Sunday. Veteran dealing with a hip issue, did not practice yesterday, not expected to practice today. If he can't go, Cowboys will return rookie Tyler Smith to the left tackle spot. Connor McGovern will step in at left guard. Cowboys safety J-Ron Curse was also limited yesterday in practice because of a knee injury suffered in the second half on Monday night, but he assured all that he'll be good to go and will be playing against the 49ers on Sunday.
This segment brought to you by UBO Business Services. Great people, great service, endless possibility.
So there you go. A lot to follow, a lot to get to. Cal, yeah, J-Ron Curse he was limited. He's kind of limping around, but he said, I will be on the field 100% playing against the Niners on Sunday.
He'll 100% on the field. Will he be 100% physically ready to play?
That's a fair question. And you know that the 49ers will challenge that. Part of that Monday night quick week turnaround conversation we had yesterday. J-Ron Curse, he is a big factor in that, positionless defense that Dan Quinn likes to employ. And when you're trying to deal with the likes of Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, you need all hands on deck, and all healthy hands on deck. J-Ron Curse is a big one. Had a pick of Tom Brady in the end zone on Monday night, and just that hybrid safety, but comes down in the box as a linebacker, covers, tackles. Really a good player for the Dallas Cowboys. They need him to be 100%.
Yes, they do. They really need everybody.
They need them all. They need them all because this Niners team, as we've talked about, really, really good. 11 straight wins and a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. Great
and
coaching.
short week.
And a short week. So, but as we've said, the Rams followed the same path to the Super Bowl last year. From the 5 seed to a Monday night win on the road to a road tilt in the following weekend in divisional round where they beat the Buccaneers and then all the way to the championship. So it can be done, obviously, because last year was the first year that they began playing a Monday night football game as part of the wild card weekend. This is year number 2. So here we go. And a couple days out now to the great weekend of football, and we will preview those games coming up. Pretty big surprise. You know, we talked yesterday to, it's interesting, to Jerry Hamilton from Inside Texas. And while we were talking to him about the Longhorn basketball team and the junior weekend that's coming up for Longhorns and recruiting, their coaching search for a wide receivers coach and some other things, we kept getting texts from people about Georgia wide receiver A.D. Mitchell saying, hey, ask him about A.D. Mitchell. And I'm like, what? Where is that coming from? Next thing you know, I get home and there's the word from Athens that Donnie Mitchell is into the portal. And you know, yesterday was the last day to put your name in the portal for the ahead of spring semester, apparently. And he got his name in the portal, apparently filed his paperwork, and I guess he wants to get out. I guess winning national championships isn't part of the deal. I don't know. He wears number 5. You've seen him. He's caught a touchdown pass in each of the games of the playoff. He's got touchdown passes in both semifinal games and both championship games on their way to these championships. And 6'4", 190 pounds, can win on the outside. Stetson Bennett, said he's the best receiver he's ever played with. So this is a talented player, a game changer into the portal. And apparently the Longhorns are linked to him. He's from Missouri City originally when he was in high school. Then his family moved to Nashville, where he finished up high school. Apparently he trains in Dallas in the offseason, and maybe he has a young daughter living in Dallas that, I don't know. But we'll follow that. At the portal, everybody's got a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's got a reason, but we'll keep an eye on that. That has been linked already. Kind of like Jordan Addison last year. Remember when Jordan Addison won the Blitnikoff at Pittsburgh and all of a sudden he's in the portal? And USC and Texas are chasing him. He ends up at USC. This could be similar to that.
Oh, they've got to chase this one. This is a goodie right here. This kid's pretty good.
Really, really big-time player. Outside, big 6'4" player who's going to play on Sundays at some point in his career. So we'll follow that story. Jalen Catalon now officially a Longhorn. At least the program made it official. Had been reported last week. He actually confirmed it on his own Twitter account, but the Longhorns made it official yesterday. So we'll talk plenty of Texas football. They are looking for that position at wide receivers coach, and they are looking to fill a position as actually several. There's the special assistant to the head coach, which is expected to be an offensive coach for Steve Sarkisian, to join Gary Patterson in that role for the defensive side of the ball, a wide receivers coach, and a high school liaison that they're looking to fill as well. So
I'd just love to get a wide receivers coach here for winter workouts. I mean, that's where you really get to know the kids.
Yeah, and junior day this weekend as far as recruiting for the future. That's coming up. But as we've said, the reports are it's the Jacksonville Jaguars' current wide receivers coach, Chris Jackson.
Yeah, if you want him, you wait it out. You don't have any choice.
Who they're chasing. And obviously Jacksonville rallied from 27-0 down to beat the Chargers on Saturday night. So he's still working. He's got a game on Saturday in Kansas City against the Chiefs, and you said it. You'd like to have him here, but if he's your choice, if he's the guy, and
you gotta wait it out.
You wait out until he's ready to be able to join you. So we'll follow all of those developing stories in and around the Texas Longhorns as we crank this thing up. Big 12 basketball, Buck. We'll hear more from Craig on the Texas women last night, but we were talking just yesterday about the Big 12, and Texas has to win at Morgantown. I was watching last night. West Virginia hadn't won a Big 12 game. They're 0-5. Bob Huggins talked on Monday that it feels like they're close. They got to get some breaks. And last night they beat a very good TCU team in Morgantown. That's just what you're dealing with on a night-by-night basis in this conference. Even an 0-5 team can up and beat the one of the top teams in the conference. I mean, TCU had just beaten K-State.
Oh, yeah.
K-State just beat Kansas. And now West Virginia picks up their first conference win in Morgantown. We know that'll be a tough game.
Yeah, these on the road trips are tough. Yeah, period. Man. The home games are tough, but the road trips are tougher. So you still can't go there and mess around. You got to beat that West Virginia team. They're good, but they're not that good. TCU's been on quite a roll, though.
Well, they've lost 3 or 4 now. Texas started that. Then it felt like they were, because they had lost to Iowa State.
Yeah, didn't they go through this little gauntlet of Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Texas, and now?
Well, yeah, they were a 1-loss team, and they were undefeated in the conference. Then Texas beat them. Remember, it came back from 18 down to beat them. Then Iowa State beat them. Or actually, Iowa State beat them ahead of the Texas comeback win. And then they turned around, beat Kansas State, over the weekend, and now they turn around and lose at Morgantown. So, it's a crapshoot any night in the Big 12. It's amazing. Texas Tech is sitting at 0-6. I mean, you just saw Texas play Texas Tech. They're a good team. I mean, they got bigs, they got guards, they got Jalen Tyson, the former Longhorn, and yet they're 0-6, and they're going to Kansas State Saturday.
Yeah,
they very well could be 0-7 for Mark Adams.
So, and a team like Baylor, who's starting to wake up now.
Yeah, they're 3-3 now. Yeah, it is heavyweight. I know it's been said they likely won't get 10 teams in the tournament, but there's 8 or 9 are going to make the big dance. So that's really what you're dealing with night by night is you're playing an NCAA tournament team every night, whether you're at home or on the road, and that's just not the case in every conference. I mean, you get nights where you're going to play a mutt, and you're going to have a chance to.
You're going to get Boston College in there.
Yeah, you're going to be able to catch your breath a little bit. That is not obviously the case with a 10-team Big 12 conference. So, and by the way, next year the Big 12 is adding Houston.
Yeah, how about that?
Along with Cincinnati, who's a pretty good basketball program. BYU.
Yeah, they're pretty set for when the Longhorns leave and Oklahoma leave.
Houston sitting atop the poll right now with Kelvin Sampson. But if I would say this, if Kelvin Sampson's team, I know we got a lot of Houston Cougar fans who listen, if they were in the Big 12, they wouldn't be number one in the country. They'd be taking losses on the road. They have the good fortune of they played a pretty decent non-conference schedule. Now they're playing in their conference, and they're far better than everybody in their conference. But they're on par with these teams we see in the Big 12, the Kansas States, the Baylors.
Yeah,
Texas.
they would have some struggles.
Yeah, I would just you do when you go on the road in this conference, you're going to take some losses. You're going to have some bad nights. And again, we've talked about the Big 12. The last 2 national champions have come out of this conference. Remember, they didn't have the March Madness tournament in the COVID year. The year before, Texas Tech with Chris Beard was there on the final game. So in the last 3 Final Fours, the Big 12 has won 2 of them and had a couple buckets away from a third. And this steel sharpens steel. This you come out of this conference and get in the tournament, you're ready for anybody at that point. That's at least the positive way to look at the gauntlet you got to deal with if you can stay healthy and come out clean.
Everybody has
side.
Bench players in this conference. Everybody has guys that come off the bench. 2 or 3 guys that really are making a difference. Not many of them are playing with 7 guys. You know what I mean? They've got players.
Yeah, well, and great coaching. I mean, that's the programs. There's only 10 of them. That's part of this, right? SEC has 14 teams, Big 12. So you just have Big 10. So you have more teams, and so more. But the Big 12's 10 teams invest in basketball.
Yes,
there's no doubt about it. I mean, at Iowa State, Kansas State. Basketball is a big deal. Texas Tech has made basketball an important investment that they make, and Baylor, obviously, with Scott Drew, there's just, no one's taking it lightly. I mean, right now, the worst team in the conference is Oklahoma. They got beat again last night by Oklahoma State, yet they're 11-7 overall, and they would fare pretty well in some other conferences, just not this one. That's where we sit with basketball. We got football. We got divisional playoffs coming. We got buck-ons and buck-offs. Here's one from our man, CB. I don't know how he gets a text into us at 6:03 in the morning. He lives in Seattle, Washington, so he's up 4 a.m. out there. Hello, CB. He says, buck off to Sonny Dykes for hiring Kendall Briles. Disgraceful. That is now official. TCU has hired Kendall Briles away from Arkansas to be the offensive coordinator to replace Garrett Riley, who moved on to Clemson to coach the offense for Dabo Swinney. Obviously in the wake of the Baylor situation and Art Briles, the Kendall Briles name still comes with that stain for a lot of people. What do you say about Sonny Dykes?
I just don't know how long do you?
Is that forever?
Forever and ever with Kendall Briles?
Yeah, I mean, look, Kendall Briles has worked. I mean, Major Applewhite hired him down to Houston right out of the scandal, and then the ugly scandal, which we know went on at Baylor. But you said it. At what point do we move on? Some will say never. Some will say as long if you were a part of that and you overlooked and helped cover up, gang rapes and things of that nature. Now, Kendall Briles says he didn't, but others say he did. In that case, and the coaches on that staff, or what was going on in Waco for a few years, that's always going to be a problem for people. But Sonny Dykes,
Kendall Briles has gone on to work
multiple places.
Yes, I mean
multiple places.
Yeah, he hadn't stopped working.
Yeah, he was at Arkansas doing a good job with the Razorbacks, no doubt, and he's now at TCU. But CB and others are going to buck it off and say you should never go there and hire a Briles or hire anybody who was on that staff. Heck, there's still people that were mad at Texas and Tom Herman for hiring just a staffer who had been in that program at one point. So that's where that stands. But TCU did add Kendall Briles. We'll take your thoughts on that. That's how it works. It's a Buck Off Thursday. Get it off your chest. Who has earned a pat on the back? Who has earned a kick in the hindquarters? And I think it's fair to give a big buck on to Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott for their performance on Monday night, because a lot of pressure there. The debate going into the game was, could Mike McCarthy's job be in jeopardy if they lose it? What about Dak Prescott coming off the miserable performance against Washington in the final game of the regular season? They both played great. I mean, they coached great, played great, and the Cowboys are feeling pretty good as they head to San Francisco.
Yeah, that looked like a real buttoned-up team last week. So, I mean, what can you say? The head coach is the head coach. He had a lot to do with what they looked like on that game on Monday night,
Absolutely. I mean, if you criticize the coach when they're not good, you got to give credit to the coach when they look great.
Well, I thought they did a great job. I think they've done a fantastic job with penalties this year too. I think you just don't see those glaring weird penalties every Sunday when they play. You're like, oh man, they had 3 illegal procedures. That kind of stuff that madness has kind of gone away with the Cowboys, which is really important.
Yeah, they've cleaned up the penalties. They were the most penalized team in the league a year ago. Their playoff loss.
They did it for 2 years.
Their playoff loss to the Niners last year, I think there were 13 penalties in that game, a lot of them pre-snap stuff. And, it was just a sloppy group last year, and the Niners took advantage of it in Arlington. This one will be at San Francisco.
Sorry, I'm not there, though, yet. Sorry about that, Ty. You haven't done very much to get me there. It's now Thursday. I'm not buying.
Well, Ty gets a buck off our producer already because he told me his girlfriend was about to kill him this morning because it took 6 alarms to get him out of bed, and she's like, "Are you going to get up at some point here? What are we doing?"
It was a little bit more explicit than that.
She was a little more expressive?
Yeah.
Will you get the hell up?
And I was like, yeah, you're right.
Using that foot wedge to get you moving over and get out of here?
Well, I hit snooze for about 35 minutes this morning.
Sometimes
an alarm about every 5 minutes.
I can't do that. If I hit that, I'm a goner. If I get to the point where I'm up and then I give me 10 more minutes, I'm not in 10 minutes. That thing's not going to get me up. That's it.
Those last few minutes are so sweet.
They are.
Are they precious, really?
Yes.
Even on the 6th, my wife does that too. She does a lot of snoozes. I've said this, I do 4:01, and I do the 9 minutes, and then at 4:10 it goes off again, and I get up. Now, there are some nights when you stay up late and watch a late game that maybe I'll go one more. Maybe I'll go to 4:19. But that's few and far between. You know what I'm saying? You got to get up. Got to get your feet on the ground. Got to get rolling. And I told him, because we've been doing this morning show thing for quite a while. Sometimes if you're having a hard time, put one alarm in the bathroom where you have to get up and go turn it off. Then you're up.
Or you got to make a move and get out of the bed.
You got to get up and go get it. You put one by your bed to start the process, but if you're going to do that, just put one in the
Ty, you won't even hear that, will you? You won't even hear that in the bathroom. You sleep through that one.
No, I do a similar.
Will.
No, I usually, if I'm trying to do that, I just plug my phone in on the other side of the room. So at least because if I stand up, there's like a 75% chance I'm good.
You're not going back down?
No.
Go back down?
But the issue with this is it's not even next to my bed right now. It's on my bed. So I wake up and it's like already on me somehow. So it's really a 2-second snooze situation.
I'm a 3:30, and just before that thing goes off, I for some odd reason, I take a peek over, and it says you got about 20 minutes. And then from that point on, it's, like you said, it is that kind of good sleep, that 20 minutes. But if that alarm goes off, I get it on like the first ring. I just turn, sit, and go.
Now, I was told that the 9 minutes, when you normally just hit snooze, it's 9 minutes on most every clock. And I've always asked, why is that? And I finally read that apparently you cannot fall into the deep REM sleep within 9 minutes, according to the sleep experts. So that's why they cut it off at 9.
Yeah, you don't get any less tired.
No.
From those.
I mean, the REM sleep,
minutes.
The quality REM sleep overnight, the REM sleep is what you're looking for, the rapid eye movement, where you're deep in sleep and your body is resting and you're dreaming really good, but within 9 minutes, apparently, you can't get there.
Yeah, it's almost like for me, like coffee. Everybody will say, yeah, that caffeine will really get you up and get you going. It's just a habit for me. It doesn't, I can drink like 2 cups of coffee, and then if I have to go to sleep, I'm going to sleep. I mean, coffee will not keep me from going to bed.
I'm not diagnosing you, but that would indicate you have ADD, ADHD.
Well, I got a lot of those things. For sure. I mean, you weren't diagnosed with that stuff when you were a kid, and I wasn't either. But like if caffeine calms you down, that would be an indicator. Our oldest, Griff, that's him. If he would drink a soda and he would calm down, he would chill out. Really?
Yeah. Our others though, they would have a soda, they'd be bouncing off the walls, right? They'd be going crazy.
Yeah,
he would level out.
I just go to sleep. If I get a big, large coffee and it's time for bed, I'm going to bed. I can drink that coffee, but I'm going to bed. That's just me. It doesn't do. And in the mornings when I drink 3-4 cups of coffee here, it doesn't make me awake. It's just a habit. It's just It's like a routine.
But I would argue that if you don't have it, you may have a bit of a headache, which would indicate that
I've done that before. Now I've done that. That has happened to me but it doesn't happen to me all the time.
Right, you don't feel it, but if you didn't have it, I think you might feel it. You might feel a little more groggy, and you might get a little bit of a headache because that caffeine is hitting your body, and you'll be cranky.
You'll be cranky as hell,
angry and grumpy and all that stuff. All right, so there you go. Let's get this thing rolling. To T.Y.'s point, we were going to talk some Cowboys football of your confidence level. Ty is very confident. You're not. You'd like to be. We'll let you know what Vegas thinks. The odds favorites, there are 8 teams remaining who are the odds favorites to win the Super Bowl, not just win this weekend. We'll have some fun with that coming up. Also, the days of our quarterback lives. There's stories out there on Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Trey Lance, the backup quarterback of the 49ers. He's in the news. We'll get you details on all that. Craig Way has his report coming up, and we need your buck-ons and buck-offs. Bring them strong this morning. Hit us on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. Who has earned that buck-on? Who has earned that buck-off? You decide here on the Show of the People every Thursday. We're rolling back.
It's Bucky and Erin.
Seems I've got to have a chance to see him every night.
Appreciate the contributions on the Always Active Specs text line. This says Cowboys. The line is going to eat a purdy little Super Bowl Sunday night. Eat a purdy time. Purdy little supper. Is that what it says? Purdy little supper?
Purdy little supper.
And buck off to TCU for hiring Kendall Briles again. This says, I give myself 3 snoozes before I actually have to leave bed at 4 a.m. This fella says, buck off to planning to snooze. It's better for you to allow more REM sleep. Don't snooze, just get up. So
That's true.
If you're planning to get up at 4, just get up at 4.
Yeah.
The snooze thing.
Yeah.
I swear, at my house, my wife, and she'll snooze from like 5 until 7. It's like, hey, just get up.
Just get up and go, huh?
Well, she plans to get up, and then she does. That's just the way that goes. But, all right, so we got a lot going on. We're talking divisional playoffs in the NFL, getting you ready. Obviously, the Cowboys and Niners with the Purdy little meal is coming up, the final game. Amazing. We said yesterday, the AFC teams, the 4 teams, are on a combined 28-game win streak, which is just, I don't know if that's ever happened. I haven't seen another stat like it, but 28 in a row. Everybody's on a heater. Everyone's coming in, haven't lost in a while, and feeling good about themselves. Even Jacksonville has won 6 in a row and 7 of their last 8 to get here. Chiefs have won 6 straight. Obviously, the longest streak belongs to the Bengals at 9, and the Bills are at 7 in a row, 7 or 8 in a row. And obviously, the Bills and Bengals didn't get to finish their Monday night game, which kept their streaks intact, both of them. NFC a little different. The team on the streak are the Niners. They've won 11 straight. And remember, the Niners at one point were 3-4. They won 11 in a row since the 3-4 start. There was a lot of injuries, and they acquired Christian McCaffrey. And here we go. They've won 11 straight. The other 3 teams out of the NFC East are 2-2 in their last 4 games. So no, and that's why I've said this week, Buck, the Eagles to me are the most uncertain because you just don't know. When we saw the Eagles at their best, it was that game on like December the 12th where they beat the Giants 47-22 in New Jersey.
Yeah, no contest, yes.
They beat the daylights out of them. It was like watching Georgia play Vanderbilt or something. It was a beatdown. And at that game,
you can say TCU. It's okay.
Sorry, well, TCU. Well, that was a championship game. This was a regular season game. I'm just saying, watching this a regular season SEC game or something, where he was outclassed. That was Philadelphia. That was their best performance, I thought, of the year against a quality team, and they did it so impressively on the road. And you're thinking, oh, geez. Because they ran the ball for 250 yards.
That's right.
Jalen Hurts was throwing the ball. They were just torching the Giants. And on that day, the Eagles looked unstoppable, and the Giants looked nowhere close to a playoff team. And, since then, there have been 4 games, or 5 for the Giants now. And in those games, we know the Eagles, they never looked that good again, right?
Yeah, and the Giants have been proved.
Yeah. The Eagles never looked that good again. The next week, they beat the Bears, but they kind of struggled to do it. And in that game, Jalen Hurts got hurt. That was the game.
Yeah, and for me, and it's the Giants, I don't know. I guess they improved. They just do enough to win a game, to me. It just feels like when the Giants play, their coach does enough. And it's more on the coach. His coaching has really, really been good. And he's finding ways just to win games. They don't overwhelm. They don't do anything to me like they got this great defense. Now, they've got a fantastic defensive line inside, I believe. I don't see anything great about the secondaries or the wide receivers. I think the coach just can coach.
Well, I know this. We all know this. Coaching is magnified in these games. Coaching matters. Being well prepared, have a great game plan, execution. It is huge. And that's what I like about the Giants and what they did last week. And that's why I came in talking about how the Giants looked well coached and buttoned up. And that game was as much about the Vikings as it was about the Giants. Vikings looked like a mess. A play I saw yesterday on replay. Remember when in that game on a 3rd and 1, the Vikings tried this throwback pass to Kirk Cousins.
Oh, my God. He got blown up.
And they didn't even have a blocker out there for him.
It was just Kirk Cousins and 2 defenders.
And it was 3rd and 1. And the Giants are the 28th rated rush defense in the league.
Well, that's a young offensive coach trying to be
like, what are
cute.
you doing? You're doing a throwback to your quarterback, and there's no blocker there. There was no intention of the play. It was like, what is that? And I think that was an indication of the Vikings in that game. Their defense was terrible on first down. They were just bad in that game. And it's not to take anything away from the Giants. You got to take advantage of those. It's kind of the same with the Cowboys to me because the Bucs were lame. But, you're through the lame. You're not going to face a lame team.
Yeah,
now.
I'm just trying to figure out, will the Giants then try to – they had all these set runs. I knew they'd had set runs for the quarterback against Minnesota. Minnesota's defense is just that bad. Will they try that stuff with their quarterback? It's not going to have set run plays for this quarterback this week against Philly. You think so?
He's the leading rushing quarterback in the league now. I think he's actually, if you combine his playoff yards, gone past Lamar Jackson.
Justin Fields.
Oh, Justin Fields. That's right. Justin Fields set the record. But
yeah, you get him mauled against Philadelphia.
He was just like 30 yards short of the record.
Well, you have two of the top guys here in Jalen Hurts and
both of those guys.
Jalen Hurts
right.
has 800 rushing yards this year. Daniel Jones will take off and run. But I think it's a problem for the Giants that the Eagles are in their own division and they know them so well. Because this will come down to coaching and this will come down to better players. And I think the Eagles have a better roster, and I think they're very well coached. And that becomes the challenge for the Cowboys is, both teams are really talented. Both teams are well coached. That's why 2 days advantage, 48 hours can be a difference when you get to Sunday afternoon, the Saturday to Monday thing we talked about. Same time, there's no riffraff here.
Slightly better team, I think, with San Francisco.
Yeah, just
right
better.
Now.
And well coached. I'll give you a quote that will indicate that coming up in a minute. But that's why I'm just not sure what to expect from the Eagles. I think I know what I'm going to get from the Giants. I know but the Eagles haven't looked like that 13-1 team we saw on December the 12th since then, because Jalen Hurts got hurt. Then they lost a couple of games. Cowboys beat them with Gardner Minshew at quarterback, and then the Saints beat them. And then they won the Week 18 game against the Giants, but the Giants rested all their starters in that game. And then they took the week off. So, I mean, obviously the Eagles could come out and just look amazing, right? Fly, Eagles, fly.
They're well rested now.
Or they could have just maybe that was their peak. Maybe that game December 12th that's as good as they're going to get, and you don't want to peak too soon in any sport, in any time, any competitive endeavor. You want to peak at the right time. Maybe they hit their peak, and then the injury to Jalen Hurts derails it a little bit, and can you get that mojo back? Because
if he's healthy and the arm is good, then I think they'll just go on and do what they do. But if there's an indication that arm is like it looked when he came back, to win that final game, that's a problem.
Yeah, because it does look like they were trying to get a win, assure the victory.
Sure, get a week off.
I think Jalen Hurts would tell you he's probably about 75% in that game.
I would agree about that, yes.
And he was being very careful. Anytime he would break the pocket, he would slide. He wasn't going to take a hit and risk further injury. And, they just needed to get a victory. And they got it to lock up home field the week off and all of that, and the top seed. This says Giants barely beat the Vikings. The team the Eagles blew the doors off. That's kind of my feel for the Giants, Buck, is the Giants were the Vikings were a mess, and I thought poorly prepared. And they still only won by 7. And the Vikings had the ball with a chance to go down and tie the game. I know they were at home. I would be concerned for the Giants this weekend. I really would. I think if the Eagles come out and are anything close to that mid-December team, this won't be that close. It'll be pretty one-sided. Where I think the Cowboys-Niners game, I'm going to pick the Niners to win it, but I think it's going to be a close football game. I think it's going to be a tremendous football game because I think Dak has got a lot of confidence right now. I do think Dan Quinn can do some things to put Brock Purdy in some tough spots. And, I think some of the Cowboys fans, including Ty, overstated that in this 11-game win streak, the 49ers have played a lot of bad teams in that stretch. And that's true. So I think the Cowboys will be on par with them player for player. I just think in the end, the home field, Kyle Shanahan, I'm going to pick the Niners in a close one.
Yeah, I feel about the way I feel with Jacksonville beating Kansas City with the Cowboys and the Niners.
No.
Yeah, I do.
Where did all this confidence is all
disappeared.
gone?
It did. It disappeared. They got their one win. They got their Tampa Bay win. They beat Tom Brady.
All I'm going to say on the Cowboys side of it, to where I'll agree with Bucky, is that I think Monday night was as much about the Buccaneers as it was about the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys took advantage of a team that was ready for their season to be over. They were god-awful in that football game and didn't even put up much fight, it didn't feel like. And that's, again, as we talked about this week, if you get in a crucial third down play against Dak Prescott, what are you doing? You're shadowing Dalton Schultz. You're going to find the tight end. How many times did the Bucs have him wide open?
God.
That's poor scouting. That's poor execution. How do you let Dalton Schultz get open over and over again? I'm not saying the Cowboys shouldn't take advantage of it. I'm saying a good team knows that, and you
should have known it over the last 2 years.
You got to force Dak Prescott somewhere else. And over again, one of the reasons Dak got so comfortable is he dropped back and his first read was wide open. There was no post-snap confusion. There was nothing to try to disguise coverages from Todd Bowles. They were lame. So, again, go win your game, 31-14, dominant performance. That will not be the case against DeMeco Ryans and the 49ers defense. And we know Kyle Shanahan will be bringing on offense. And that's where I think you're a little bit that maybe the Niners just have a little bit too much for the Cowboys right now.
Yeah, I just think the talent level is just a little bit better right now.
A little bit. and they're at home, and they had 2 extra days, and they're fresh. Christian McCaffrey's not on the injury report for the first time all year. Deebo Samuel's all the way back from that ankle.
I think Dak has taken a giant step forward, but what 49ers are doing with Purdy, I don't think that you see it's time for Purdy to have a letdown.
Bring it on.
I don't think there's a Purdy letdown.
No Purdy letdown?
Uh-uh.
Well, here's the quote I was going to mention that, your favorite guy used to call him the hobo, Anthony Lynn.
Oh, that's right. The hobo's calling plays, isn't he?
I'll tell you what he is.
Is he the offensive coordinator?
Think about this. Anthony Lynn went to Texas Tech. He was a Red Raider back in the day, and he was the head coach of the L.A. Chargers for several seasons. We all remember him right there, right? Well, he is the running backs coach for the 49ers. That's how deep their coaching staff is. He is a former head coach in the NFL. He's the running backs coach for Kyle Shanahan.
Was he not a coordinator at – where was he the
Detroit.
coordinator? Wow.
He's the running backs coach. So he's a position coach, former head coach in this league.
I saw him at the Combine one time, and I said to E, I'm like, did that guy just walk in this building? Who is that dude? Looks like a hobo over there.
That's the that's the coach of the Chargers.
That's the coach of the Chargers.
What was he wearing?
He just had like a hoodie on. It was cold out.
It was cold out.
It was really cold in Indianapolis at the Combine.
I didn't have a suit on or anything. I mean, I wasn't expecting it, but
he had a hoodie.
And he had the
gray
Bucky
beard.
He had the old gray beard. I mean, it was scruff. He was
Bucky's like, all he's missing is the bottle of Boone's Farm, and he goes give him $1.
I'm like, dude. I said, he said, that's the head coach.
I go, that's the coach of the Chargers.
I'm like, what?
Dude. Yeah,
that's Anthony Lynn. I'm like,
it's
wow.
a Red Raider. Get your guns up.
Yo, coach, what's up? Hobo?
Well, to me, this is how talented the Niners are, how deep they are. They have a former head coach who is their running backs coach. DeMeco Ryans is tremendous on the defensive side. Kyle Shanahan. This says, so he was talking to Sam Farmer of the LA Times. And, of course, Sam covered him when he was the coach of the Chargers. And so talking to Anthony Lynn. And he was asked about the difference about coaching for the Niners organization and the Chargers. And he said, this organization will do whatever it takes to win. Resources out the ears. That was the difference for me compared to what I was going through in L.A. So it's just like, man, this is what it's supposed to be like. I forgot how that felt. And Dean Spanos, the owner of the Chargers, notoriously cheap.
Yes.
Penny pinching. And, again, that's what we love about the NFL. I mean, great organizations typically are going to rise up and win over teams with bad ownership, cheap ownership, meddling ownership. It's why the good teams continue to win and, bad teams stay bad a lot of times. And the 49ers went through a lull of coaches, but they've found Kyle Shanahan, and their ownership is investing in whatever they need money-wise, and I think it shows up on the football field. But that's just Anthony Lynn's perspective that, man, what a difference. I mean, because the Chargers are really talented. Chargers had a lot of good players, right? But why do they melt down? Why do they fall apart? Well, maybe that's a big part of it, that they don't invest nearly as much as other organizations do in everything, the details. The important things that separate winning from losing, because everybody's pretty talented in the National Football League. And
I think the Cowboys have to have everybody healthy. They have to be good on the offense, and their offensive line has to be good this week.
Real good.
I mean, the success that Dak had last week.
Well, and this was the big part of the difference in last year's game when they lost to the 49ers in Arlington.
They physically overwhelmed them.
Yeah. I mean, Armstead, Boza, those dudes up front, that's a problem. I mean, I heard Rod Babers say this yesterday because Rod does a great job researching these teams. I did not know this. The 49ers lead the NFL with 20 interceptions. None of them have come with having to rush more than 4 people. So this is what they do to you. They get pass rush with 4 guys, and a good one at that, and then they can play 7 in coverage, disguise those coverages with DeMeco Ryans. That's why they lead the league in picks, because your quarterback thinks one thing and it's another. They don't have to blitz because there's so many quarterbacks love to see the blitz because they can throw right where the blitz came from, or they know they have man coverage somewhere, and they can find that. If this team doesn't have to blitz, they become a problem. Now, the Cowboys can do a lot of that to you, too, when Micah Parsons is cranking it up and he's moving all over the field, and DeMarcus Lawrence. And that's why this game is so good. This says, guys, Dallas has no chance in this game. This text says 49ers are beatable. I think I agree with the 49ers are beatable more than the Cowboys have no chance. But if you're forcing me on a Thursday to make a pick, I'm going to pick the Niners.
Yeah, I would think the Cowboys will still consider trying to get to the perimeter against this group, but they will be coming from the linebacker and secondary area, unlike Tampa Bay, you just got outside. I don't care how they got out. Dalton Schultz, if he's grabbing their legs, I don't care how they got outside. Against that Tampa defense with 2 good linebackers, they got outside. They have to try. They're not going through the middle.
Niners, Buccaneers for me watching that game, and that's why I came in Tuesday disappointed that I just want, as a fan, you just want a good game. and it's never felt like the Bucs were going to make it a good game. The only thing that was compelling about the game was the kicker missing all the kicks. And like, what is this eventually going to come back to haunt you? But it never did. I mean,
No.
it never did because the Bucs never put up much of a fight at all.
I don't know. I enjoyed watching that game.
I know you did. I was looking for a hell of a game. It was going to go. I mean, it looked a lot more like the TCU Georgia game than a playoff football game that I anticipated because the Bucs were so bad. But you got to go win the games.
I was happy for Dak Prescott. I was happy for the way they set him up. I thought the offensive coordinator did a fantastic job. I think they had plays that were set up against a team that just refused to get out of too deep coverage, and knowing that Dalton Schultz likes the middle of the field. Here's some soft too deep. Here you go. Take the middle of the field. And the Cowboys executed it. I mean, you gave it to them, so they didn't say, okay, well, let's not do it. Let's do it every time. If they don't change it, we'll continue to do it. You got Tony Pollard involved. I mean, they
did a lot that you like.
Yes,
and that's
they
why,
did a ton.
That's why I disagree with the texter who says the 49er, the Cowboys have no chance. I don't agree with that. Cowboys absolutely have a chance in this game. I don't think the Giants have a great chance. I don't think the Jaguars have a very great chance in their playoff game, but I think the Cowboys and the Bengals absolutely have a chance.
I don't believe the strength of schedule is going to matter. This is just a game against a team that
60 minutes of football
that you've known for years and years and years, and you know what they're going to bring, and they know what you're going to bring.
Yeah,
and will you be physical enough to match their physicality in the Bay Area? I don't know what weather is going to be like there. I mean, it's been crappy lately.
And a lot of you are pointing out the obvious that Brock Purdy is a rookie. But listen, have you watched him since he's taken over 6 weeks ago? The Cowboys lost to this team last year with Jimmy Garoppolo. This offense is better with Brock Purdy running it than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's been a fact. And all you got to do is watch the games. That you can say what you want about he's a rookie, but he executes this offense at a really, really high level. And he's brought George Kittle back into the offense at tight end is a big factor. Maybe Deebo Samuel being out for a while helped that they have built a great chemistry. Brock Purdy is actually running this offense at a higher level and more efficiently than what Jimmy Garoppolo was. That'll lead us into some quarterback conversations because the other quarterback in 49er land is Trey Lance. There's an interesting story on him developing. We'll also get to a story that's out there on Lamar Jackson and his future in Baltimore. The days of our quarterback lives will continue. We'll take your thoughts. Who do you like? Where are the upsets? What are the locks coming up on divisional weekend? What are your buck-ons and buck-offs? Here's Craig Way.
Bucky and Erin.
Busy Thursday coming up. We'll reset those headlines, including the Longhorns. We now know when the spring game will be, the orange-white scrimmage. Chris Del Conte revealed that last night on Twitter. Also a big name into the transfer portal, and there have been ties to Texas. We'll get you details. Wide receiver off the national champion Georgia team. Details on that coming up. Talking plenty of NFL football. Divisional playoffs are Saturday and Sunday. A lot of Cowboys talk. This is Brock Purdy is fixing to get his purdy little ass whipped. Somebody said one hard sack.
I'll say this. Well, if there's a time, this is the one.
Yeah, this would be the opportunity. Look, the Niners are favored over the Cowboys by more than a field goal, and they're on their third quarterback. That tells you how talented they are. Now, they've gotten lucky and found some good fortune in how good Brock Purdy has been. But we'll see. Cowboys
They've
have
got talented players, too, all over the place.
All over the place. And coaches. That's coaches.
Yes.
I enjoyed hearing Rod Babers yesterday talk about his guy, Kyle Shanahan, his good friend, and just how detail-oriented that coaching staff is, how they maximize and weaponize their players. D'Amico Ryans, who is one of my favorite Houston Texans all time. As a Texans fan, I loved watching D'Amico Ryans play middle linebacker for that team for so long.
I feel like that's his last season there.
Yeah, he's just such a detail-oriented, smart, high IQ football player. Now he's taken that to the coaching ranks, and his defense plays like that. They're very talented, but they're also very smart in how they attack. And it's really a fun matchup. It really is. Of all the games this weekend,
Certainly
I think
is.
This and obviously the Buffalo-Cincinnati game because of the DeMar Hamlin conversation and what we didn't get to see on that Monday night, and they're going to play again. The other two seem like
I just don't feel like Cincinnati can go to Buffalo with that offensive line being banged in a week.
Yeah, if Von Miller were playing, you'd feel really great at
Wow.
Buffalo. But the only thing, I shouldn't say their only chance, but their biggest issue right now is Josh Allen and all the turnovers. I mean, you just can't. I mean, the Dolphins with a third-string quarterback and Skylar Howard is not very good. Had a chance to win that game because Josh Allen kept turning the ball over. He's too casual with the ball sometimes. I don't know if that's, Brian Daboll was his offensive coordinator last year. Now he's with the Giants. Have they lost some of their attention to detail there? And maybe he's playing a little loose with the football, taking little chances he shouldn't take. You can't turn the football over in the playoffs. We know that. And Josh Allen's doing it way, way too much. You're right. I think it's a significant problem for the Bengals to have 3 of their 5 offensive linemen injured. But the neutralizer could be turnovers. Because if you force Josh Allen to give you the ball a few times, now all of a sudden you can overcome that if you're Joe Burrow in Cincinnati.
Yeah, his big play ability and wanting to have the big play all the time. I mean, he needs to be thinking more of winning the game now.
Yeah, manage the game.
Yeah.
He's always looking for the home run, it appears. And give the Dolphins credit. They're the division rival. They know him, and they really played a lot of zero coverage. They were daring him to throw it deep. Trusting because they figured that was their only chance, and it dang near worked for him. Mike McDaniel did a good job. Speaking of the Miami Dolphins, before we get to the top of the hour, the days of our quarterback lives and this offseason drama is just getting underway. Where's Tom Brady going to play? What about Aaron Rodgers? Another name to add to this is going to be Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. And I saw this story that the signs, this from Pro Football Talk, says the signs are currently pointing to the Ravens applying the non-exclusive franchise tag to Lamar Jackson if they can't sign into a long-term contract in February. That would allow other teams to negotiate with Jackson and sign him to an offer sheet. And then if the Ravens don't match that offer sheet, they would get 2 first-round draft picks from the new team. Now, keep this in mind. The Miami Dolphins are a team that have been linked to Lamar because he's from Miami, and they're not maybe wanting to invest long-term in the injury-prone Tua. And here's the problem for the Miami Dolphins right now. They don't have a number 1 draft pick this year because of the tampering issue with Sean Payton and Tom Brady last year. The NFL snatched their first-round pick this year. That's how severe the punishment was for that tampering and how serious the league took it. So they don't have a first. But as Florio at Pro Football Talk talks about, they could wait till after the draft in April, then sign Lamar Jackson to an offer sheet, and then if the Ravens fail to match it, they would give up first-round draft picks in 2024 and 25 to get that done. So, interesting. Lamar Jackson back home to play in that offense. That'd be the fastest offense ever.
My goodness.
From the quarterbacks to the receivers to the running back. I mean, there'd be a track team in Miami. That would be compelling. And then your guy Brady could end up in Vegas playing for the Raiders and Josh McDaniel. Where's your guy Aaron Rodgers going?
Yeah, I don't know about and Derek Carr. Where are they going to end up? Where's Derek Carr going to end up?
How about the Commanders?
Or are you talking about a group that just keep on searching? Just
How about
keep
the
on trying to
Commanders?
find one.
Saints?
Saints.
Maybe the
Interesting
Saints.
name.
Yeah, that's real interesting.
Kind of feels like the Colts want to go up in the draft and try to get either Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud. They're sitting at number 4 in the draft
sound like they're
now.
going to take either one.
Yeah, they're tired of taking a veteran. They want to go get a young quarterback.
Right.
They've been doing that cycle for a while in Indy. All right, we'll take your thoughts on that. Oh, also good news. Aaron Donald said it was just a joke when he changed his Twitter profile to former defensive end. He's not retiring. He'll be back playing for the Rams for Sean McVay. Start up your Thursday right here on B&A. Start up every day if you're able. We appreciate it. Show of the People rolls on. Somebody asked on our Specs text line. I always appreciate the Show of the People audience weighing in and contributing. Somebody said, what's the weather in Buffalo Sunday? That's always a factor come January, right?
For sure.
Snow flurries. Cold snow flurries in Buffalo.
Just a little snow.
That's the Sunday game, early game Sunday. Just a little snow. Well, no, you want to buck off 30. You want to see something depressing? Go to the Buffalo, New York weather page on your phone. You won't see the sun.
Look for days.
I mean, days and days and days. We know they've already dealt with like humongous blizzards and thunder tornadoes, whatever. I mean, it's like, golly, get the heck out of there. But that is depressing. It's going to be beautiful and sunny here in Austin, Texas today, about 69 degrees. Thank you very much. Other weather, by the way, no weather issues. It doesn't appear in Philadelphia for the Eagles-Giants. Looks very nice for Philadelphia this time of year. A little chilly, but no precipitation. San Francisco looks nice. No rain. But snow flurries in Kansas City and Buffalo. Take note. Both AFC games could be a little bit snowy, potentially. Of course, the Chiefs game is the day game. On Saturday, both games are the day games in the AFC with the combined 28-game win streak for all four teams coming into this game.
And
they're
like
all
a Jacksonville group heading to Kansas City.
They've won 7 of 8 and 6 in a row. Pretty good for Doug Peterson in year one, but I think this is where their run ends, and they can build for the future. And it's
you
great.
think the turnovers will hurt them? They'll really hurt if they turn it over to Kansas City.
Watching the Jaguars and their development this year makes you wonder how really bad was Urban Meyer. I mean, seriously.
Because they weren't that bad, right?
I mean, yeah, they had some pretty good players, and Trevor Lawrence is pretty good. I know they added our man Zay Jones and some other dudes, but still, ugh. And Travis Etienne got hurt last year, too, if you remember. He's been really good for them. But there's your weather. I always try to wait till Thursday, Friday to see what the weather may look like because a little more accurate at that point. But it could be snow in Buffalo, snow in KC, no issues in the Philadelphia, San Francisco.
So is Leftwich
hometown.
out? Is he out or not?
There's been conflicting stories of whether he's fired or not. There was an original story that Byron Leftwich was fired after the Monday night game. Todd Bowles discredits that, but there's some to think Todd Bowles is going to get fired. So what do you guys?
That's true. That's right. Maybe they're getting both at the same time. Huh?
Yeah, like the owner's like, wait a second, why are we firing this guy? We're going to fire all y'all.
Y'all are all
going. Don't be putting out reports.
Todd Bowles is saying that he's got exit meetings with coaches. And I'm like, who's going to talk to you?
Who's your?
That'd be the owner.
Glazer family.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the NFL. We'll get back to it, of course, and we got Cowboys on the mind. Cowboy fans are fired up off of Dak Prescott's
Don't get mad at me. Don't be mad at me, Cowboys fan. I gave you my love last week. I gave you all my heart and soul. You got it done. Does that mean I have to do it again? Because your guy Ty in here, you're a long suffering Cowboy fan in here, has not done anything that tells me that the Cowboys are going to win this game. There hasn't been anything.
Well, and I will be the arbitrator here. You were all last week.
Yes.
All Cowboy fans were crying in their beer because they were so bad against the Washington team, and they had no chance to beat Tom Brady, and this is going to be awful. You were the one saying, hey, you're good, double-digit win. This one, you'll get this one. Ty put a 10-unit bet on it. So Ty was – but now this week, you're being Mr. Realistic, saying, hey, the Niners are different
animal.
And
Ty is about to lose a quadruple – unit bet.
I'm going to put a big bet on this game.
Wow.
But, Ty's the new producer with us as far as the last 6 months or so.
Does he not understand?
But you can tell because he was one, even though he had a 10-unit play, he was a little concerned last week. He was nervous about Dak.
Oh, that first series, he was like, uh-oh.
He's gone a little fanboy here.
No,
he's going fanboy. He's got a fanboy.
I was way more nervous last week just by the fact that we were playing Tom Brady than I am this week.
I understand that. But I do think
you're just not buying into that little Purdy.
I've watched him play for a long time too, and I know it's not this good forever.
Well,
we watched him in college play, and I never.
Well, he didn't have Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and the best offensive line in the league. He's got a lot to play with there. He just plays point guard in that spot. And I would say this for Dak Prescott: it's the best game of his career, arguably. But I think the Bucs are a big part of that. I don't know. I know DeMeco Ryans and the Niners defense.
Bucs did what they've been doing all year. Just roll them out there and hope.
It's just it all came way too easy. It felt like, but got to give credit where credit's due. Same time, I think it'll be a much tougher nut to crack on Sunday in San Francisco, and against a much better defense who made Dak look pretty bad last year in Arlington in the win, 23-17. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start this busy Thursday. Lot going on, beautiful day on tap, but let's get you the news. UBO Business Services brings it to you. We'll start with the Longhorns, Texas football. Plenty of news developing there. Official word now from the program yesterday that the Longhorns have indeed landed the one of the top targets in the portal to bolster their defensive backfield. Texas has officially added the former Arkansas defensive back and freshman All-American Jalen Catalon to their roster. Junior originally from Mansfield, Texas, will have 2 years of eligibility remaining. He has enrolled at Texas for the spring and will participate in the winter workouts and spring practice. Another potential big-time transfer prospect has entered the portal yesterday. Surprising news out of Athens, Georgia. That's where the Bulldogs junior wide receiver A.D. Mitchell has put his name into the portal. He plans to move on. Yesterday was the final day to enter that portal. 6'4", 190-pound outside receiver, originally from Missouri City, Texas, has been a big part of the Bulldogs' run to back-to-back national championships. Several recruiting services are already linking A.D. Mitchell to Texas, possibly USC, as well as early favorites for potential landing spots. We will keep you posted. Also from the Longhorn football program, although we don't know yet when the team's spring practices will start, we know when they're going to wrap up. According to Athletic Director Chris Del Conte on Twitter last night, the annual Orange-White scrimmage game will take place on April the 15th at DKR. Did not indicate a time, just the date. Texas Hoops, now 0-2 week for the Longhorn men and women on the road in the Big 12. Men lost on Tuesday night at Iowa State. Texas women followed it up with a tough one last night in Lubbock. They lose to the Red Raiders 68-64. Longhorns cut the Tech lead to 1 twice in the final quarter there. Late in the game, Red Raiders, though, hit 5 foul shots down the stretch to win it. And Vic Schaefer's Horns fall to 4-2 in Big 12 play, just like the men. Same record as the men's side. Big 12 upset on the men's side last night in Morgantown. That's where West Virginia took down 14th-ranked TCU 74-65. That's the first Big 12 win for Bob Huggins and the Mountaineers. They had been 0-5. TCU's dropped 3 of their last 4. Texas will be in Morgantown Saturday afternoon, 5 o'clock tip on that one. West Virginia now with a victory under their belt. Also last night, Oklahoma State down OU in the Bedlam game, 72-56. NBA last night, Atlanta Hawks, their backcourt lit up the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas. DeJounte Murray and Trae Young combined for 48 points, 16 assists in a 130-122 win. Luka had 30 in the loss. Houston Rockets have now lost 12 in a row. They got beat by Charlotte 122-117. NFL, it appears the Dallas Cowboys will not have left tackle Jason Peters available for the divisional playoff game with the Niners on Sunday. Veteran dealing with a hip issue, did not practice yesterday, not expected to practice today. They'll have to put rookie Tyler Smith back at left tackle. Connor McGovern will step back in at left guard. Cowboy safety J-Ron Curse also limited in practice yesterday with that knee injury. He assured all, though, that he will be good to go against the Niners on Sunday.
Are the votes in for MVP?
No.
Right now, no?
Well, I think the votes are in. It's not been announced, though.
Okay.
Their votes are that's an award that whoever votes for that puts their awards in right at the end of the regular season. It's not a playoff award.
Okay.
It's a regular season award for Coach of the Year, MVP, all those things that'll come out. I think they do. Remember, they do the NFL honors right before the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right.
Where they do the kind of the Academy Awards for football. It's always a fun night. It'll be in Arizona there this year, right? That's where the Super Bowl is, ahead of the trip to Vegas next year for the following Super Bowl. That'll be fun. Might need to make our plans now
for
that big event. Somebody on the text line accurately says, hey, it's going to be tougher for the Cowboys, but it's going to be tougher for Frisco, too. That's right. It's a hell of a game.
Oh, yeah, it should be good.
I mean,
for a while.
I go back to last year. Cowboys played lousy. Niners, but they dominated the first 3 quarters, but the Cowboys had a chance to go try to win that game late. It was 23-17, and we know they screwed up the clock and the spike and all the way that game ended. But, that's more of what I expect this week. I think it's going to be a really good football game. I'm going to pick the Niners at home.
Yeah, the Niners just by 8, that's all.
Ooh, 8. You're going,
that's okay.
That's comfortably over the number.
It is? Really comfortably over?
Overgone.
I'm not saying they're going to smash them. They're just going to beat them.
The classic song "Comfortably Numb," but it's comfortably over the number.
There you go.
The number is 3.5 right now. 3 and
yeah, 8 will do. 8 will do.
8. So are you thinking like 28-20, or are you thinking 31? What kind of score are we looking at? Higher scoring, lower scoring?
Lower.
Okay.
And I think lower to me is, like you said, 28-20. And if it's not 8, it'll be a touchdown. So 27-20 maybe.
Well, and that's the concern with the Niners. Their 11-game win streak. They're the highest scoring team in the league over those 11 games, and they're the best defensive team by points allowed in the league, and that's what the Cowboys will deal with. Let's dive into your Coach's Corner. It's brought to you by Audio-Visual Consultations every single morning right in this spot, right ahead of 7:15.
Audio-Visual Consultations and Tom McKay, the really smart guys who never make you feel stupid.
They never do. Never would do with Tom McKay. You still got that big 80-incher rolling?
The 80-incher is rolling, ready for this weekend. Ready for some meaningful golf, too. I need some nap time.
Ooh, meaningful golf.
Yeah.
I'll be playing some meaningful golf today.
There you
Slick
go.
Rock, baby. Slick Rock. We're going to be doing our Callahan's General Store tour of Texas golf courses. Our January spotlighted course is Slick Rock, part of the Texas Triangle there at Horseshoe Bay. So we'll be out there this afternoon after the show. Looking forward to that. But, yeah, the golf, are they still in Hawaii?
No, they should be out of Hawaii.
They're back
now.
to California now, right?
Yeah, it's California swing.
PGA Tour. Hey, you know what I saw while we're on the golf for a second? Jordan Spieth and his wife, who have a little baby now, they've invested in an RV.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's going to start doing the drive?
Yes. Yeah.
No.
And it's really like one of those converted buses, and like the rock and roll stars and the country stars have. Yeah. And Jordan Spieth said they're gonna be Clark Griswold all over. They're gonna
Nice.
be driving. You know, it's because they got the little baby, and they want to keep routines and travel with the kid. So yeah, Jordan Spieth this year is going Matt Kuchar. They're going RV.
A lot of the PGA guys bring their families.
Well, if you're going to bring your wife and kid, it's easier, he says, and I heard him talking about this, that it's just, you check into hotels, you got to check out, you got to bring all the stuff, and just leave it all on the bus.
There you go.
And he says eventually he'll learn to drive it, because right now they have a driver. He may learn, but right now he lets the others drive.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
I wonder, do you have a
Does
sense?
he get there? I mean, he has to get to spots pretty early, doesn't he, for sponsor?
Oh, yeah, you just do like the
18.
Madden Cruiser. Tournament's over, you load up, and here we go. If you have a driver, you just get in the
go
bus,
to the
go to
next
sleep.
place.
And that's exactly how I do it. If you don't have to drive the damn thing and you're paying a guy to drive the deal, keep it clean and all that kind of stuff, you jump in that thing right after the event on Sunday.
Start to sleep.
Go to sleep, put the baby to bed, drive all night. You would almost be there most times by the next day.
You're absolutely right.
You could just get on a plane right after the event.
And
I
just
don't
sleep
or
in
just
that
say,
city
"I'll
that
see you
night."
guys there at the when you get there."
I think
I'll
I would
be
go
there.
with, but because again, you got to check, unless you're on a private jet, which some of those guys do. You got to check bags.
Well, that's why you join the Live Tour.
You've never had.
They fly you around.
Oh, that's right. Well, what's the Live Tour? They got a new TV deal apparently. CW. They got the CW on board. We're
Oh, they
finally on
do?
over. Oh yeah, that was announced this week. I just don't know if I'm running the Live Tour. I'm putting some big events right now when there's not a lot going on the PGA Tour. They're out
And
in
those dudes are
Hawaii.
messing around in Hawaii. Yeah,
Why wouldn't you put a big event right now?
no, because they want to go head to head with them when they have their big events. But a lot of those guys from the Live Tour are going to be able to play like in the Masters.
Do you have a sense of which golfer you think has a blow-up year? Because last year, obviously, I don't think any of us would have picked Scotty Scheffler, but Scotty Scheffler went and had a blow-up year.
Well, I don't know if you can call for Rory a blow-up year because he was he was a winner. I mean, he won all the money last year. I think he still continues to blow up this year. I think Rory may win the Masters this year. He does not have a Masters,
That's
correct?
right. He's got the other three.
I think he'll
gotta
get a
finish the
Masters this year.
I like Hovland.
Ooh, Victor.
Get some big wins.
Is he
this
playing on the
year.
Live Tour or is he playing on regular?
I think he's playing on the regular.
Okay. I like Victor Hovland. John Rahm, maybe? We kind of wait for John Rahm to blow up. I mean, he's been to world number one, but win a bunch of majors. I mean,
Young.
Yeah, we got golf. We got golf. As it's the American Express event this weekend. Where do they play that? Is that biggest field of the year? American Express playing in California. California this weekend. PGA West, La Quinta Country Club out there in L.A.
Dude,
So-
that Arizona.
When's Tiger going to be back?
Never.
He's not. He's only
He'll play with
playing
his
big
kid in
events.
that event in
I
Florida.
don't know.
And then that'll be it. He'll then play the Masters. And you'll only see him in
Tiger
majors.
has said if you can get me a cart, I'm good. Get me a cart, I could play. I just
Give
can't
him an
walk.
exemption. Come on.
Well, we went through that. Remember his buddy Casey Martin won that
That's
in
right.
court, and I think the PGA Tour would support it this time around. They'd be like,
you think so?
Want to get Tiger back on TV? Oh, we need to get him as a cart, kind of like Jordan Spieth. Get him a driver, and
Give him a scooter.
yeah, he says he could play it. He just can't walk the course for 4 days.
What
in a
if
row.
he has one of those scooters that's not even powered by anything? You just push it with one leg.
He's not doing that. No, man.
That's not a
You
bad
think
idea.
you could do that?
Yeah, but these courses up and down, and it becomes a
Or
challenge.
if you just have your caddy.
Well, and that's what Tiger says.
Push
Like,
you.
it's not just about the 4 rounds. I mean, you play practice rounds. One of the biggest issues with Tiger is that after he plays the round, he's got to go immediately get treatment. He can't go to the range. He can't go.
Yeah, 'cause he can't grind.
I mean, you got to see those guys. They play and something's not right. They go work on it for an hour and a half after the round.
You got to see Cooch. Ty.
He's-
Cooch is a grinder.
He's unable to do that right now on that foot. So until that changes, I don't know that he's able to to come back that says, clearly Ty has never traveled with kids by plane. I was about to say the same thing to you.
Oh.
If you've never had a little baby and you got to carry strollers and pack and plays.
Oh, my God.
I don't think they're traveling
I would
Yeah,
not.
they are.
on like we are though, on like Southwest.
But you still got to carry. No, just because you're rich doesn't mean you don't have to bring all the gear for the kid.
Oh, the gear has to still come.
you got somebody for that.
No.
But that's where I think Jordan Spieth he wants to keep it family, just keep it the kid.
Oh, you're the nanny? Nanny's driver?
Yeah, you don't think Jordan Spieth has a nanny?
I'm sure they do.
Or
He's got a
someone that travels
driver.
with him? Yeah, exactly.
Somebody said, when does the driver sleep? I don't know. I guess during the day. You close all the blinds and go to bed. I don't know
when Jordan's playing, he's sleeping.
That'll be a guy we have to get on the air. Maybe the driver for Jordan Spieth. I don't know how that works, but I just listened to. They obviously didn't have the bus in Hawaii because you can't take a bus to Hawaii. But he said when he gets back on mainland, they'll be cruising. They'll be Clark Griswolding this thing. All right, so we got football on the brain for sure. We got the Longhorns on the brain. This A.D. Mitchell story, Buck, is one to watch. You'd heard some buzz about this yesterday 2 days ago into yesterday. When we were talking to Jerry Hamilton yesterday from Inside Texas, we were getting people texting about, hey, ask about A.D. Mitchell. I didn't really know what anybody was talking about at that moment. Well, now here we are. He's in the portal. Yesterday was apparently the last day the window closed to enter the portal for the spring. It'll open back up again later, and you can, after spring semester, I guess. But A.D. Mitchell, Buck, is a big-time player. Big-time player. Now, Georgia's a run-based offense, and they feature their tight ends, so the numbers aren't gaudy, but you've seen this guy. 6'4", 190.
Down the field, yes.
Speed, outside receiver that can win outside. He's caught a touchdown pass. I mean, their best competition each year is in those semifinal games. He's caught a touchdown pass in each of the four, semifinal and championship game over the last 2 years.
Why is he leaving Georgia? Is he looking just to catch them bombs? Because Texas throws them bombs.
Early word is that he's got a young son, young child in Dallas, where he trains in the offseason. We told you he's originally from Missouri City, Texas, and was in high school there down in the Houston area. His family moved to Nashville, and that's where he finished up high school, and he ended up at Georgia. I mean, we say that whenever the portal happens. Everybody's got a reason. I don't know what the reason is. Is it wants to get back to Texas? Is it, people will say,
here we go.
Name, image, and likeness.
Oh, he's made some money in Georgia.
Man, I would feel like you could do fine at Georgia, but everybody has a reason. But man, this is a big one. We know Sark has said upgrading the passing game is the number one focus of the offseason. We know that if that is true, that the window closed yesterday in the portal. Xavier Worthy's going to be here. There had been some talk that he may be looking to go. He's here. Jordan Whittington's coming back. Isaiah Nayor will be back and healthy. Then you bring in this guy. Gosh, A.D. Mitchell. Then you got four great wide receivers potentially. With Quinn Ewers. And plus you got some young guys coming in, the Jonte Cooks, the Savion Red, who we saw last year, Brennan Thompson. You got dudes. Trey Wisner, the running back recruit, a lot of people see him as more of a, receiver type, maybe an explosive player on the outside. So that would be quite a wide receivers room if they could do that, but it's a big if at this point because USC apparently is also in the mix.
Look out.
So this sounds very similar to the Jordan Addison situation a year ago. The Blitnikoff winner jumped in the portal.
Well, they know what they have at quarterback there.
Heisman Trophy winner?
Yes.
And we know Jordan Addison's going to the pros. And
somebody's got to be going down the sideline.
And I think USC's already got a kid in the portal, a wide receiver. And so, then this could be a very similar battle, Texas USC. Now, if he does have a young kid in Dallas, that's where the mom lives.
Yes.
He wants to be close, then that would play a factor. I think that would be obvious. We will follow that. And props to CDC, Chris Del Conte, for revealing April 15th will be the orange-white scrimmage. I think he was replying to a tweet and just said April 15th, and he didn't give a time. But Sark hasn't even announced when the practices are going to be. They know there are 15 practices ahead of the spring game. Last year they waited all the way until after spring break to do all the practices and then have the orange-white scrimmage. But you can make your calendar plans now. April 15 is the day of the orange-white scrimmage, which is kind of the wrap-up of the spring. That is a Saturday. It's the third weekend in Saturday. Third Saturday in April. I can say that properly. Third Saturday in April.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to learn more about these golfers touring in RVs. I think that's great.
Yeah, you got your own bus. Those things are huge.
And
I've been on Willie's bus.
Ooh, how high were you?
I didn't have to go very far. Just to the middle of the bus and back, and that was it. Just the contact was plenty.
Yeah, I mean, musicians tour all the time like that because they want all their stuff, and then you got to haul it all. golfers are similar. They take a lot of gear, especially if you're bringing your wife and family. And he said pretty clearly, I want them to be at as many events as they can be at. I want them to travel with. So, typically, if you're flying, the wife and the kid would show up once a month to follow a tournament because it's just so much travel. In this case, I kind of like that. I'd be jumping in that bus. If you had a driver, Buck, I sleep pretty good in a vehicle when I'm not driving.
Oh, yeah. When it's moving, I'm out.
Oh, man, you just get some good rest. Have all the stuff that you need that's there for you. Creature of habit. I don't have to worry about By the way, you want to be flying on airlines right now? All the travel delays, losing baggage.
Losing my clubs.
Losing my clubs. I'll be losing my clubs. All right, so there's your coach's corner. Longhorns news.
Yeah, a lot of those guys
golf.
do travel with their families. They travel even flying and stuff. They
enjoy.
Because they get there early, as you said. And they spend that week at the hotel. But by the way, guess what they're doing? They're not like getting comped hotel rooms.
Yeah, they got to pay for all that.
They got to pay for it. If they got suites, they pay for every bit of that stuff. And there's like no deals for you. If you're a golfer, you don't go to the Marriott and say, okay, so do I have this nice special rate since I'm playing here? Sorry. Rich golfer guy.
They do get in Cadillacs and courtesy cars and things like that.
Cars
there are some perks. But Jordan said this. I watched the press conference where he said, when he starts school, we won't be able to do this. So we want to do it now.
While they're young, yeah.
Yeah, when he starts going to school, we'll be a lot tougher.
Yeah, when your kids start getting into their things that they want to do, if they start getting into softball, volleyball, whatever.
So while he's not in school age, we're going to travel together as a family and live the life for a few years. So pretty cool. That'll be a PGA Tour. You'll be watching that this weekend. We'll obviously be watching divisional playoffs. We'll certainly be watching Longhorn basketball. We'll get back into that coming up. How about Texas? You're looking at the game at Morgantown Saturday thinking, 0-5 West Virginia. They beat TCU last night. They are now 1-5. Bob Huggins, their coach, said, hey, we're close. And they may have turned a corner last night.
I didn't see any of that game, dang it.
Just ahead of the Longhorns rolling into town. So we'll get some of that coming up. Also, Ty will have the hot or not topics before the end of the hour. We roll on. It's a busy Buck Off Thursday. Bring those Buck Offs and Buck Ons. Specs text line 512-337-3776.
It's Bucky and Erin.
Spectacular sunrise in the ATX this morning as we get the privilege of watching it come up over downtown Austin from our fourth floor headquarters here on 360 on the banks of 360, as Craig Flowers calls it. We're cranking and talking plenty of Texas football and divisional playoff football. For the top of the hour, Ty, our producer, will lead us through some topics we've missed halfway through our show. Call it hot or not, including, I'll get you details, Stephen A. Smith. I guess he has a new book out, apparently. So he was on The View yesterday and made a comment. He had to go on Twitter and apologize profusely to
he gave out one too?
To Rihanna. He had to apologize to Rihanna and her fans.
I have to apologize.
We will have to let you hear what he had to say on The View. You know, you go on that View, you get gaggling with them gals, and all of a sudden say something you shouldn't say. Stephen A. Smith had to apologize.
People are just saying stuff and just not worrying about that paycheck at the bank. Now they don't care.
They don't care.
Well, I think a lot of the times what you say that people get pissed off about gets you more popular at the end. Any press is good press.
And he apologized like 20 times on Twitter. And it's like, well, this seems like a book. This is all pub for the new book, right? We're talking about it.
Yeah,
I see how this stuff works, but we'll let you hear him coming up. What do you do?
Let me ask you two guys. I mean, all your travels. I know you travel with your family. I mean, there was always summertime trips in the station wagon.
Hey man, the conversion van.
Yeah, like the Texas Cheaters next week will be going with their families to Big Bend to camp out. I mean,
nice.
Dude. I mean, people are still like sleeping in tents and stuff. I mean. My sisters and them still do that. They take their families, they're grown kids, like grown-ass kids, and they go camping. Like, they go to the woods, they get in a tent, and they sleep in that thing, like on the ground.
Well, you can get a cushion, a little air cushion.
No.
My girlfriend likes to do that at music festivals.
Ooh,
we go to camping.
Bonnaroo.
Let's go.
Bonnaroo.
Woodstock.
Last summer we went out to one in Peoria, Illinois, and it was like in the middle of the summer, and it was
that's hot.
Gross.
Was it gross? Tell me it's gross.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it in the summertime. I'm not big on camping in the summertime.
It was my first time driving through Illinois, and I have to say there is not much going on
in Illinois,
in that state.
Oh no, I know that.
A lot of farms, a lot of fields,
a lot of
corn,
a lot of sheep.
What are they growing in Illinois?
Soybean.
Okay, that's the big product. Yeah, look, I'm
not good on that. I mean, my parents were never like, "Hey, let's go camping. Let's get together and go to the." We went and stayed at,
plenty of
Hojo's or something like that with 8 kids in one room or something. But camping is just not it. My sisters and them, they love to go camping.
My dad loves to camp. And I was a Cub Scout, so you'd go camping at the Cub Scout camp.
They teach you all the tricks and how to tie knots and all that stuff.
And I will say that when I worked at the guest ranch in Wyoming,
the old Dude Ranch,
and at the Dude Ranch, every Thursday night was camp out. So I had to take. It started the first year.
Was that Chuck Wagon the whole works?
That was Thursday. No, Chuck Wagon was Friday.
Oh my God!
No, but Thursday night was camp out because they wanted the kids all off the ranch so the parents could have a nice dinner and they'd have entertainment.
Plus, Nutley would come in and be too loud.
Parents could do their thing because while the kids were gone, you got a little intimacy time.
Yeah.
We had 2 different camps that were already pre-set up. One for the kids under 6, and then one actually because we had babysitting for the kids that didn't want to camp out, but for kids like 8 and under. And then 8 to 16, we had 2 different campsites.
I just had
we would camp every Thursday.
Bad experience. I had the bad experience when I was a coach at Boston College. I went and we went fishing, up near University, up in Amherst, and we actually went camping. No tent, just sleeping bags and the tarp underneath the sleeping bags, and by the water. And dude, the mosquitoes almost carried me out. I got to sleep naked. So I'm in a sleeping bag, sweating.
Oh, you don't
naked.
have to.
Oh, I finally got up in the middle of the night and went back like 2 miles to the van.
No, I like camping. I told you in our audience before,
man.
when I was in high school, my dad took us on a 3-week trip from Houston to Vancouver, Canada, driving 3 weeks. 3 weeks. We did Yellowstone. We did Grand Canyon on the way. It was the World's Fair in Vancouver that year. And then we drove down the west coast of the Pacific coast all the way and back. 3 weeks. We camped a couple times, though. Like, there were a couple times where we got out and actually camped as a whole family. There were some Clark Griswold moments to that bad boy. Oh, yeah. Wind's blowing too hard to get the fire lit to cook dinner.
How do you get the tent up? Or are we missing part of the tent?
It's one of those sounded like a good idea.
I guess fish camp is as close to it.
I don't. But
That's
for
camping for me.
Ty said it. Weather's key. I'm not camping in the summertime when I'm sweating and miserable. I'm not doing it when it's humid out. Now, when I was in Wyoming, it was always pleasant, and I grew up in the mountains, 9,000 feet
Sure.
up, so it was always pretty. The problem with camping with the kids, especially the younger kids, the first year I did it, every year, every night, every Thursday, I had to take a kid back. He'd get crying, wet his bed.
Wet his bedroll.
I'd have to walk him back. It's about a mile back.
No.
Oh, yeah. Dark, flashlight, lantern.
Coyotes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd have to haul his ass back, drop him off at his cabin, go back, and because there were two of us out there.
I can do it all day. I can go and I can.
But I like to camp. I really do. It's something about.
I like hiking. I like doing all that stuff. I like to be out in nature. I mean, one of my big things about golf is to be out in nature. And there's no telling what you see.
So between 0 and 25, I camped a lot, and then I got married and never camped again. My wife is not the camping type.
No, I don't do Brokeback Mountain. I just.
Why, as she would say, why would you camp when there are hotels?
That's me. That's yes, absolutely.
Why would you camp when there are perfectly good hotels?
We can do fishing and we can do stuff all day long, but when it's time to go to sleep, where's the days in or whatever it is, or the air conditioner? I got to go there to sleep. I can't sleep on the ground. Yeah. Now I can sleep anywhere. Like when I'm tired, I can go sleep in this corner or sleep in a car that's moving. I can't sleep in a sleeping bag on the ground. There's
something about sleeping outside that's cool.
If it's like 60 degrees, 55 degrees
Chris,
outside.
Beautiful.
I've gone camping in Colorado before. That's pretty nice in the summer.
It's almost like me saying I like to be in a hammock. I can last in a hammock for about 2 minutes. I never really fall asleep in a hammock.
You haven't?
No, I don't actually fall asleep.
Hammock, then.
Oh.
Dude, after a long day, like if you've been fishing or out doing something, hiking, and all of a sudden you get into one of those hammocks and it just starts rocking a little bit and the wind's broke. Oh, man.
Something gets me right up and say, no.
Hard right there.
If I can get to a hammock, I can get to a bed.
If you give me a pillow, I can sleep on a concrete floor. So camping.
That's sort of me.
Can I relay a story from the hallway during the last break, that you were bragging to Ty that you're only having to get up to pee once per night now?
Yes, yes, I've done.
And Ty confirmed to you that he would just pee his pants instead of getting up in the middle of the night.
He won't get up. He said, "I won't get up. I just won't get up."
No, and then I explained that it's not like I wake up and I'm too lazy to go to the bathroom. It's like if I have to pee,
you just sleep really hard.
I just don't I sleep through.
You sleep right through it.
This is a common thing.
And no, this only happened like 5 times in my life.
It was like a girl.
That's a lot in 25 years. By the way,
I know.
Because once you get out of the diaper stage, that really shouldn't happen that often.
Well, I have friends that it's a lot worse of a problem.
Oh my gosh. So. Okay, so tell us about this Nunley thing. No, we're not doing the Nunley thing.
Come on, man.
One day. That's a great job. That's a great job.
That was a great job by you. That was one of the all-time greatest jobs. That was better than being beam yard buck in Bethlehem Steel when I'd steam.
Oh, it was literally. I tell my kids all the time. It was in college to get out of Austin, get out of the heat of Austin, and live in the mountains for 4 months and make money. And of course,
put that thing on your shoulders and hold on to it and just fit it right in there in the right spot.
Learned a lot working the ranch.
No gloves. That's great.
How to deal with people, how to deal with kids, how to deal with crew and staff. I mean, you grow up a lot doing that kind of stuff. I always said, why don't you go work at a ski resort or something? Go get on a cruise ship and work. But
I couldn't work at your ranch because horses don't like me. They know.
They do.
No, they don't. They know
you don't like them.
They know I'm afraid.
Horses are very smart. Horses will read you. If you're afraid of them, they know it.
Been bit by a horse 3 times. Started out as a pony ride. Horse knew exactly.
They read your emotions, but so why are you so afraid of them? Don't be afraid of them.
It's a horse. You see the teeth on those things?
And they know you bet on them all the time.
Oh, they know?
Okay, you like the Kentucky
Derby.
Derby.
They know where they end up if they don't win?
Because all their friends at Churchill Downs all die, or wherever that track is where they all get killed.
Kill a horse.
And you're over there gambling on them.
Wow.
No,
I got bit really hard by a pony there, Ty, when I was a kid on a pony ride because they tried to stick like 3 kids on a pony. And I was way up front. My legs were up front. That pony turned around and got me in the leg like it bit me like a dog would bite.
Like broke skin?
Yeah. Oh, a horse bite? I didn't know horses bit like that. I just maybe walk around with a carrot in my back pocket or something. And then I got on one as an adult.
They do like carrots.
And stuck my hand up near his face without a carrot. And he just took a little chomp. I was like, oh, God. I thought I was going to lose. I thought I was going to lose a wrist with that thing. And they know I'm scared. So I'm scared of, I'm really scared of horses. I don't even pretend.
There were 100 or so horses at the ranch, but most of those are used to people because the people ride them all the time. So they're very, they're trained.
So they know you're scared anyway.
Now there are still some cranky ones that you got to be careful with. But most of them are very well, because that's all they do all summer long is people week to week, jump on their back and ride them all over the mountains. All right, we'll come back. We'll get back to the divisional playoffs. We'll hit that, of course, Cowboys and Niners, the AFC games with the 4 teams on a combined 28-game win streak, which is pretty amazing going into the divisional weekend. We'll get to all that. Plus the Longhorns and their chase for maybe a top-end receiver. Details coming. And coming back, it's hot or not. We'll hear from Stephen A. Smith why he had to apologize to Rihanna. We'll let you hear it coming back on Beanie.
Holding says, hey, just haven't heard you guys in weeks. I just missed the memories.
Pluckers, folks, Pluckers, 7 great locations. And I always tell them that San Marcos location is an 8th, y'all, because they tell me there are 7 around Central Texas. And that's true, from campus to north to Lakeline to south down there on South Lamar, down at the Y and Oak Hill. And, of course, I count the one in San Marcos because if you live Kyle Butte area, it's not that hard to run down 35 and hang out in San Marcos to watch your football, watch your sports, and enjoy Pluckers and those great wings. They are tremendous. USA Today voted Pluckers one of the top 10 wing restaurants in America for a reason. The wings are so darn good. There's a flavor for everybody or a rub for everybody. They'll cook them exactly to what you want and as blazing hot as you want them, as mild as you want them, extra crispy, whatever you're looking for. They are tremendous at Pluckers. Plus, the rest of the menu is outstanding. The beer is cold as heck, and you're having a great time watching all of your favorite games and hanging out with your friends. Now, listen, Pluckers tends to be very crowded for all the reasons I just mentioned, so make sure you become a member of the Pluckers Club. Just do that by downloading and loading the Pluckers app to your phone. When you do, you'll have all kinds of savings, and you start building points and having fun there, but you also can save your table virtually, so you don't have to wait in line when you get there. Just reserve your spot online on your app, and you walk right in and never miss a play of your favorite game at any of the area Pluckers. Find the one closest to you online and learn more about the Pluckers Club at pluckers.com. And always remember, if you don't like the wings at Pluckers, they will give you the bird.
This segment brought to you by Altstead Beers, brewed right here in the heart of the Hill Country. Check out their state-of-the-art brewery, tap room, and restaurant next time you're in Fredericksburg. Altstead Beers, no impurities, no regrets.
Oh, man, hot and not on a beautiful Thursday.
People.
And it is beautiful outside.
Absolutely.
It's going to be 68, 70 degrees-ish. All right, so we got some hot or not. Buck, how about this, that today is National Popcorn Day. I know you're a fan of popcorn.
I do like popcorn.
Just regular? You used to ever make it when you were a kid, like have to pop it, like hand pop it?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Come up in the big mushroom thing?
That's the only way we do it.
It's still the way you do it?
Yeah, to put it in a pan. We got the what is it, Orville Redenbacher's.
Nice.
The oil.
Oh, yeah,
everything.
we used to do that in just a regular old pan. We didn't have the little popcorn dealy deals. Yeah, no.
Well, the
pan. It was
one,
fun.
The popcorn you put in the bag in the microwave,
No.
it just doesn't do it.
That was a staple at our house. My daughter loves that.
It's easy to mess up, too.
I would always come home and smell. You guys making popcorn again? Oh, yeah. Popcorn in the bag. But, yeah, I remember when popcorn, you had to cook it on the stove, and then all of a sudden they came out with popcorn machines. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I haven't been
You
for
could puff
years.
it out.
Yeah, for years I have not. I mean, since I got these beautiful veneers, I don't play too often with popcorn.
Oh,
I don't play that game. Oh no, I don't mess around with these.
And my late father-in-law, he had bought an old school, we still have it in our attic somewhere, old school like movie theater popcorn machine.
Oh really? That worked?
Yeah. And so like for every one of our kids' birthdays, we'd set that thing up and it was a hit. People would fill up and buttery popcorn like you would get at the old theater. But yeah, today is National Popcorn Day, and hot or not, it is 19th of January. You know that. Hey, Buck, so apparently Stephen A. Smith has a new book out. He's on ESPN, does that show with, Michael Irvin and all those people. Screaming A. Smith. He said a lot of things that he's been controversial in time, and says a lot of dumb things a lot of times. Well, Stephen A. Smith was on The View yesterday. Let you hear what he said. You'll hear one of the ladies on The View ask him about the Super Bowl halftime show, which we know last year was Beyonce, and this year is Rihanna. And here was Stephen A. Smith's thought on the question from the lady on The View.
Are you excited for this halftime show?
I don't want to say I'm not excited. She's fantastic. That's
Yes.
that's not where I'm going with this.
Okay, where you going?
She's a lot of things. She's spectacular, actually.
Yes.
And congratulations on new mamahood.
I sense
There's
butt.
one thing she's not.
Uh-huh.
She ain't Beyonce.
I know she's not Beyonce, but wait a minute, hold up.
So apparently that caused a stir
Really?
within the interwebs, within the Rihanna fan club, and maybe even Rihanna. I don't know. I didn't know there's a rivalry between the Queen Bee, and Rihanna, but they're pop stars, so they bow for this. So whether this is probably publicity for the book, right? Because we're talking about this. So then Stephen A. Smith profusely apologized to Rihanna on Twitters and on the social medias, and then he went on like a 3-minute rant apologizing to her. Here's a little bit of this. We won't play the whole thing, obviously.
I'm gonna own it. I know what y'all trying to do. I want Rihanna to know you're a superstar and you are a worthy person to be doing the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm just saying that I'm a Beyonce fan. That's all.
All right, turn
Rihanna,
that down.
go
That's
do
enough.
your thing.
That is enough. We really have to apologize for this today.
Not really.
That you can't be a bigger fan of one star than another.
No,
without offending the other star.
That was about the book right there.
This says, by the way, it wasn't The View. It was Sherry. What?
For Sherry's show, whoever Sherry is, yeah.
Sherry has a show?
I don't know who Sherry is. I don't care.
Well,
I mean, I'm
Sherry
just.
I know is remember when Steve Perry from Journey did that song, Oh Sherry?
There you go.
Oh Sherry.
No, that was dumb. There was no reason to apologize for that.
Yeah, that's a book publicity deal.
Absolutely.
I'm sure Rihanna. I don't know Rihanna, but I'm assuming
she
was
doesn't
not
care
offended
about
by
Stephen
that.
A. Smith either.
She was not offended by
No.
that. But when you hear Rihanna Super Bowl halftime show, are you excited?
I'm okay. It's okay.
No halftime show gets me excited.
None?
No.
You've never been for any other
I've
ones?
never been like, oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Not when they had Snoop and.
No, that was even when they had Fat 50 Cent hanging off.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
hanging
man,
upside
I
down.
like that one. Dr. Dre.
I know you love the
In
weekend.
LA.
You act like you didn't like the
The
weekend.
weekend
that's-
was boring.
That's when I go out in the backyard, get some fresh air, rethink.
Well, that is
rethink
true.
My bets.
That is one of my
Rethinking
second
my
half bets. I get that. Life of a gambler. Life of a gambler. Hey, Ty, real quick, what do you have for us in Hot or Not, my friend?
So I was going to mention the Stephen A. thing, but another thing I saw was Martin Gramatica, former Cowboys kicker, came out this week in support of Brett Maher, saying that he just needs to forget about last week, and that he bets he bounces back.
Unless he has the yips.
So,
hey, we're not letting him forget.
And I'm with Martine on this one. I'm taking whatever the over is for field goals this week for Brett Maher. I think that's going to be my lock of the week.
Martine, is this Grammatica said this to him?
Yeah.
Remember he hurt his leg jumping up and down because he made a kick? Was he the one that did the flying Grammatica?
And he was the Cowboys kicker when Romo muffed that field goal, right?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he was.
Good Cowboys trivia. With the slippery ball trick in Seattle.
I'm pretty sure he was the kicker.
Remember when Seattle,
his brother,
when Romo
really?
got?
I thought they were by him. No.
Remember when Seattle put in the slippery ball and got Romo with the old slippery ball trick, and he fumbled that snap in a playoff game?
Just catch the ball.
By the way, the Cowboys still plan to have Brett Maher kick on Sunday, but they did sign Tristan Vizcaino to their practice squad yesterday. I would imagine that's because if they get to practice and all of a sudden Maher's kicking it all over the yard, they want to have someone that they've signed.
So did Charlie Brown's sister pull the ball away from Brett Maher when he's getting ready to kick? Look out! Oh!
It was Grammatica with Romo.
Hey, by the way, as someone pointed out, this is true. The Beyonce thing was a couple years ago. Last year was the Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg,
Eminem.
That was a great show.
Mary J. Blige. Was that Mary J. Blige?
That one was good.
Yeah.
I know where we were watching, everybody was up dancing and singing along and reliving the 90s. But
the old 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's working that book. That's what he's working. We got that.
And we don't know who Sherry is. Still no word on who Sherry is.
We don't care.
Hey, coming up at the end of the next hour in our Salacious Gossip, remember Carol Baskin-Buck from Tiger King and her dead husband? We have a developing situation. And you'll never guess, we'll do this in Salacious Gossip in 1 hour. Apparently Shakira has caught her dude cheating. Shakira. The hips that don't lie?
No.
We'll tell you how she did it. She uncovered she went Inspector Clouseau, apparently. All right, all that's coming. We're right, coming back. We'll get your headlines. Are the Longhorns in line to land a big-time wide receiver prospect out of the transfer portal? Details to come on that. Also, NFL playoffs, divisional playoffs. Best weekend of the year on tap. We'll continue to preview Cowboys, Niners, Eagles, Giants, Jags, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals. We come back. It's B&E on the Horn. Dr. Greg, folks. Dr. Greg Eckert. That's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T. Dr. U, I'm going to be meeting with he and his team here shortly to do some work here in the new year. I'm not doing the brand new smile in a day like you can do, but I'm going to do some rebuild and tend to grind my teeth apparently back in the day, and so they're diminished now that I'm 50, so we're going to rebuild some of that. That's what it's all about with Dr. Eckert, whether it's a major overhaul of your mouth, just general oral hygiene, and your biannual checkups. Dr. Eckert's got you covered. And right now, as we've told you, they have an opportunity to get you a brand new smile in one day if you want to go there. If you've been told you need new teeth, you do not like your smile, you're uncomfortable smiling in public or in meetings or on Zoom calls, and it's just a lack of confidence, and you just know, and you need that new smile, they can do it for you. But now they can do it in one day, one trip in, with permanently secured dental implants with Dr. Eckert and his team. You spend no time without teeth. It is a quick process. You're back to eating freely again, the things you want to eat when you want to eat them, and you can do it all with Dr. Eckert. And all you got to do is learn more and set up an easy consultation like I'm going to have with them. 512-345-3166, the phone number. That's 512-345-3166, or find them online and set up an appointment there. It's Dr. Eckert. He is Austin's dentist, has been for going on 28 years now, and that's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
Mm-hmm.
Put them together for Thursday on B&E. It's a busy one for sure. Buck-ons and buck-offs all morning long. Divisional playoffs, my favorite, and I think the best NFL weekend of every year is on tap on Saturday and Sunday. We mentioned earlier the weather could be a factor in Buffalo and Kansas City. I don't know how much of a factor, but snow flurries and in effect in both places during game time. So that could be fun. Always good to have a snow game. Buffalo certainly used to it. Kansas City not unfamiliar with it. Looks like the 49ers-Cowboys game should be really nice. Temperatures in the 40s and sunshine in the Bay Area. Of course, they dealt with the rain and what they were dealing with last week against Seattle. But all those games coming Saturday and Sunday. We've got football to talk about on the college level with the Longhorns and a lot of good stuff.
Got a big recruiting weekend for them, too,
Yeah, junior weekend.
Yes.
And it doesn't appear the Longhorns will have a new wide receivers coach in place. Now, that could change today, obviously, or tomorrow. But we will keep you posted, get you the very, very latest. Somebody said Sherry Shepard. She took over for Wendy Williams. Talking about who Stephen A. Smith was on that show.
Met Wendy Williams when I was over at the other building.
I was about to say, well, who's Wendy Williams? But again, we do a morning show when we have a long time, so I don't watch a lot of morning TV.
Yeah, Wendy had a entourage for her makeup, her nails.
She came to the old place you worked?
Yeah. I mean,
was she tall?
Yeah, she was tall. She was a big dude.
Whoa!
What? I mean,
Yo!
What? I mean, she was really tall.
She's not known to be the nicest person.
Oh no,
either.
she was very cordial.
Neither is Ellen. I heard Ellen was a real B too.
No, she was very cordial that day over at the other building. She was really. My expectations were that don't get too close. Watch what you say. Here's a list of things you can't add. I know she was really cordial, but I mean, people kept touching her face with little puffy things all the time, like it's radio. You don't have to. But they kept puffing her up and stuff, and you had to make sure the chair was right. If she could fit in all that, get all that in that chair.
That big old dude.
You think she fit in the chair?
I mean, no.
Get all that in the chair?
I mean, she had a lot. She wears a lot of stuff. I mean, she's.
I got you. She's
Wears
accessorized.
shoulder pads.
She's accessorized with shoulders to make them even bigger. I mean, yeah.
Oh man, I used to work at that other place too with you.
Yeah,
but
what a nice lady she was. I thought she was. I had heard all those things about her being not so.
I've seen that show a time or two. She's very buxom, right? Very buxom.
Yeah, she's got some. She got some with her. She's bringing it all with her. That's what I'm saying. She carries it all. So you got to have somebody extra to make sure all that stuff is falling in the right spot. It just doesn't.
It doesn't like a team.
Yes, she has an organization to help her with all that stuff.
Circus or something.
She was great.
Oh man, I used to work at that place too, Ty. They used to. This is I've said a lot of dumb things on this show over 20 plus years. 4 hours every day, 20 hours a week.
Oh, we said a lot over there.
Dumb. Well, yeah. Remember they used to do the little concerts in the front area.
Oh,
they had the little stage set up.
That was kind of a country thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were the sports station, but they had two country stations, and they had Bobby Bones
they had
was there when we were there.
Vallejo, the gang.
Yeah, man, we had all kinds of music, rock, country.
Bruce still listens to us.
Bruce Vallejo had a nice text for us earlier. He was talking about when we used to travel with the bus, that they had two drivers. He was talking about Jordan Spieth. He's taking the bus this year with his daughter, with his new son and his wife. They're going to be traveling in the RV.
Bruce said they had double drivers? One
Bruce said
the other one's driving?
Yeah, one would sleep, and then you got to pay the two drivers. Now, that's not cheap, but at the same time, if you're Jordan Spieth, it's a way to. It's not gonna be cheap to travel with your family anyhow. But that's the difference. We appreciate Bruce. So the point was, the station, we did sports, but they did all the music. So they had they had set up in the main lobby area like a stage, right, a performing stage, because they'd have artists in and they would perform for people, right? And this is I remember. It was one of my because I left that place in like 2008. But Taylor Swift did a show. Remember this? Taylor Swift. Like I saw a lot of the American Idol people came through there. I saw Kelly Clarkson.
That's right,
I was like, Carrie Underwood played in there. I was like, man, they are great. And then I saw Taylor Swift, because again, I saw a bunch of concerts in there, Ty. And I saw Taylor Swift, and she's probably 18. And I don't know if she had a bad day. I don't know if she had a cold or allergies. She just sounded terrible. She was off pitch. She's singing, and I'm like,
pitchy dog.
I'm like, well, she's no good.
I think that's been the thing with her for years, is she's great at writing lyrics, but the actual
I was standing like 20 feet from her, and I'm thinking,
you guys need to back off, my girl.
Well, okay,
there.
That's why she went to pop.
Right, so then
she couldn't hack it in the country scene.
Well, and she did great in the country scene.
Well, she did.
I couldn't have been more wrong. I'm telling all my buddies, oh, she's terrible. She starts to get bigger. I'm like, oh man, she's not any good. Well, yeah, right. Now she's T-Swizzle, Taylor Swift, like
We're terrible.
Elvis Presley
Back
of her
to
day.
sensitivity school as she gets bigger.
No, as she gets more popular.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
she did.
Taylor hasn't much.
And I'm not
much
going
bigger.
back to sensitivity school. I'm not going back, okay?
Well, there's been
I
some
said what I said.
speculation about her getting bigger in a certain area recently.
No, don't be telling about Kelly Clarkson. We're talking about Taylor Swift.
No, I'm
Yes.
talking about Taylor. Oh, okay.
No,
People
but
are starting to grow now.
Kelly did great. I saw Kelly Clarkson in that same stage. She was awesome. And saw a bunch of people in there. That was pretty cool. You get to go see concerts. You'd have the show, and then they'd have like lunch set up. And
Of course, you have a big-ass meeting before.
Were you front
or
row
something.
for the karaoke?
oh yeah, like an hour-long meeting.
Hour-long meeting.
That would always be
meeting
fun.
after meeting after meeting.
What are we meeting for?
For the sake of meeting, just for the sake of meeting, like John
we decide
Magadick.
we're going to meet again.
This is John Magadick. You want to meet? Well, we haven't met this week yet. Let's just have a meeting
So,
just for the
again,
sake of meeting.
I will admit when I'm wrong. I was so wrong. I was like, Taylor Swift, she's not any good.
She turned out to be okay.
She's been okay. She sold some records. She this year she put out a new album and she had like top 10 of all the Billboard songs were her songs off the same album.
I've never heard any of those songs though.
Well, but you got to listen. You listen to the radio for music?
93.7.
Well, they're not going to play it on KLBJ, so
That's true.
But you can find it. You can go to your own because you're probably listening to either your own music, this station, or
I feel like my girlfriend would have played it or something though.
yeah, I've listened to some of them. She's there. It's a.
Is it sad like revenge songs still?
She mad at somebody. She's already mad.
Well, I
at the
did
next,
see that
and she-
Taylor Swift is now opening up a breakup bar, apparently in like L.A.
What?
Where do you go to break
Like
up
it's
with
the
your...
bar. It's where you go to have drinks after you've just broken up. I don't know. That's kind of the
It seems like that could
the
be
catch.
Could be some bad things going on in there.
Creepers.
Yeah.
Bounce backs.
Bounce backs.
What do you
in
call that?
there,
The
huh?
rebounds.
Yeah, but there might be some guys that are just hanging out at that bar.
Just to be hanging out. That's scary.
All right, that's a little off the top. We've been off the topic for a while. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics. People need to be in the know. You need to be in the know. Let's get you the Longhorn news. Top Gun, Law and Equipment Rentals bring you the news. And the official word now from the UT program yesterday that they have indeed added Jalen Catalon to the roster. He's one of those transfer portal additions for the team. He posted it last week on his social media, but the program officially made it official yesterday that he's on the roster. He is enrolled. Of course, he's the former Arkansas defensive back, freshman All-America, Jalen Catalon. He will be a junior with 2 years remaining of eligibility and will participate in the spring with the Longhorns. Another big potential transfer prospect has entered the portal. Came down yesterday with surprising news from Athens that Georgia wide receiver, the junior, A.D. Mitchell, has put his name into the portal. It was the final day to do so yesterday. The 6'4", 190-pound outside receiver, originally from Missouri City, Texas, has been a big part of that Bulldogs' run to back-to-back national championships. Now, several recruiting services are already reporting that Texas has been linked to A.D. Mitchell now that he's into the portal. USC also in the mix as well. We'll keep you posted. Also from Texas football, we don't know when spring practice will begin yet. We do know when it will end. Athletics Director Chris Del Conte on Twitter last night reported that the annual orange-white scrimmage game will be on April the 15th, third Saturday in April, coming up at DKR, no time given. Texas basketball now an 0-2 week for the Texas men and women on the road in the Big 12. Texas men lost at Iowa State Tuesday night. Last night, the women lost a tough one, 68-64 in Lubbock to Texas Tech. Craig Way. We'll have a lot more on that game coming up in the Craig Way Report at 8:40. Big 12 upset on the men's side last night. The Longhorns' next opponent, West Virginia, had been 0-5 in conference play. They up and beat 14th-ranked TCU last night, 74-65 in Morgantown. Their first Big 12 win. Longhorns are heading there at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. TCU has dropped 3 out of 4, by the way. Texas will be in Morgantown Saturday. Oklahoma State down Oklahoma last night, 72-56. NBA last night. How about the Dallas Mavericks? Not playing a lot of defense, and Jason Kidd let them have it afterwards. Atlanta Hawks backcourt lit them up in a 130-122 win. Trae Young and DeJounte Murray combined for 48 points and 16 assists in the loss. Rockets, they're even worse. They've lost 12 in a row. They lost to Charlotte 122-117. And then for the NFL, Cowboys news, it appears the Cowboys will not have the services of left tackle Jason Peters for their divisional playoff game against the Niners on Sunday. The veteran dealing with a hip issue. He did not practice yesterday, likely not to practice today. If he can't go, Tyler Smith, the rookie, would return to left tackle. Connor McGovern would step back in at left guard. Looking better for Cowboys safety Jaron Kearse. He was also limited in practice yesterday, but assured folks afterwards that he will be good to go, 100% against the Niners on Sunday evening.
More headlines brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Start 2023 off right. Save money on last year's Steel, Toro, and Hustler equipment still in stock this month. Top Gun. TopGun.net. Shoot you straight.
Boy, that's a shame that Jason Peters will not be playing.
Yeah, came back. Of course, when Tyron Smith got hurt in training camp, or was that the first game of the year? One of the two. He got hurt early. They brought in Jason Peters, and looked like he's getting a chance to make a playoff run here.
Yeah, they played well. As a group, they played pretty well last week.
Well, remember they had Connor McGovern lining up at fullback.
I saw, yes.
And I thought that, in their power package, I kind of like that. That's the depth that they had built with the draft pick of Tyler Smith, which a lot of people criticized. Turns out he's played really well and really brought some tenacity to their offensive line, which is what they were looking for. Connor McGovern, will slide back in. And, again, that's the matchup. That is the matchup. The skill players for both teams very good. Both defenses are going to be well coordinated and flying around and forcing issues. And the lines of scrimmage.
Yeah, Dak will have to be really decisive on what he's going to do with that ball. There won't be any double pumps he got away with last week and waiting for guys to kind of slide open in those zones. I don't think that's a problem for me this week with him.
Well, and that was a problem last year. Cowboys only scored 17 points in the game against the Niners in Arlington. And anybody that saw the game knows that the defensive front for the 49ers whipped the Cowboys.
Around,
They whipped the Cowboys. They were more physical. And that was part of the offseason push to get more physical. That's a team we've got to beat to get to where we want to go. We got to be tougher up front. And
Ty,
do
they get to the perimeter like they did against Tampa Bay, or are they going to waste?
This is going to be the Pollard game. This game's not on Dak. Dak might throw an interception, but this game's going to be one on the ground and in the trenches on both sides.
What did you say about a pick?
He's probably going to throw a pick in this one.
Well, the 49ers have the most picks in the league, right?
You can't
20?
go 2 games in a row without a pick?
Well, if I keep talking about him throwing picks, it seems like he doesn't throw picks every time I do it. So
okay.
I keep doing it. But I do expect it to happen.
Okay.
But this is the Pollard game, like I said. Keep the ball on the ground, get Pollard on the outside, pound Zeke in the middle. I think that's your best shot at winning.
I don't think there's going to be any pounding in the middle.
Well, that becomes the challenge. If the Cowboys' offensive line, which I think any Cowboys fan would be honest would tell you was really good for a stretch, and then December wasn't great. It was not great. They weren't as physical. They weren't able to run the ball as they had. That's going to be the challenge because you're going up against Bosa and Armstead and Charles Omenihu, the former Longhorn. They are really talented up front, and they are tenacious, and that's going to be the challenge for the Cowboys because, as we know, they don't have to blitz to get pressure, the 49ers.
No.
And Cowboys don't either. And that's why they both are, the top 2 turnover teams in the league, forcing offenses to turn the ball over. It's not a surprise that, the 3 best pass rushes in the league are still playing here, right? With Philadelphia with 70-plus sacks this year.
You're right.
San Francisco, Dallas, when they're right, are as good a pass rush as there is in this league. That is what you have to be able to do this time of year. But the Niners have a great offensive line. So, I right now I would favor the Niners' offensive line at home against the Cowboys.
And that's why the bad teams are gone, like Minnesota with their defensive line gone. Even the New York Football Giants, they've got guys in the front. Those front 3 are pretty good.
Dexter Lawrence is a menace. And,
he takes up 2 people.
Thibodeau.
Yep.
Kayvon Thibodeau. These are, again, this is why the top 3 teams in the NFC have been the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Niners all year. Eagles. If the Niners don't have the best offensive line in the league, it's the Eagles. And the Eagles, again, 70 sacks. So pass rush and Jalen Hurts and weapons and defense. All 3 teams really, really talented. I think the Giants are the team that is, down the road there as far as they're getting there. I think for the Giants fans, Giants and Jacksonville are the 2 teams that you look at and say, man, they're
got a good future.
We're not just happy to be here, but man, we hired the right coach.
Future looks bright for both teams.
Good.
Yep.
Future's now for the Eagles, Niners, and Cowboys. I think that's fair to say. And my biggest question for the Eagles is which Eagles team do we see? And I think that's the enigma of these playoff games. Is I mentioned this earlier, but the Eagles, I think it was December the 12th, they went into New Jersey and beat the Giants 48-20. It was a beatdown. It was Georgia TCU kind of beatdown. Really impressive. And that was the peak of the Eagles. They were 13-1 at the time. Since that game, they went 2-2, and they haven't looked like that team again. And big part of it was against the Bears is where the next week is when Jalen Hurts got hurt his shoulder. They won that game, but it was only 25-20. They weren't dominant in that game. And then, of course, they lost to the Cowboys on Christmas Eve with Gardner Minshew. They lost to the Saints the following week. They brought Jalen Hurts back to win the Week 18 game against the Giants when the Giants rested all their starters. So for the last month and now 5 weeks, can the Eagles get back to that, or did they peak in that game, Buck? Did they peak in that spot? and that's as good as they're going to be this year, or can they get back to that?
No, I just think the quarterback had a bad shoulder. He didn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't confident to do the same things like run with the football like he can.
Well, if they get back to that, the Giants have no chance Saturday, none.
Thank you. You just helped me out right there. Because I got to believe it's now 3 weeks. You know, we said if he won that game, he's going to have 3 weeks. He should be fine by now. But that last game, that shoulder, you just could tell.
Well, we see it a lot in football that the team does peak in December, and all of a sudden they can't get back to that level. And the Giants, I'm of the belief that last week against Minnesota was as much about Minnesota as was the Giants.
That's it for them.
I mean, well, because the Giants, as sharp as the Giants were, is as lame as the Vikings were.
Dude, they got guys coming from practice squads and making catches and doing things.
I didn't like the game plan for the Vikings. Again, let's say this about the New York Giants. You mentioned Dexter Lawrence in their front, but they're 28th against the run in this league. 28th. The Vikings didn't even try to run the ball against a bad run defense, and they allowed the Giants to take Justin Jefferson away. Their defense was weak.
Yeah, the last 2 times they played Philly did run the football. They're going to run the football.
Well, the Phillies the number 1 rushing team in this league.
Yeah, they're going to run the ball.
And in the game that they played December 12th in New Jersey, they rushed for 250 yards. I mean, Miles Sanders had 177. Jalen Hurts went for 100. They couldn't stop it. And then that set up play action, and which led to big plays to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. That's what this team does. And that's my question going in. If they get close to that team that was playing in mid-December, this game won't be close with the Giants. If they're scuffling, they're a little rusty, Jalen Hurts isn't 100%, all of a sudden the Giants are in this game and they're playing with a lot of confidence right now. That could be a game. I would favor the Eagles, though, off the rest and playing at home against a team that they're more talented than and they're very familiar with. Cowboys-Niners sets up to be potentially a classic. I mean, just a classic football game because rosters are pretty even. Strengths are kind of even each other out. And as we saw with Mike McCarthy on Monday night, when the Cowboys are well coached and they're playing sharp football, they're as good as anybody. They're as good as anybody. And the Niners, they're going to be well coached. They're going to be well schemed. And they've got athletes and studs everywhere. That's a great matchup. And that's why I worry about the kicker because it could come down to a big kick, Buck. It could come down to a point or two in that football game.
Well, they just got one from Pizza Hut, so.
And I also think the same in the AFC. I think the Chiefs, the Jacksonville Jags are like the Giants. They're not happy to be here, but boy, they've had a great first season under Doug Peterson. They know that they have a chance to rule the AFC South for a while now, and Trevor Lawrence has a chance to become a star in this league. But the Chiefs are the Chiefs. It's Andy Reid off a bye week. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's in Arrowhead. All those things favor. And
that crowd will be a factor.
And Trevor Lawrence threw 4 picks last week. If he throws 2, it won't be a close game. If he throws 2 of those awful throws, that won't be a close game at Arrowhead. And then the Bills, Cincinnati kind of stacks up like the Cowboys-Niners game. It's just a really even matchup. 2 really good teams, 2 really great quarterbacks, and they both have flaws, though. The Bengals are missing 3 of their 5 offensive linemen to injury at this point. The Bills don't have Von Miller, and the Bills have a quarterback who's an MVP, but he's turning the ball over like crazy. That's got to get fixed. I mean, Josh Allen cannot be putting the ball on the ground, throwing it to the other team. I mean, you think about the Dolphins with a 3rd-string quarterback and a 2nd-string running back.
Oh, they played right into their hands, yes.
Dang near beat them because of the turnovers. If you go look at the stat book for that game, the Bills put up 450 yards. The Dolphins had like 220, 225. But it was the turnovers.
They played into their hands with the turnovers.
They allowed a team to hang around because of their own mistakes, and the Dolphins forced some of those. But Josh Allen's got to be better, Buck. He can't be hanging that ball out like a loaf of bread. I mean, he's fumbling the ball at an alarming rate. For a big guy with big hands, he's got to protect that ball when he feels that pressure. He's not doing that right now, and he's throwing it to the other team.
Yeah, and for Philadelphia, I mean, do you cut Jalen loose? Do you let him just go and just be himself in this game? It's that time, 3 weeks, No,
I think
he's got to be a part of that offense.
Now, again, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles staff knows more than anybody what the health of their quarterback is. They know where he's at. But if he's close to 100%, you cut him loose. This is the end of the season if it doesn't work. I mean, you got to win this game to advance. You got to win 3 more ball games if you're any of these teams. So, yeah, I think you'll see a full-force Jalen Hurts. I think you're going to see Patrick Mahomes play a hell of a ball game. And, so I think those 2 could get one-sided in Philadelphia and in Kansas City, and I think the other 2 have a chance to be just great football games. I mean, obviously the Bengals has the Damar Hamlin subplot. We never got to see the end of the first one. There are some Bengals fans clamoring that, wait a second, NFL, why isn't this game on a neutral site? We didn't get to finish that game. We were winning the game when it was called off for the right reasons. but you're going to play a neutral site game next week if both the Chiefs and Bills win.
They
Why
better
don't we
not be thinking about that. I mean, the players got to play, right?
Well, yeah, it's media. Well, but it's a fair criticism of the NFL.
Sure.
Why not equal?
You're right.
Equal treatment, because that game never got to get played. If the Bengals had won the game, they would have the home field in this game.
It's true.
Not the Bills, and they didn't get to play the game. The reason they did neutral site with Bills Chiefs was that the Bills went to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs earlier this year, so they own that home field. But the Bengals are saying, "Wait a second, we didn't get to finish the game,
and we were winning too,
and we were up 7-3." Whether that was a lot of football to be played, so I can see the Bengals, and they may play in some snow. There could be some snow flurries in Buffalo in that game on Sunday. Same time, Bengals are equipped for that. Really like those football games. Coin flips for me in both of those spots.
Yeah, I think Kansas City just takes care of Jacksonville. They've had their kind of dream season. They've got a nice future.
Yeah, and they can own that division. If the Texans screw up this offseason like they probably will, there's really no contender. How about this?
And I don't know how they can. If they don't get one of these quarterbacks, they're going to get the other. And then they can always say,
you know Texans, what? They can take the wrong one.
Well, no, they can always they're both, I think, going to be pretty good NFL quarterbacks. They can always say, guess what? You know what they're going to say? That's the one we really, really wanted right there.
This is no matter how though. Can he beat Trevor Lawrence? As Trevor Lawrence gets better and better, that guy, I think he has a chance to be one of the elite players in the league. You see that special,
and they're going to build around him for sure.
Yeah, but Bryce Young has elite traits. He's just not very big. C.J. Stroud showed anybody in America that what he did against Georgia. By the way, we saw Max Duggan against Georgia. Did you see C.J. Stroud shredding that team?
Yes.
He's pretty good. Pretty good player. And then he was, only had one of his best receivers in that game. C.J.'s a pretty good player. Bryce Young and then the Will Levis kid from Kentucky are going to be the considerations. By the way, speaking of that division, did you hear the news on Tennessee? This pertains back to the days of our quarterback lives. So yesterday, I think they're going to make this official today, but the Titans are going to hire Rand Cawthorn to be their new general manager.
Mm-hmm.
He comes in from San Francisco, where he's been in the front office with John Lynch and the Niners, helping to build that roster. Well, he comes to Tennessee. There's already a thought that he's going to try to bring Trey Lance to Tennessee, because if the Niners are going to fall in love with Brock Purdy and he's going to be the quarterback of the future, Trey Lance, they need a quarterback in Tennessee desperately. Ryan Tannehill's not long for the game. Malik Willis does not look ready to play in the National Football League, the third-round pick out of Liberty. So Rand Cawthorn may look to go back and get Trey Lance to come to Tennessee to be the quarterback there. He knows the player, obviously, very well, helped scout the player when they traded up to get him, and obviously now the circumstances have changed in San Francisco. Meanwhile, the Niners gave up a lot to trade up to take Trey Lance. They may try to recoup some of that, and by trading him to Tennessee. So that's a subplot to watch.
And, of course, our guy Aaron Rodgers will not probably be with the Packers. He's probably out of there. Where will he go, E? How about the Jets, Jets.
Yeah. What is he, Brett Favre?
Come on.
Why would he follow Favre?
Come on.
Didn't Favre go to the Jets?
Bring him. Bring him to New York.
By the way, Jets have a great defense.
Yes, they do.
Great young defense, headlined by Sauce Gardner at corner.
And what about the young receivers?
Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall at running back.
Bring in
that O-line healthy.
Bring in the soap opera to New York.
Are you saying that? Send an air?
Yes, bring him.
Maybe he wants to one-up his guy Favre and go into the Jets and actually win.
He doesn't want to be in that cold again. I mean, does he really? No, it's New York. Of course he wants to be there.
So we've got the quarterback carousel going.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers to the Jets.
Yes.
Brady to the Raiders. Lamar Jackson to the Dolphins.
Wow.
And then the Ravens probably. What about the Ravens with Derek Carr?
Bring him. Might as well. He got no receivers to throw to.
Or they could draft the player that they want to replace
the Colts.
Lamar Jackson.
The Colts are going to get kid from Kentucky.
Levis?
Yes.
Or they may trade up with the Bears to take whichever quarterback they want. And that becomes the rumor. Bears are talking to the Colts already.
I think they'd be satisfied to get Levis too. I think so. I think they'd be satisfied.
Well, somebody texted and said, "Why do I hate on Levis?" I'll mention that coming up. I don't think I hate on Levis. I got some issues with his performance, but at the same time, I think there are 3 potential franchise quarterbacks in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is one of them, and we'll get back into that coming up. Your thoughts on these divisional playoffs? Longhorns in the mix for a top-end receiver, it looks like, with A.D. Mitchell. We're going to follow that story, plus Craig Way has his report. Hall of Famer, Salacious Gossip Hall of Famer, Carol Baskin, Buck. Carol Baskin is back in the news.
That lovely lady.
Lovely, and Shakira is in Salacious Gossip as well, so you want to be there for that. We're coming back. Beanie on the Horn. Callahan's General Store, folks, still here after all these years, still family-owned, locally operated, right there at 501 Bastrop Highway. The General Store is still cranking with everything you need, from the Western wear to the hardware, housewares, and, of course, helping you and us get your lawn, golf course ready for the spring. And here in the month of January, the lesson from Callahan's and their team is get that pre-emergent down. Those granules help you get ahead of the weeds. Get them now before they grow and take over your yard come springtime. Those pre-emergent granules available and ready to go. The experts at Callahan's help you get the right granules for you, the organic or the conventional. Get the ones that will work the best for your yard, how to apply them, when to apply them, how much, all that. And that's what separates Callahan's, the people, on top of the great products that they have. And, of course, they're powering our tour of Texas golf. I'm going to see Charlie today from Callahan's out there at Slick Rock, having some fun, taking some video, spotlighting that great golf course. That's what's all about Callahan's. Loving the local flavor, getting your yard ready for spring and year-round at Callahan's General Store. Online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And, hey, remember, make it a Callahan's Day.
and Erin.
So he said, did Brett Favre go to the Minnesota Vikings? He did indeed. He also went to the Jets after leaving the Packers. So, and now Aaron Rodgers has become the annual off-season soap opera where he's going. You like the Jets. I kind of like that. I hadn't thought about the Jets, but Jets are looking for a player like that because the Zach Wilson draft pick is not panning out, obviously. So, and a lot of young talent with the New York Jets and Robert Saleh and what they're doing there.
Defense.
Interesting.
The running back, yes.
Interesting. Hey, coming up, if you're a military veteran, we've got some news for you coming up tomorrow night out at HEB Center at Cedar Park. Great opportunity to get out and see some good big-time basketball and a great event that they're having out there. We'll get you some details on that here. Then Craig Way has his report. We've got Salacious Gossip. And then the Blitz. So be ready to load that up on a Buck Off Thursday. Talk about the NFL draft, Buck, and can the Texans screw it up? Look at the... You know me, Buck. I'm pretty simple on the NFL. It's your ownership group, and then it's your coach and your quarterback.
Yes.
I think if you get the quarterback, you have a chance each year to be pretty good. If you get the coach and the quarterback together with a good organization, I think you have a chance to be, contending for the Super Bowl every year. And that's where the Chiefs are. I think that's where the Eagles are headed. That's where the Patriots were year by year. And this goes to the Jacksonville conversation, right? They've got their coach and their quarterback now. Now it's going to be about the organization. Well, the organization and Shad Khan put the money in to keep them great every year like they do in Kansas City, right? And run the team. That's what Houston's trying to find. That's what all franchises are trying to find, the best head coach and then the quarterback. The Texans have an opportunity right now to do both. Can you find – we know the organization and from the ownership group is not good. But that can change quickly if you get the right coach who then gets the right quarterback. And that's the Texans' opportunity. And that's why I think it's appealing to Sean Payton to take control of the team and then take his quarterback.
Well, I don't think he's going to take any other job but that one. I don't see him going anywhere else.
Yeah, Carolina, Denver.
I think he'll take another year off.
And I keep having this feeling that Denver regrets not hiring Dan Quinn last year when they could have. And I think there's some meat on that bone. Because who really likes Dan Quinn is Russell Wilson. Dan Quinn was with Russell in Seattle.
I just don't know offensively what you do. I mean,
well, then you hire a great offensive coordinator.
Yes, you do.
And give him control of that offense. It's got to be somebody that's Russell Wilson friendly. Real quick, though, because somebody asked why I don't like Will Levis. I do like Will Levis. And by the way, this draft is going to feel a lot like, remember when Baker Mayfield went 1 and Sam Darnold went 3, and then this guy Josh Allen was taken later down in the draft? Mm-hmm. And people regret that to this day because Josh Allen has become a star and the other two haven't worked out. This is similar to that because Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are seen as the number 1 and number 2 quarterback, and maybe they will be. But the kid Will Levis from Kentucky has a very similar resume to Josh Allen. He's big. He's got a rare arm. He's freakishly talented with that and the ability to throw the ball to all quadrants of the field. He's strong. He's built and sturdy like Josh Allen was coming out of Wyoming. The only knock on him is he played at Kentucky, and he didn't win at a super high level, and he didn't put up huge numbers. That was Josh Allen. And one of the things I would say about Will Levis that we're going to learn through this process, at Kentucky, his junior year was his best year.
Yes.
And then they changed offensive coordinators in his senior year, and he lost some weapons, and he had a running back that was hurt. And there will be some that will remember when people said Josh Allen was a 57% completion passer, but somebody pointed out that his receivers dropped more balls than any player in any program in America. So part of it is your supporting cast. And some would argue that if Will Levis were playing at Ohio State or at Alabama playing with those all-stars around him, he would have had a much better career. That's going to be the conversation for all these teams because Will Levis may be, much like Josh Allen was, the best high-ceiling prospect in this draft because Bryce Young is undersized. C.J. Stroud.
Still young.
So we'll see. That's the process we're about to enter. It's only mid-January now, but that'll be the conversation between now and late April. All right, Buck, real quick, switch gears because the Austin Spurs are playing a big basketball game coming up on tomorrow night, Friday night, and a very special guest joining us right now. She's putting on a very special event as a part of this game that is going on tomorrow night, and excited to talk to Cammie Irwin. She is with an organization called US 13, and if you're a military veteran or in the military, you have an opportunity to go to this game tomorrow night. Cammie, how are you? Welcome to B&E.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, listen, tell us about this event. And I know you've been working hard to get this thing put together with the Austin Spurs, and it's coming up tomorrow night. Tell us what US 13 is, and then we'll get into the benefit or the event tomorrow.
Yeah, so US 13 is an organization I started after we had the tragedy over in Kabul, Afghanistan, when we lost 13 of our American troops, I decided to just start raising awareness around communities. All of our American troops are from different cities all over the country, and the city of Austin and Lakeway have really come together to help me and my business partner really get the word out to honor our military, because when tragedies like this happen, we kind of just move on with life and forget to honor them and remember what the families are going through. And so my goal with US 13, Honor the Fallen, is to continue hosting events all over the country. The Austin Spurs, the semi-pro basketball team, is hosting a Hoops for Troops night for us, and they are being so amazing and doing free tickets for all armed forces, veterans, anybody, for the military. And not only that, they're offering 4 extra tickets for free for their families as well. So if that doesn't say what the community in Austin's doing for our military, I don't know what does, because I just went to them and I was like, this is my idea, and they're making it happen. So it's amazing.
So you pay for half of the tickets, and then they'll get you 4 more, just if you have other family members that want to go to.
They're all free.
They're all free?
They're all free. I mean, and it was so cool to hear. They were like, we're not even trying to make money for this game. We just want to honor and appreciate anybody that's in the military, families. And I couldn't be more grateful for all the help they're doing. And we're doing free tickets for all military. So you can go onto us13.org, and there's the ticket selection. You can just show up at the box office, but they are offering 4 extra tickets for free for families as well. So that's kind of what we have going on tomorrow night at the HEB Center with the Austin Spurs.
HEB Center at Cedar Park tomorrow night. Austin Spurs in action. And you just heard it. If you're a member of the military currently or were or ever have been, you and 4 family members can go to this game for free tomorrow night. It's a great way to spend a Friday night. And obviously honoring the military, the current, and, of course, US 13, which is Cammie's organization. You can find more about US 13 online at us13.org. And I know you're going to have some Gold Star families there, honorary Gold Star families, which, of course, they've lost family members in combat, and they deal with that the rest of their lives, obviously, with the things that change. So 2 honorary Gold Star families will be in attendance tomorrow night as well.
Yes, they are part of the Fallen 13, who I honor, and I've gotten to know them over the last year, and just amazing, beautiful people. But my goal is to help everyone remember what those families are going through and why we have the freedom we truly do in this country.
Well, thank you, Cammie, for doing this.
Awesome.
And we're going to do our part to get the word out here on our show and throughout the day on the Horn today and tomorrow. And I know we're going to work with Rebecca and the team at HEB Center at Cedar Park and try to give away some more tickets to get as many people out there to honor that as possible. And hopefully you'll bring awareness to US 13 and what you're doing there. And we'll check in again soon. But good luck with the event tomorrow night.
Thank you, Cammie. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for having me on.
All right, Cammie Irwin. That is US 13 is where you're going to find it. Free tickets tomorrow night. You're not going to miss any of the football games. You get out there and support the Austin Spurs in their game on Friday night. And then, again, if you're a member of the military, have ever been a member of the military, you can get some free tickets to that game.
Absolutely.
And take your family and enjoy that. That's pretty good. Thanks to the Austin Spurs, too, for rolling out the red carpet on that.
That's a good job by them.
Yeah, because a lot of times they would give the veteran a free ticket and then make the parents pay for it or whatnot. But this is an opportunity to get you and then 4 extra tickets to go to a game, to have a great night with your family, and honor those Gold Star families and the 13 who lost their lives in Kabul, Afghanistan, just back in 2021. Good for her for starting that
and
leading that initiative. There you go. We'll get you more details. But, yeah, us13.org, and then, of course, Austin Spurs and their website can help you learn more about that. Coming up, it's Salacious Gossip. How about this list of Salacious Gossip Hall of Famers we're going to go? We have stories on Carol Baskin of Tiger King fame.
She's a beauty.
This is a plot twist. Remember the whole story that she killed her husband and fed it to the tigers?
Never happened.
We got a detail. You always made that claim. You may be right. Also, Madonna and Shakira in Salacious Gossip before your blitz. So load that up. 447-3776 is B&E on the Horn.
Folks, Jaguar Land Rover of Austin, the unique car buying experience that you deserve. I was over there the other day to say hello to Bill Snell. And, of course, Don Snell Sr. started it off in 1973, and they believe it is a privilege to be the provider of all of your automotive needs. While you're there, there'll be 6 service advisors that will await you there to help you with your decisions, of course. And then there's the great general manager, Damon Spears. They are the 9-time Pinnacle Award winner for overall performance in the automotive industry. They are the top 20 in the nation. And while you're there, do test drive at no obligations the Discovery Sports, the Range Rover, the F-Pace Jaguar, and the 2023 Defender has arrived, as a matter of fact. Folks, if you're interested in employment, please give them a call because there's opportunities at every level. That's 512-236-0000. That's 512-236-0000. Come experience the team at Jaguar Land Rover of Austin. Jaguar, no ordinary cat, no ordinary car, and, of course, Land Rover, above and beyond, 1515 5th Street, Austin, Texas.
No games, just gossip, brought to you by Bud Light. You know it, you love it. It's brewed right here deep in the heart by Texans for Texans, and the number one selling light beer in the state of Texas. They're also the official domestic beer partner of the Texas Longhorns, the Texas X's, and the Texas OU game, and good times all over the great state and all over the world. Number one selling light beer in the world as well. Pick up those burnt orange cans and bottles. The aluminum cans are tremendous, or aluminum bottles they call them. Those are burnt orange. Those are great. You're going to love them for your divisional playoff weekend. All of your fun this weekend, live music, getting out to that Austin Spurs game tomorrow night to support the military and that effort. That was great. So do it with the ice-cold Bud Lights. Hey, Buck, you used to read Cosmopolitan magazine.
I learned an awful lot about
the female
sex.
species.
Yeah, the female species and
how to treat a woman.
How to treat a woman and sex and things like that from Cosmopolitan, yes.
I like that. Read the guide. Only the girls read that, and you got to learn the secrets.
Yeah, I had to learn the secrets. As a matter of fact, I started reading that in high school.
Nice.
And then into college.
I'm sure your mother was concerned at some level. Why are you reading Cosmo?
Because, Mom, I'm not hiding Playboys up between my mattress anywhere.
You were doing that, too.
Yeah, well, that was in the woods. We left those in the woods. You know that hiding place in the woods.
Oh, yeah, buried behind the tree.
Yeah.
Hey, I mentioned Cosmopolitan here on Salacious Gossip because Cosmopolitan has the story. Remember the Tiger King star Carol Baskin?
That wonderful, beautiful woman that everybody accused of doing harm to people?
Well, she may or may not have killed her husband, Don Lewis, and fed him to the tigers, never to be found again.
Just didn't seem like that type.
Turns out he might be still alive. Now, the source is her.
Oh, okay.
She was doing an interview on a British talk show. Carol claimed that Homeland Security got in touch with her and told her that Don was alive and well living in Costa Rica.
The New Kingsland. Yes, Costa Rica.
Yes.
That's where you go.
She agreed that she had given him some money to go down there and live. But this is coming from her. This wouldn't be allowed in court. She can't say I was Homeland.
You don't trust Carol?
Until I heard it from Homeland Security.
You've seen her. Did you see her outfits?
Homeland Security has not confirmed her claim. Well, may or may not be alive.
Check her out on Dateline,
All right,
NBC.
here it is. Shakira has decided to call it quits with her longtime partner, Gerard Piqué, or Gerard Pique.
Okay.
Turns out she discovered that he was having an affair. And yes, if you'll cheat on Shakira, yeah. Well, apparently, Shakira returned from a trip, right? She travels. She's a musician. She goes on concert tours. And this is how she discovered that Gerard was not being faithful and had another lady. She has a favorite jam that she likes to eat because it's jam, because jelly don't shake like that. It's got to be jam.
Right. Yeah.
Jelly don't shake like that. She knows that neither Gerard nor any of their kids like that jam. Like, they don't eat it.
Ruh-oh.
Ruh-oh. Oh, yeah. So she confronted him and said, "Who's been eating my jam? Who's been eating my jam?" Yeah. She also caught the mistress in the background on a Zoom call back in 2021.
Oh, okay.
I think
that's the one that'll do it. That'll do it right there.
Oh, who's been eating the jam?
Who's been at the kibasa? Really?
So remember, get rid of the jam.
Gosh.
Hey, also Madonna's coming to town. Did your wife get tickets for the Madonna concert?
No, her daughter's very interested in that.
Her daughter wants them.
Yes.
Anybody that grew up in the 80s like I did, female especially, is going to want to be at the Madonna show. 40 years later, her first hit was 1983. She is going on tour, and one of the stops is here in Austin, Texas, September the 21st, Moody Center. It says here the pre-sale's already ended. So
that was yesterday, I believe.
Yeah. Be in Dallas on the 18th, Houston on the 13th. I like that she's taking some time between shows. Like, she's going to take some rest. She is 64 years old after all.
Yes.
On Moody Center, September 21st, to play all the hits. All the hits. Like a Virgin, Material Girl, all of them. You're not interested in that, though?
No, I'm not. No.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on at my house with that. We'll
see.
I
wasn't a big Madonna fan when she was peaking.
All right, so if the guy who produced the Queen award-winning biopic Bohemian Rhapsody has decided he wants to produce a biopic about the life of Michael Jackson called Michael Jackson. What's this called? It's already got a name. Was this something you would want to see?
I would. I think he did a fantastic job
in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah. Queen.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
thought it
Michael
was
Jackson
fabulous.
story is so layered and long, from the Jackson 5 as a little kid to becoming the king of pop to the fall. Gosh, even all the way to Presley, Lisa Marie Presley, who just passed
Yes.
away. By the way, the official the cause of death not yet known. Yeah, after the original on Lisa Marie Presley, the original work, they don't know yet. They need more tests. They need more. They're not sure yet what caused her cardiac arrest. But yeah, would you want to see that Michael Jackson biopic? Lionsgate and director Antoine Fuqua are taking on the musician's life. That's going to be a long movie. And who would play Michael Jackson? You'd have to have several people playing the life of Michael Jackson, right?
Absolutely.
Kid, young black Michael Jackson, and then the old white Michael Jackson.
Creeper. Yeah. Going to have to do that for sure.
That you could win an Academy Award doing that one if you pull it off and do like Jamie Foxx as Ray Charles or one of those kind of things. Joaquin Phoenix as Johnny Cash. Someone's going to play Michael Jackson. Let's go to your Blitz.
The Bucky and E Blitz.
Here we go. First Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, back on the Stephen A. and Beyonce thing. I was always an Alicia Keys guy. Then I spotted Beyonce in a Texas Longhorn jersey with a white bikini bottom. Game over.
Game over. Next,
creepy old man.
Next Blitzer, talk to us.
Bucky, Erin, get to the chopper. Do it now.
Wow. That is scary. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Coach Buck.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk to E and start convincing him that, the sports stories are going to dry up and he owes it to Ty to hear the story of Nunley. Come on, do it, E.
He does owe it to Ty. We owe him a baked potato story and a Nunley story eventually. Next Blitzer, you're up.
It's in the hole.
Goldie, if you're going to San Francisco, you must pound that ass.
You can't pound the rock against them. It's not that simple.
Can't say that on the radio, so don't ever do that again.
Yeah, next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, Gerardo said just pull the Bill Clinton card. I did not have sex with that woman.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, oye, papi, I'm ready. I can play the old Michael Jackson. This is Sammy Sosa.
Somebody suggested on the text line, hey, good idea, E. Joaquin Phoenix could play the adult Michael Jackson.
That's true.
You might be able to pull that off. Joaquin's a good actor.
I'd have to see that, though.
Also said the director, Antoine Fuqua, worked with Denzel a lot. Yeah, he's the one that did Training Day.
Yes.
Won an Academy Award for that. Yeah, that's Lionsgate. That's Antoine Fuqua. That's no joke. That's not the Lion King quality of production. That's the real deal. All right, we'll come back. Also, the guy that did Bohemian Rhapsody. That was a great movie. We'll get all of it going. It's cranking up on the 9 o'clock hour with Buck-Ons and Buck-Offs. Also, we're going to check in with our friend Mac Engel from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He'll help preview the Cowboys game. Also, got a column today about the TCU Horned Frogs hiring Kendall Briles to be the offensive coordinator to replace Garrett Riley. Get his thoughts on good idea or bad for the Horned Frogs. It's B&E on the Horn. Almost Friday.
Almost.
We call it Friday. Thursday, Buck Off Thursday on B&E. Friday will be tomorrow. We've got one more hour of this program, and looking forward to the conversation. Bottom of the hour, Mac Engel, always opinionated and good stuff. He's with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, has been a long time. He will give us his thoughts on the Cowboys and what looks to, at least on paper, has a classic kind of game feel to it. Heavyweight matchup. Cowboys played great Monday night. Niners played great in the second half of their game with the Seahawks. They've won 11 in a row. We'll get his thoughts on the Cowboys. Is this their time to take a step towards the NFC Championship game? We will talk to Mac. Also, Mac has a story this morning about TCU making it official and hiring Kendall Briles to be the offensive coordinator. A lot of folks have been giving that program a buck off for hiring anybody named Briles in the wake of the Baylor scandal. But as we've talked about, this isn't his first job since what happened at Baylor, and everybody was let go. He was at Houston with Major Applewhite, Arkansas. He was at Ole Miss at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's coming to TCU to replace Garrett Riley, some there at the Texas Christian University, not big fans. And remember, TCU, as a rival of Baylor, that was a big deal within the Big 12, right? That whole thing. It's a big deal for everybody. I'm not saying, I'm not minimizing it at all, but with Gary Patterson and the programs, and there were those that wanted Baylor out of the Big 12. We talked about that when we were Big 12 Media Days. Is there a chance they could try to vote this team out of the conference for the misdoings there? The horrible handling of those situations, and obviously now he's back in the conference at TCU. So we'll talk to Mac about that. He always has strong opinions on things, and it sounds like from his column he's in support of it. Thinks it's okay. But we'll let him, in his own words, explain that. But, Buck, we got that. We got the Longhorns chasing A.D. Mitchell, apparently. He's into the transfer portal. Big-time wide receiver, 6'4", 190, Georgia, his previous school. He entered the portal yesterday. Yesterday, apparently, Buck, was the last day to enter. Window closed. Because school is starting up everywhere. And if you're going to enroll at school, because you still got to play school.
Got to play school. You have to do that.
But you had to have entered the portal by yesterday. But A.D. Mitchell is in it. Kid from Missouri City originally, but then his family moved to Nashville when he was in high school, and that's where he finished high school, but ended up at Georgia.
Got a son here?
Yeah, that's the word. And again, several people have reported that. He's got a young son living in Dallas and with the mom.
Wants to be close.
And maybe wants to get back to the state of Texas. And I also saw somebody link them to, remember yesterday we were talking to Jerry Hamilton, and he was talking about Chris Jackson, the receivers coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who apparently the Longhorns have made the number one prospect to be their new wide receivers coach here. That he's got a connection to a trainer in the Dallas area, the DFW, who
he's a wide receiver guy.
He's a wide receiver trainer. Isaiah Nayor and a bunch of top receivers have trained with him in the Metroplex, and that he also has a real good relationship with A.D. Mitchell. And so maybe there's a lot of connection here. I don't know. You know how these things happen behind the scenes. But Longhorns and USC apparently in the mix for that. So we're talking about it. As well as Big 12 basketball. West Virginia, the Longhorns' next opponent, got the big win last night. They beat TCU, speaking of the Horned Frogs. So is that a good thing for the Longhorns? It does not matter that you're going in, whether they're 0-6 or 1-5. That's what you're facing Saturday at 5 o'clock at Morgantown. It's a Bob Huggins team.
Yeah, Bob Huggins felt that his team was starting to get there, but they had lost 2 other games since he said that, but now they got the win against TCU. I mean, what's the difference? They don't get to cancel the game. They got to go up and just do the things that they had to take care of themselves here.
I mean, we say it over and over, so it's a broken record, but this conference is ridiculous. I mean, when you can have TCU start out the conference undefeated and then lose 3 of 4, lose to Texas when they were up 18, lose to Iowa State in a game that they gave up a 3 late, and then they turn around, they beat K-State, and they beat them pretty handily too, by the way, on Saturday, the Wildcats. K-State turns around, beats Kansas. And then TCU turns around and loses to West Virginia. From top to bottom.
It's just the conference. You just got to go. I mean, you're going to play games away. You're going to play a game at home.
It's almost like the NFL. There is no easy game unless you're playing Tampa Bay on Monday night. Oh, did I say that?
Ty, did we just say that, Ty?
Yeah.
Ouch. That seemed
You're
easy.
not even trying to bring me up, are you? You're not even trying.
If
you think I've given up?
If you're not with me, I don't need you up here.
Oh, see that?
Well, Ty's like, if you're not with me, you're against me.
I mean, for a week, I was there, and I was there early in the week.
You had to get me going last week.
Yeah, you did.
But now you're there, and you're not. You're totally there.
I'm chilling.
I just don't. I'm not feeling it.
You're feeling an 8-point Niners win.
Yeah, I'm feeling Dak Prescott double pumping, double clutching thing he's playing against Tampa Bay and that defensive line. And if Dak Prescott's decided he's going to make some decisions on when he's going to leave the pocket and go and run with it, but the double pumping and waiting for guys to clear around zones, there's not going to be time for that. There's no time, especially with this offensive line that's hurting right now.
Let's be honest. When you can confuse and cloud it up for Dak, he struggles.
And that's clouded. Double pumps are clouds.
But I didn't see many clouds against Tampa. I didn't. His first read was always open.
But he also had the time to do it. He had some time.
That's right. And now they're going to be a better pass rush. Look, I mean, there's no question. The Cowboys, it'll be tougher than it was against the Bucs. That game should have. If the kicker making kicks is 35-6 at one point. That was not a close football game. Yes, that was about the Cowboys playing a clean and sharp game, but that was also, let's be clear, a Bucs team that the fact that they were reports they were firing Byron Leftwich by the next day. That looked like a team that was ready for the season to be over. They were not poised to make a run. Much as Tom Brady may have wanted to, the rest of the team, that's what they've been all year, just a bad team.
That's exactly, you're right there. That's the way they've looked all year long.
And, Todd, as far as like disguising coverages and calling great defense, nobody's better than Todd Bowles, but it even feels like Todd Bowles got distracted by what was going on offense. He wasn't as focused on the defense this year as a head coach, and that they missed Bruce Arians. Again, this is not an excuse or taking anything away from the Cowboys. I'm just saying that was a really lame Tampa Bay performance, and that's obviously not going to be the case. But you could say the same for the Niners, right? They're taking a big step up in class. The 9-8 Seahawks, Geno Smith. I mean, Cowboys much better than that as a 12-5 football team. So that's what this has the makings of a classic. And, I would favor the Niners in that they're at home, in that they have 2 extra days rest and preparation time, and in that they're playing on grass on their turf, which they like.
If there's any group that they can get after, it is a young quarterback.
That's right.
If they can get it done. Dan Quinn, if he can confuse this young quarterback.
Cowboys, if anybody's going to derail, because we told you now, that according to Vegas, the Niners have now surpassed the Eagles as the odds favorite to get to the Super Bowl. And so, Vegas isn't dumb. They're seeing what we're seeing with the Niners. They don't have many holes, and Brock Purdy is, just answering every question and checking every box. But obviously, if you're a Cowboys fan, you like the pieces you have on defense. You love Dan Quinn to be able to confuse a young quarterback and try to cloud some things for him. But again, Kyle Shanahan makes it so simple for him, right? He can push the ball down the field, but that's only when he knows he's getting man coverage and they've set up the screen game and they've set up the misdirection.
Yeah, what you call
handoffs.
Maybe a couple 7-yard runs for them end up being 60-yard runs. The basic that people would say, that's a nice play. That got us some good yardage. They make touchdowns out of those.
Here's what I'll say for the Cowboys side of this, because you like the Niners. I'm leaning Niners. In the 11-game winning streak, the Cowboys are the best team they've played.
Yes, no doubt.
Of those 11 games. And the last time they lost, the Chiefs beat them. And the Chiefs beat them bad. Now, the Niners would tell you they were banged up in that day, and that's when they really shifted and got some guys healthy, traded for Christian McCaffrey, and have become the team that they are. But the Cowboys are the best opponent they've played in this 11-game run for them.
They're the best when they're playing the best.
Right, because the Cowboys can also look like they did against the Niners. They're at the Washington Commanders, and
yes.
I don't think we're getting that. I think we're getting a hell of a game. I think we're much like last year's game where the Cowboys were dominated for the first half but turned it on in the second and nearly came back and won that 23-17. But I'll say it again, Cowboys aren't winning with 17 points.
No.
They will not win this game with 17 points. I think anybody would agree with that. They're going to need – and that's what in this 11-game win streak that the Niners are on – in that 11 games, they're scoring more points than anybody in the league, and they're allowing fewer points than anybody in the league, and that's hard to beat. That's the challenge. And listening yesterday, as I do every day, to Rod Babers talk about the behind the scenes with the Niners and his buddy Kyle Shanahan, they're so talented, but they're also so well coached, Buck. I mean, Shanahan is just a different level of offensive coordinator. Using your tendencies against you with these misdirection plays and kind of predicting where you're going to be and going the other direction. And now DeMeco Ryans does the same thing on defense with a very talented unit. And DeMeco, as a Houston Texans fan as I am, one of the smartest players you'll ever see. And he's now brought that to the defensive side. So that's what you have to be.
They just have so many guys. They have so many weapons on offense. I mean, they got 3 receivers and a running back and a tight end. And a tight end to me is like whether you want to make him a tight end or another wide receiver or another great running back. Their weapons are they're
elite, and
they've got a young guy who's pulling the trigger right now that's very confident in what he's told to do.
And so the Cowboys have to have their elite players play elite. That to me, that's how the Cowboys can win. Dak hasn't looked like he did last week. I think it'll be a much tougher slog for him Tony Pollard has to play like an elite running back.
And they've got one elite player in the secondary. They don't have like two.
CeeDee Lamb has to be, Jaron Kearse to me plays to a really high level. Donovan Wilson has played. But the corners, yes. You know this is what Kyle Shanahan's looking at.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan is looking at who that corner is opposite. And you know this with Kyle Shanahan. He's going to play that Trayvon Diggs tendency to try to jump routes against him. He's going to try to get a big one when Trayvon tries to come up and take a pick. That'll be a pump fake. And this is where pass rush. This is just a great game. It's a great matchup because I think to what we said about Rod and how well coached they are. At the Cowboys' best, they're well coached too.
Yes, they were.
Kellen Moore is really good.
Last week's game by Kellen Moore was fantastic.
Dan Quinn's tremendous. I mean, but it's a player's game. So in the end, the coaches will give them even. Well, that means CeeDee Lamb has to play elite football in this game.
I think we thought we'd see more from Tampa Bay I
didn't see anything from them.
They showed us what they showed us the entire year. This wasn't about Tom Brady trying to win another Super Bowl. That wasn't going to happen. They weren't going to be good enough, whether they beat the Cowboys or not. They weren't going anywhere.
And not only have they not been good this year, they played a bad game. They just looked. The intensity they played with in that game was that of a regular season ball game. Cowboys obviously took their intensity to a whole new level, and that's why it wasn't even a close game. It wasn't even competitive.
We had a new level, Ty. We had another level this week.
Oh yeah,
You're not believing that. That's not. You're. You know what? That's a faint effort by you. You're not really quite there yet.
He's tired.
He's just tired. That's okay.
He had to have 6 snoozes today.
That's true.
I'm ready.
Yeah, Ty's ready for all this.
Listen to that. Do you hear that?
By the way, are you rolling over that 10-unit play and just doubling down?
I might do a 20-unit play.
That would be doubling down.
Wow.
That would be going for both.
I know the audience. I know the show. The people are hearing him the way he's saying that. Oh, I'm ready. Okay.
Well, I look forward to this game like more than any of them. I'm glad it's the last.
No,
one.
you sounded like the Longhorns that didn't do anything in that basketball game when the guy got undercut and laid on his back.
Somebody should have fought somebody.
Yeah, that should have been a riot.
I said on Light the Tower yesterday. I think Rodney Terry. That's one of the acceptable moments to get onto the floor and get a tech.
Yeah, get a tech.
Oh no,
cause a ruckus.
Definitely, there should have been a ruckus. That's one of those where, as a coach, you throw a tantrum. You know what I mean?
Well, let's hope he threw a tantrum to his team because he could have done more in real time with the undercut that wasn't called. But again, not only did he get undercut, he got stared at after he got undercut, and then the guy went back down, hit a 3, and did the throat slash.
What?
That dude, they got to come back here.
Ooh.
Iowa State comes back here, you remember, for the return engagement.
Do you take one for the team? Does somebody take one for the team there when they come back?
Brock Cunningham.
Oh, no, the officials will be looking at that.
Hey, well, I mean, you can't let that happen. They shouldn't let it happen in real time. The Big 12 officials should have done something about it in real time, and that's still a complete joke.
Yeah, that's where you go probably soccer mom there. As the coach.
I don't want anybody getting hurt, but at the same time,
I don't want anybody getting hurt either.
That was a dangerous play for Dylan Mitchell that didn't even get called. And then the guy can't stare at him. And then the guy can't go throat slash after he nails a wide open 3 because the guy he just undercut is down there laying on the floor.
I think I do go outside the box there where I'm going to the scoring table and throwing pencils and acting goofy.
I've seen Brock Cunningham throw his body around when it needs to happen. You know what I'm saying?
That will happen back here.
Hey, so several people weighed in on the Michael Jackson biopic that's coming. Are you a biopic fan?
I like them.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
I find myself liking them a lot. And I'm glad they're making them because the Ray Charles, the Jamie Foxx depiction of Ray Charles,
still the best of all.
Yeah, we mentioned Johnny Cash with Joaquin Phoenix. I love that one. I told you I just ended up watching. I recommended if you have Showtime or ability to get Showtime, the George and Tammy biopic, which is George Jones and Tammy Wynette, and it was part of the producer team of that was their daughter. So it was really genuine. And Michael Shannon and Jessica Chastain did a hell of a job portraying those two over a long period of time. It was really well done. I like those. I'm a biopic fan. I think I will plan to see the Michael Jackson biopic. And you liked the Bohemian Rhapsody one?
I did.
I love that last scene. I mean, the reenactment of the
concert
at the
Wembley
Stadium was unbelievable. Just brings you chills.
Yeah, that was a great one.
Did it. Yeah, that was a good film. Ty, are you a fan of the biopics?
I am.
Okay. I'll just say, reading that story just now, to take on the Michael Jackson biopic is a big
to
job.
do the Michael Jackson Super Bowl halftime deal will be a part of that because that was awesome.
Well, I mean, I think of the Michael Jackson biopic and I think what part of the story are you going to tell? You can't tell the whole story. It would take too long.
Yeah, you can't do Joe Jackson in the whole game.
I mean, you can't. At what point do you start and what point do you end? I mean, there's like decades and phases of the Michael Jackson story. I don't know. That's going to be interesting because the screenplay and how they piece it together will be really, really interesting. Like the George and Tammy I just watched. I mean, it was over 3 decades, but there are only 8 episodes, and they did it as a mini biopic series. And it starts when they meet, and George Jones is already a big star, and she wants to be a star, and they become stars together, and then it goes off the rails. So it lasted like 20, 30 years, and it's maybe 20 years. I just don't know how the Michael Jackson thing's 50 years long, right? Or, 45. I mean, he was a star when he was a kid, and then he's, king of pop, and he's about to go on another tour when he dies at, 50 years old or whatever it was. I don't know. I just don't know how they're going to tell that story. That'll be interesting to me. Because what was the other one? Elton John. They did one on Elton John that I thought was really good. Did you see that one?
I have not seen the movie yet.
It's good.
I have not even seen the movie.
That one's interesting. You learn about his parents and his upbringing, and I thought that was a good one. So we'll take your thoughts on biopics. Are you fans of Michael Jackson one coming? Would you want to see it? And let us know, what are your favorite all-time biography pictures that are actually movies, but they're kind of done in true storytelling time. I'll take your thoughts on that as we get rolling here. Ty is confident. He's going 20 units on the Cowboys. Buck likes the Niners by 8. I'm leaning Niners, Buck.
In a close game.
In a close game.
Yeah.
I kind of like Vegas in the line. The line's sitting there right at 3.5, which is what I think it's going to be. And that's kind of the game I'm looking for here.
Ty's not confident enough. I'm playing off of him. That's what it is. I'm playing off of his confidence this week, and he's not that confident when he goes.
Well, which Cowboys am I getting here? The team that is 5-0 and they don't turn the ball over, or the Cowboys who dack through 11 picks?
You're going to get the Cowboys that are still going to play a really, really good, solid football game. They're just not talented enough.
They're not.
That's all. They don't have
or they're not talented as.
They're not as talented as the 49ers are right now.
Okay. Because I would say this, and people fluffing up I think the Niners are better at running back.
Yes.
Sorry, Christian McCaffrey's one of the top 5 backs in this league. I think they're better at receiver.
As a group? I mean, are you adding the tight end in there? No.
I think, yeah.
Go add him in there also,
well,
yes.
I think they're better at tight end.
Yes.
Because I think George Kittle is elite at the position. He's right there with Travis Kelce, is the best in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think Cowboy fans will throw Tony Pollard and Dalton Schultz and CeeDee Lamb. They're just a little lesser. They're really good. They're not those guys. And I think the offensive line for the Niners is better than the Dallas Cowboys. Not significantly, just a little better. And defensively.
Now they got their big tackle back. Yeah, they're he makes a difference.
Cowboy fans love Micah Parsons, but Nick Bosa led the league in sacks. I think across the board, you're just a little bit better than the Cowboys at every place, and they're at home, and they've had 2 extra days to get ready for the game. For that reasons, I would lead Niners.
That's an 8 points. That's 8 right there, Ty. He just gave you 8 right there. Not 3.5, but 8.
Cowboys by 5.
Oh.
Okay, love it, love it. Who's the key figure here? Is it Brock Purdy? But
Tony Pollard.
Ooh, Tony Pollard outshines Christian McCaffrey.
They are not getting to the outside, the perimeter on San Francisco.
If you talk to most league personnel and say, okay, who are the 5 best players in this league after the catch with the ball in their hand? 2 of them, maybe 3 of them would be 49ers, right? I mean, seriously. Christian McCaffrey would be in that of every position. Ball in their hands after the catch, most dangerous. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and if we're talking just tight ends, I don't think there's anybody more dangerous than George Kittle after a catch. And so that's what Elijah Mitchell's a really good running back too. This is a problem, and I don't know that Tony Pollard is in that conversation. Is he close to that? Sure. I don't know. I just a little better. To your point, I think the coaching staff's just a little better. I think the players are just a little better in there at home.
Dak's giving one back. He went through a game without throwing one, so he's giving one back this week.
Maybe 2.
Oh, don't say that.
Well,
I want it to be a good game.
Well, didn't the Niners lead the league in interceptions?
Yes, they did.
Against the quarterback who's interception prone.
No,
the Bucs game.
Yeah, I think there's a double pump here or there.
I think we just hit on the reason you and I are both the same. They're talented enough that they're just not as talented. And maybe nobody is in this league right now. But that brings it back to what every Cowboy fan is going to say, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy, yeah, it all comes back to this guy.
Can you make it Brock Purdy's game?
But I would say it'd be Dallas's game. But if Brock Purdy was playing in his second game and they're getting the playoffs, but this is not This guy's had enough time now.
All right, some biopics. It says Patton and the Doors. I did like the Doors movie. That was good. Is that Oliver Stone that did that? Did Jim Morrison and the Doors film?
I think so.
It says you haven't mentioned Elvis. Austin Butler. I haven't seen the Elvis movie yet. I'm going to watch that as a fan of biopics. I've seen it.
Supposedly he permanently has the Elvis accent.
Ooh, well, that'd be hard to get rid of once you have it. And
He's walking around with it?
It's like a mental
Now,
block.
which one should I see? Is it the Elvis with Tom Hanks?
That's the
Didn't
one.
they make two different ones?
Oh, there's two.
I could
but
be wrong.
The movie version was with Tom Hanks. That's the cat that can't get rid of the Elvis lingo right there, Ty.
Yeah,
The one that played in the movie.
Well, that was that Lisa Marie was so gushing over for his performance in the movie.
He doesn't
playing
look
her dad.
anything like Butler. Or Austin Butler doesn't look anything like Elvis. So.
I know, but they made him look like it in the movie, and he plays a young Elvis, right? I gotta go see it though. All right, appreciate those. We'll come back. When we do, we're talking to Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. His thoughts on this Cowboys matchup. What are his views of this game? Also, the TCU Horned Frogs making the controversial decision in some people's minds to hire Kendall Briles to be their offensive coordinator. We'll weigh in with Mac coming next. All right, B&E on this Thursday morning, busy, and some of our top topics obviously include the Cowboys and their big showdown with the Niners on Sunday afternoon to wrap up divisional playoff weekend. Talked about the nostalgia yesterday of the all-time great matchups between these two NFC powers. Every day, 80s, 90s. Now here in the early 2000s. They lost last year. The Cowboys did to the Niners in Arlington. Can they return the favor this time around? We'll talk. We've been talking about it all morning. Also, TCU, part of our college football conversation, coming off that national championship loss to Georgia, having to replace Garrett Riley as their offensive coordinator, and have made it official. They have hired Kendall Briles to be their new OC under Sonny Dykes. With that in mind, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline and talk to a man in the know on both of these topics and conversations. He is a columnist for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, author of 4 books, and a busy guy all around, but a good guy. Mac Engel joins us. Mac, how are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you very much for having me. How is traffic in the greater Austin area these days? Brisk? Quick?
Terrible.
No
Terrible.
Terrible. Always terrible.
Always terrible.
Yes.
Good. I just want to make sure we got that cleared up.
Yeah,
There's
nothing.
no stretch of road any worse in the world than I-35 in Austin. I just want you guys to know that.
As a very well-traveled person, I would, you are one, and I would agree with you 100%. Now that they got Waco fixed, right? Now that they got Waco done, it's because that was pretty rough for a while. But yeah, Austin every day of the week.
Yeah, the
time
Waco
of the
area
day.
only took 30 years, so now we've still got some time here.
A quick 30-year job.
Yeah.
And, but the contractor said it was only going to take 35, so like 35 years, but they got it done in time and they got ahead of time. So good for them.
Ahead of
It's good for
schedule
them.
and on budget.
They all get paid by the hour.
Like
so.
most things, yeah. Ahead of schedule on budget.
Right.
Hey, Mac Engel is with us. Mac, your column this morning, interesting, and I saw a tweet, and the headline, Sonny Dykes hiring Kendall Briles is the right decision for TCU. And in a tweet you said, I spent a lot of time covering Art Briles and his exit at Baylor, and I'd hire Kendall Briles in a snap. For our audience who disagrees with that, what's your rationale, and what say you?
It's a long, complicated answer. And, when that went down back in 2015, when the Texas Monthly story about Sam Ukwachu hit, I was probably Art Briles' loudest critic. And in fairness, I mean, he deserves a lot of criticism for how he ran his team. But then the narrative really kind of got out of control. And Baylor did a very poor job at handling the narrative. Baylor did a bad job at a lot of things. And Art Briles and that staff, if I had been the president of Baylor University, I would have fired all of them, because doing those situations bothered me was that Baylor, after they fired him, then went on some calculated PR thing to basically make a university-wide issue specific to the football program. And I thought that was one, it was unnecessary. And then two, I didn't think it was right. There was no reason to do it. And it wasn't Baylor. Everybody at Baylor. It was a few members of the board who were in damage control, and I don't think they really knew. I think they panicked. And I realized, fully realized, a lot of the things that were said and were alleged at Baylor were horrible. And again, if I'm Baylor and if I'm in damage control, yeah, then I fire the head coach and I make the staff get out of town too. But if you look at it, and again, I would not say what I said about Kendall Briles, about Art Briles, about that situation. I would not say the things that I said unless I did the number of interviews that I did, and with the exception of 3 or 4 people, no one spent as much time on this than I did. And I think a lot of people were far too casual in really damning accusations and rhetoric and words about Art Briles without really looking at all of it. I mean, they were calling the guy, Coach Rape. You can call a guy a terrible coach. You can say he's a terrible offensive coordinator. You can say, well, he's a bad person and a bad father, bad this. That's fine. But, man, to say somebody sits there and condones sexual assault, that really bothered me. And, but ultimately, Art is the guy who can never get a job again, and he won't. He'll never get a job again. I think he's accepted that. Last I heard, he lives down in Horseshoe Bay. and is very much retired. But his son has gone on to be an offensive coordinator and a quarterbacks coach at Florida Atlantic, Houston, Arkansas, Florida State. Now he's going to TCU. He's a Texas guy. He's always wanted to be back in Texas. And when Garrett Riley left, that created an opportunity for Sonny Dykes. And Sonny has known Art. He's known Kendall. He worked with Art on Mike Leach's staff back in the first part of the 21st century at Texas Tech. And clearly, he's comfortable with the situation. I know they vetted Kendall Briles. TCU did. I know they interviewed him. I know they asked him about that comment that he made that went viral about show him a good time. And, Baylor's got a lot of white girls. If you like white girls, and those are tone-deaf, idiot comments. And they're also completely consistent with what had been football culture for a long, long, long time. And I would bet good money it's going on even now. Even if they're not said, it's implied. And I'm not saying it's right, but I am saying that's what goes on. So I think when I said TCU, and that headline is I think TCU made the right decision. I don't know if it's going to work, and you just never know. Do you have players? Is there, do people get along and all that? But I do think if you look at Kendall's track record since he left Baylor, nothing's happened. I mean, his offense has done all right, and he's been your standard offensive coordinator. So I think if that's what TCU was looking for and that's what Sonny wanted, and a guy he knew and trusts, he got the right guy.
I would say this, Mac. The sins of the father, are they any different are they different for the son? And I still to this day don't think Art Briles should get a job. I don't know about Kendall Briles. I may not know enough about the situation. As you say, you know an awful lot about it. But how long were they going to?
Let me ask you this. No, go ahead.
How long were they going to hold on to this thing with Kendall Briles forever? Like he should never ever be able to get employment. That I couldn't understand. I mean, some people can be rehabilitated. Maybe there's some that don't. Maybe some say the wrong things. We all make mistakes, and nobody's perfect. There's only one perfect person or one perfect entity to me. But you make mistakes. You move on. There is going to be a time that time passes, and do you just hold on to those grudges or do you forgive people? And
you bring up a great point. You really do, and I completely understand. And I look at this purely through the ugly world of college football, which is people ultimately care just about winning and losing. That's why I was like, Texas Tech should hire Art Briles because they will get over it. If Art went to Texas Tech or wherever,
right,
and they won, they would get over it. They do every single time. You and I both know that college athletics has been filled with characters who really had some stuff going on in the back of their house, but they won games, so people would deal with it, and they would justify it and rationalize damn near anything. And when it comes to your point about how long do we hold on to this, I think it just comes down to the person. And sometimes people just like, well, we just want to be mad, and then they go away, and then they go away. Well, where do they go? What if the young man's 25 or the young person's 28 years old? It doesn't just have to be a man. What if that young person, they've got the rest of their life? What are we supposed to do with them? Just give up? And I think in light of that, look, everybody from that coaching staff at Baylor went on to get a different job someplace else. And I know, having talked to a few of them, the vetting process on those guys was extensive. And you haven't heard about any of them.
Yeah, I mean, do you grow from a mistake? Do you grow, Mac, from a mistake? I mean, some people you meet as 19 or 20, when they're 35, 40, they're still the same. And you look at them like, really? You're still the same? You're still the same person? What the hell's going on with you? What have you done? What is it that you've done? I mean, I wouldn't expect Kendall Briles, some of the things he said at 24 or 20. I mean, that's still, to me, you can say that's a man, but that's a kid still working with kids, and they will say the dumbest ass things in the world. But I don't expect that guy to be 34, 35 years old and still say the dumb things or do the same dumb things.
I mean, think about it. Some comedian made this point, and it's a good line about, yeah, well, at one point I was 5'3". Okay, I grew up, physically, and you would think I would do the same thing now. I'm 6 feet tall now. Thank God. I made it to 6. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
But I'm 49, and I look back at some of the stuff that I said and did, oh my God, 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. And granted, I would say, and I think listeners and you guys can relate to this, being a parent is a big, big game changer in finding empathy. It really forces empathy down your throat, and it hopefully compassion as well.
Sure.
And that's the part of this that I think you're inescapably, universally right, that everybody should look at and say, wait a minute, how long are we supposed to punish anybody for? Like, what's the crime? Did you do any time, so to speak? Have you? And if you have, then it should be your turn to go back. And I mean, it's why I'm a big fan of Michael Vick. I mean, Michael Vick really screwed up. He did hard time. He paid all of his debts, and he came back, and by all accounts, he's been fine. And I think we have to give the opportunity for people to pursue that path. And if they don't do it, well, that's on them. In my mind, if you look at what Kendall Briles has done since he left Baylor, nothing has happened. So if Sonny Dykes, who knows this guy well, wants to give him a shot, and he has the full support of his athletic director, then go ahead and do it.
Mac Engel is with us online at Twitter, at MacEngelProf, P-R-O-F, because in addition to his Fort Worth Star-Telegram work, he's also an adjunct professor at SMU and author of 4 books. Mac, you've covered the Cowboys a long, long time, obviously. What's your read after the Monday night win? Short week going to San Francisco. It's a very good and hot 49ers team. What's your feel on this game?
I think it's going to be pretty close. And the wild card to me is, can the Cowboys be the first team to make Brock Purdy look like a rookie? No one's really done it. I mean, Seattle kind of did it in the first half of the wild card game, but then Brock Purdy's good. I mean, he's done things in that offense that a guy should do, that a veteran should do, and you have to give him credit. He's a third-string quarterback. There's a couple things that Dallas has going for him that I like. One, they have Leighton Vander Esch back, and Leighton Vander Esch has made a huge difference for that defense. Beating Tampa Bay, you have to give them credit. The Cowboys hadn't won a road playoff game in 30 years. Tampa Bay is not that good. They're just not. Tom Brady's not the same guy. He's not. But Dallas went out and did what they were supposed to do. They beat him badly. Dak Prescott looked great. Question I have is, can the Cowboys – 49ers are a bad matchup for them. And the 49ers are a bad matchup for a lot of teams because their front four, they can get pressure without blitzing. And not many teams can do that. And when you watch the wild card playoff loss to the 49ers that Dallas had last year, that was the problem. They couldn't block them. Even when after Joey Bosa went out at halftime with an injury, they couldn't block him. And Deebo Samuel was a problem. They didn't even have Christian McCaffrey. I think Dallas, to win this game, is going to have to play just about perfect, and Micah Parsons is going to have to be great. Now, Micah Parsons was great. God, he was good on Monday night. But if they're going to double him, which they will, somebody else is going to have to get home. They're going to have to make some plays on the back end. Trayvon Diggs is going to have to tackle. I don't know if you guys watch this. Trayvon Diggs is a really good cover corner, but teams deliberately go at his side because he does not want to tackle. And eventually he's going to have to get physical. Otherwise, they're just going to keep hammering him. And Christian McCaffrey has been perfect for that team. So I'm going to guess it's going to be a really close game. And if Dallas is going to win, Brock Purdy's going to have to screw up, and Dak Prescott's going to have to outplay him. But guys, I've covered this team for a long time. Cowboys have not been to an NFC title game since 1996. They're on the road. The weather looks like it's going to be decent, but I have a horrible feeling the Cowboys are going to cowboy and the 49ers are going to win at the end.
Yeah, I feel.
I really hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, everybody wants to. I want to see a really, really good game, but I just don't know if the Cowboys' offensive line would. I mean, guys are going out. They're switching positions again, and it's late in the season now. This is not, in week number 6 where you lose a tackle or you've got to replace a guy moving from guard out there to tackle. This is late in the season, and you've got the kind of injuries that they have on the offensive line going against this defensive line. And like you said, the pressure that they get from the 4 guys up front, That's the scary part. And, last week, Mac, the Cowboys found a way to get on the perimeter on Tampa Bay on those lines. I just don't think they get to the perimeter, and I don't see them running up the gut. I don't see them pulling guys and vacating spaces against the 49ers defense. How they got to the perimeter last week was fantastic. Their tight end was holding. He got called once, but he was holding like 12 times, and they just got away with it. I don't think he can hold those guys on San Francisco. I don't think he can grab, Dalton Schultz can't even grab the guys and actually hold them to keep them out now. I just think they just bring it on now.
No, and the problem with Dallas has pass catching tight ends. They don't have physical blocking tight ends. And Tyler Smith, say whatever you want Tyler Smith. They'll move, like Jason Peters is out, so they're going to move Tyler Smith back to the left tackle spot where he has done a great job all year. The question is, can Tyron Smith – now Tyron Smith played better than he has played since he's come back from his injury. And if he can play better, if he can play as well as he did against Tampa, against San Francisco, then that helps a lot. But your observation about that line is right. I mean, they've juggled guys. The center and guard spot have been problems. The fact that they're going to have to move Jason Peters out and Tyler Smith back from guard to tackle means that the guard who had been playing as an emergency H-back and fullback, well, he's back at the fullback spot. You're right. You're moving guys around at an important spot, not in week 5, but in the NFC divisional round. And that line is shaky. They're not – you don't want to say they're bad, but they've got some concerns. And you're right. That's a dead-on observation about them getting outside because they did it, and you didn't think they were going to be able to do it, and now they're going against maybe the best front, probably the best front defensively left in the playoffs. That's going to be an issue. They might be able to do it. I mean, I'm not betting against Tyler Smith. To me, the concern is more Tyron Smith and whether or not he can keep trending up. These are his last game with the Cowboys. They're going to cut him in the offseason. So he's trying to get a contract someplace else. He needs to play well. And if he plays like he did and shows the improvement like he did against Tampa Bay, they might be okay there. Maybe.
Hey, Mac, appreciate it. 2 big stories, 2 big conversations. We appreciate the insight. Yeah, Nick Bosa will be lined up on Tyron Smith quite a lot in this game, the leading sacker in the National Football League. That'll be a challenge. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Mac, thank you so much, man.
Okay, thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Good stuff there. We'll come back. Be a short segment. We'll wrap it up and get you ready for Light the Tower coming next. All right, there it is. That's going to do it for us. Appreciate Mac Engel. Good stuff today. Buck-ons and buck-offs, Buck. And enjoy 70 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, it's going to be like this today. And we start getting out of the cooler weather coming tomorrow and the weekend.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to divisional weekend. We'll have more on that tomorrow. Obviously, more on the Longhorns' pursuit of A.D. Mitchell. Junior weekend, maybe a wide receivers coach. All that will be coming down.
Yeah, we get a little bit of what Mac said. Talk a little bit about that tomorrow, too.
For sure. We'll react some of that Mac Engel conversation with the Kendall Briles to TCU conversation, which was not everybody agreed with Mac Engel, and that's what a good columnist does. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Thanks for the Buck-ons and Buck-offs. Good stuff today, TY. And coming next, Craig Way is back from Ames, back from Lubbock, all of his trips and travails. He and Jeff are coming next on Light the Tower, Chad and Zay through the midday. Also, Harge and Rod this afternoon. Hope Harge is feeling better with Ball Don't Lie. Everybody have a great Thursday. If you missed any part of the show, it's podcast at hornfm.com.
I'm a lucky man. I've said that many, many times. Lucky and blessed and all those kind of things. By the way, apologies to the Colonel. They're just a few seconds longer on holding that plank because looking for my cup of coffee, which I'd set aside. I'll have to get that. I left it in the outer room there. But anyway, I'm a lucky man. This morning, every day I try to think about the things that I feel, blessed and lucky and all of those kinds of things and fortunate to have. And sometimes it can be the simplest of things. Today and yesterday, for that matter, I feel lucky in that in the dead of January, I went to Ames, Iowa and Lubbock on back-to-back nights and was able to get in, get the work done, and get out without getting stuck there. For that reason and that reason alone, I feel lucky today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9 AM 1260, where we're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. My name is Craig Way. Glad to have you with us. And, yeah, listen, you go to Ames, Iowa in January, you could be up against it. I was there on a New Year's Eve into New Year's night. It was New Year's because I remember us having on the monitor watching Baker Mayfield in Oklahoma falter in the second half against Georgia in that Rose Bowl in the college football playoff that day. And Texas basketball had a game against Iowa State that evening. And when I got off the air and I got in the rental car to drive it back to the charter terminal and drop off there and then hop on the charter flight with the team to come home, it was minus 18. It was 18 below. It was definitely officially the coldest environment I'd ever been in, and I've had other times there. I remember doing a women's basketball game there in the early 2000s when our equipment was a little bit different, and we had to actually carry the case like a suitcase. It wasn't a roller bag thing, and and they put me in this way outer parking lot, and it was minus 4. And I remember, and I hope you're not having breakfast at this time, but if so, I apologize in advance. I remember the snot freezing underneath my nostrils. Yeah, up against there. So, yeah, there's days to feel fortunate about. And it was like 50 degrees going in there on Monday with the team. And then it got chilly. It got into the high 30s or whatever, and just murky gray. And then bad stuff was moving in yesterday. But they got out late on Tuesday night and then after the game. And then, of course, landed about 2 o'clock in the morning. Went home and dumped out one bag and repacked and showered and changed. Went back to the airport, flew to Lubbock yesterday, flew up commercial, and the weather was decent enough other than the fact just wind tunnel effect that you get in January. Wind was blowing all over the place. At the game last night, Texas women lost a disappointing game to Texas Tech, then got on the charter and came home with them. So glad to be back in this town where I always love to be. Jeff Howe will be along shortly. He'll be joining us. Our producer, of course, Ty Henderson behind the glass. What's the coldest you've ever been?
Well, I was thinking about it when you were telling that story, and I've only seen non-Texas snow one time.
Non-Texas snow?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And probably in Colorado, it's probably about 18 degrees.
Okay.
So I can't imagine negative 18.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gets to a certain point where it just flat out feels just out and out frigid cold. Not an app guy sent that still shot of Jack Nicholson from The Shining where he's sitting there after he is frozen to death. Yeah. Yeah, it can get pretty. I'm not a real good cold weather person. I just never have been that. And my newlywed wife and I are at odds on this. She likes the cold weather. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like unseasonably warm weather, like 70 degrees in January. I'm like, bring it. I will take it 7 days a week. So we'll always take it there. So anyway, so there it is. And it just depends on whether you like hot weather, cold weather, that kind of thing. I've always been, I grew up in a state where it didn't get really, really cold like it can here. Also rarely topped 100 degrees, but humid as all get out in North Carolina. It would be. And
it doesn't get as cold as it does here in North Carolina?
No, not regularly. And I mean, because when you get those blue northers that blow down, I'd never heard of that until I came to Texas. But it is very, very humid up there. Rains a lot. For a while, I was so burnt out on rain. I was so worn out on it when I came to Texas. I'm telling the truth. Literally years would go by and I'd see a little rain and I was happy. I didn't care. Eventually, I grew to really appreciate rain, especially as a homeowner later. But I was so worn out on rain when I first got out here. I hated it. It's part of the reason why I ended up transferring when I first went to school in North Carolina. It came out, it rained the entire fall semester, and I came out, and so it was great. And I remember getting out here right before Christmas, and then I made the decision I was going to transfer and go to school somewhere out here in Texas. The next day came the worst ice storm in the history of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in December of '78. Fans who remember the Joe Montana Cotton Bowl with Notre Dame against Houston will remember that. It happened 2 days after that. But it was really cool. So anyway, that's, I'm always grateful to get back home. I'm always grateful to get back to, warmer climates and things like that. So I said, hey, glad your travels were safe, and congratulations on seeing the two worst officiating games in college basketball this season in person. Not everybody could say that. I'm glad you brought it up because I know there'd been a lot of conversation about what happened, what was seen in that Texas game. Let me tell you what it's like, what we saw from our position, our broadcast position. And this is most of the places in the Big 12 Conference. You're seated beside your bench if you are the visiting radio team. It's not like those who have seen us at Moody Center, kind of like at the Irwin Center. We have a really good broadcast position across from the benches, which is really where I like to be, across from the benches in midcourt, because you can see a lot of the action going on. You're also not screened off sometimes by a member of the coaching staff, be it the head coach or one of the assistants or whatever, getting up and motioning. They're just doing their job. They're doing their directions. Sometimes I'm really, doing ducking and weaving and bobbing just so I could see. That was the case last night in Lubbock as well with the Texas women's game. And so, we were usually seated right beside the bench. That was the case Tuesday night in Ames. That was the case last night where it was in Lubbock for the Texas women's game against Texas Tech. And with regard to the men's game, and it's drawn a great deal of conversation, Dylan Mitchell getting undercut by Caleb Grill of Iowa State, and then the move back down the floor. I know some folks had asked Bucky and Erin and said, why didn't they do this? Why didn't Rodney Terry go out on the floor and get a technical to change the momentum? Why didn't it? I can tell you why. They didn't see it. Roddy didn't see it. We didn't see it. It happened so quick because, remember, it's off of a missed shot. Everybody releases and goes down the floor. 9 of the 10 players, or 8 of the 10, I guess, as Grill is undercutting Dylan Mitchell, had already released to go back down the floor, and 2 of the 3 officials. Now, the one who should have made the call did not. But Rodney Terry had not seen it. He saw it at halftime in the locker room, and he was not happy at all. And if it'll make anybody feel better, he was on the phone with the Big 12 Conference when the game was over, in the locker room. I saw it with my own eyes, heard some of the conversation. So he was certainly well aware of it, and he was right there. And it's that place is always a difficult environment. It was made even more difficult environment, certainly with the circumstances and Tyrese Hunter, and it was F Tyrese and all that. Now that started during warm-ups. That wasn't just during the game. That was going to work. But he knew it, and he got off to a good start, but didn't play well in the second half, and the Longhorns didn't play well enough in the second half. So those are the reasons behind that. But with regard to the officiating crew, I've said it a long time. The Big 12 Conference, both on the men's side and the women's side, has a real struggle in getting top-flight officials. And I've seen all of the officials for both men's and women's basketball over the years. I've seen the crews, how those crews, blend in and are mixed depending on who the crew chief is now. A couple of years ago, they got real big on telling us who the crew chief was, and then the other 2 officials, whether it was like the lead official and then referee 1, referee 2, or official 1, official 2. They've gotten really big on telling us who the crew chief is. And I can tell you that the 3 who worked the game the other night would not, under with a lot of the regular decent officials in this league, would not have been crew chiefs in that. Not only that, there would not have been 3 officials, let me just say, of that particular ilk grouped together. You had Kansas and Kansas State going on, and you had Baylor and Texas Tech, and these crew assignments are made well in advance. So it could have been viewed that, hey, those are going to be 2 monumental games, whatever, that sort of thing. So that's all you can pretty much say about it. And the women's game has been struggling for some time to get enough qualified officials on that. When Kevin Weiberg was the commissioner of the Big 12 Conference, he told me once, a long time ago, he said, we can't get enough qualified officials, and so a lot of the same ones keep recirculating, some of whom are good, some of whom are not. And so that happens as well. Not blaming anything on officiating. I'm just offering by way of explanation for folks who are asking about officials, how that process works on that. All right. My co-host, of course, is the pride of Northwest Williamson County and a proud graduate of Florence High School.
Always.
You may remember him back in his days of wearing the purple and white 79.
You shouldn't.
As an honorable mention, all-district offensive lineman for the Florence Buffaloes. But you know him best for his outstanding work at Orange 24/7, and that's Jeff Howe. How are you?
Good. Other than the traffic issues this morning, I'm wonderful.
It's a lovely day in the neighborhood, isn't it,
yep.
for all of that?
Good to have you back.
Yeah, good to be back.
I know you got to and fro safely.
There was a lot of froing, a lot of to-ing and froing, but it worked out.
Good.
It all worked
would
out.
you agree with me, though? I said, Ty and I talked about this yesterday on the show because we had a pretty lengthy discussion about the foul. And I'm kind of in the same boat as Rodney Terry from the standpoint that I didn't realize how bad that play was.
Right.
I didn't catch it on first watch. I went back and saw some of the replays, and I was like, okay, it was what it was. It was a dirty play. I'm just going to say what it is. But as much as we complain about officiating in football and men's basketball, and you just talked about women's basketball, would you agree with me that baseball, the umpiring in baseball, is probably the most sketchy, I guess, for lack of a better term?
No.
Sketchiest?
No, but I'll explain why, and this will make sense.
Okay.
The sketch, to use your term, the sketchiest, the most difficult is women's basketball. It is a cosmic difference between the men's game and the women's game on some. And what was pointed out to me, you had one official working the women's game last night who had worked 5 games in 6 nights and had gotten from working a Saturday night game, I think it was in Stillwater, to a Sunday noon game in Nashville and stuff. They're very, very stretched thin, and a lot of them are just not, the few they have that are top flight are stretched out. So it's reasonable they're probably not going to be at their best on given games. And then there's others who just aren't very good and have gotten promoted, but so they've had to. Now, to your point about umpiring, the difference with the umpiring is the depth of it. In every crew, mm-hmm. I think that David Pierce might disagree with me on this, but in every crew, I think you have one in Big 12 Conference.
Uh-huh.
My experience has been in every crew, there's usually at least one pretty darn good ball strike caller, ball strike umpire, mm-hmm. home plate umpire. But always pay attention to whoever on a 3-game weekend series is the third base umpire, because he's not going to be on the plate. He will finish the weekend series at first base. And there's a reason for that. Okay? Now, sometimes it's because that's how they prefer it, but a lot of times I had it explained to me a long time ago. The weakest link on that is the guy who's not your good ball strike call, and he's going to open that series being the umpire at third base. So it's the depth more to me. There's usually at least one pretty good, sometimes one really good ball strike umpire. And some are better at being ball strike umpires than being base umpires.
Yeah, I was telling Tyrus yesterday, we were talking about umpiring and officiating. You remember it was the 2015 baseball season. I know you've slept since then, but Texas had a run of just
had to win the Big 12 tournament, or they don't go to the NCAA regional.
There was a run of just shoddy umpiring on both sides in Texas games, and by about the second week this was happening, it was a Sunday home game. I forget who Texas was playing. It was a conference game. Ben Johnson got called out on just a a god-awful called third strike. Got himself ejected, and I'm like, you know what? Most of the time you tell a guy, oh, handle that better. No, this has been bubbling up, and I don't blame Ben at all for losing it right there.
It helped me.
It was warranted.
Yeah, you can help me remember this. The outfielder, I can't. Yeah, I can. I can believe it. I've slept a little since then, unfortunately. The outfielder for Texas, mainly utility guy from Lake Travis, Ward number 1, called out at the plate in a weekend series against Kansas State. It was David Pierce's first year, I believe. Head first slide there. Horribly blown call. And he got up and was so angry. Then he got, quote unquote, tossed. It ended the game. And he had to, and because he got what was called a post-game suspension, couldn't play in the next game. So that's what it was.
That 2017 baseball roster.
Yeah, check 2017 and 2019.
You thinking about Tate Shaw?
No,
Westlake?
No,
thinking about Tate Shaw.
Okay. But it'll hit me when you say it. But anyway. There's with the umpiring thing. It's mainly a depth issue, is what I've discovered over the years. There's usually one, sometimes two really good ball strike umpires, and then there's some. And then when you say someone is a good ball strike umpire, what are you looking for? Consistency? Okay, I can tell you, I can name one or two ball strike umpires who are very, very, very consistent. They're also very tight with their strike zone. Now, you know it going in, and they're very consistent, and it doesn't move. And while head coaches aren't crazy about that, they'll take that. And if even somebody's got a wide zone, they'll take that as long as it's consistent. It's the floating thing that really drives a lot of coaches crazy. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So, anyway. All right,
I'm coming up empty on your search.
That's
here,
all right.
Greg.
I'll find it during the break.
No, it'll come to you when you and Linda are eating dinner tonight.
Yeah,
think of something.
That kid. We have a Longhorn notebook coming up. Well, you got some football notes.
Yeah, we'll look at we'll kind of give you an overview where things are on the A.D. Mitchell situation. And I finally, in my stack of legal pads on my desk, found the wide receiver numbers that I've been looking for about a week now.
Do you have a stack of papers kind of like Rod's, where it's like, single spaced, written on like binder or composition book paper, on both sides?
No, because Rod has his organized. I don't have mine organized.
Okay, all right.
That's the difference between us.
No, you're exactly right.
Rod prefers.
Now, having said that, it doesn't look organized when you look at Rod's stuff.
Rod prefers it just looks unorganized because Rod prefers like the just tearing the paper out of the spiral notebooks and doing like that, and you've got all the I forget what you call them, like the frills on the outside, little frilly things.
Yes.
I prefer the legal pad.
There you go.
So just kind of start writing, roll over, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, okay.
But I found my receiver number, so
that's good. So we'll have that. We do have Inconceivable coming up next hour. And by the way, normally Thursdays when we visit with Vic Schaefer, Texas women's head coach, unable to do that today because of the turnaround with another road game to come. They have film session and practice going on this morning, so we'll try to catch up with him soon, but unable to visit with him today. But what we will do in the 11 o'clock hour, our resident fan Tom, Emily Wolfan, will be pleased with this. Bruce Burke, Texas men's tennis coach, will join us in the 11 o'clock hour. They have their first big home matches of the weekend this weekend. They come off the win last week, and they had their first big home matches of the weekend against UTSA tomorrow, and then 12th ranked Georgia on Sunday. So we've got those coming up. And we'll get a little preview from Bruce. We'll visit with him about that. It's been a bit since we've chatted with him, and we wanted to have an opportunity to visit with him. So that's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour as well. As I mentioned, of course, Ty Henderson producing for us, and Ty, you've made it clear that and I'm bringing this up for a reason because of what'll happen in Inconceivable, that you have led a pretty steady life of fast food consumption, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have a favorite fast food outlet?
A good Whataburger.
A good Whataburger. Because you're saying there's some Whataburgers that leave a little something.
The campus Whataburger,
not so much.
They have a lot on their plate. Sometimes they don't always put out the best product.
I rarely come across a Whataburger that doesn't come up to the mark. What I have encountered a couple of times is a Whataburger that doesn't come up to the mark on the mobile order.
Yes.
And you wind up waiting interminably long. And then it was like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've run into some of that in the last couple of months. But other than that, the food quality's always been good.
If you're a Whataburger connoisseur, you learn like on your way from work to home or the to and fro.
Yeah.
You kind of learn which Whataburger is good and which one to avoid. Like, I'm not saying the food is bad or anything, but the one in South Park Meadows on my way home, that always seems like it's like 40 cars deep.
Yeah, so you pass that one?
Yeah. The one in Butte is usually fine, but the one in Kyle's always busy. But the one in San Marcos is fine. The one in San Marcos closer to campus, not the one by the outlet mall.
Well, that kind of sounds like the old Yogi Berra line, when they talk about the restaurant. He said, nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. Think about that. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded because of the drive-through thing. Nobody he knows makes a regular habit of going to the place because it was too crowded. So like you said, you'd probably skip the South Park Meadows one, maybe whether it's not good or whatever, but it's always got that wrapped around line.
Yeah, it's a big no for me. Hey, real quick, before we hit the break, I want to ask you this. Did you get a Final Four ring for women's basketball and men's basketball in 2003?
I have one for men's.
But not for women's?
That's correct.
Okay.
At the time, I think the way it was explained to me was there was an issue with the jeweler, and they only did women's rings.
Okay.
For that thing. So I think that's the reason why. But I did get one for the men, yes.
I got you. All right, because we were talking, I don't know if you saw the big hubbub yesterday. Arkansas issued College World Series rings, even though they didn't win it.
Oh, okay.
Issued win rings for the college. And of course, if you're Texas baseball, the only thing you honor inside the stadium are the national championship.
Right.
It's just like UCLA.
Right.
You only hang a banner if you win a national championship in men's basketball. But I didn't know if you dislike, don't have a problem with the ring. Like, if you get to the Final Four but you don't win it, are you okay with getting a ring? Or you get to Omaha and you don't win it, are you cool with getting a ring?
I think Omaha's a little bit different to me than the Final Four. The Final Four is a separate tier level achievement. You're down to 4. We get to Omaha, you still got 8 teams, and you're going through a double elimination tournament and then a best of 3. I think that's kind of up to the schools. I think it's a different level tier. But there's also tiers for what your level of accomplishment was. I got Big Schaefer saw to it that I got an Elite 8 ring from when they went to the Elite 8. I got an Elite 8 ring from the 2008 Texas team that went there.
That would have also been combination because they shared the conference regular season championship too. Was that?
That is correct.
Was that on there too?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I all of my rings are stored away. I don't wear them. They just kind of get in the way too much of what I have to do with my hands and writing and typing and all that other kind of stuff. I really rarely about the I keep them in a safe place. I will occasionally wear the Texas High School Football Hall of Fame ring, but that is for like Hall of Fame functions or at the state championship games.
Right.
But a lot of times the rings kind of,
they're cumbersome.
They can be. So it's nice to have them. Never complain about that.
We were talking about that yesterday, though. Because I heard Chad and Zay talking about it. I'm cool if, by the way, Chad did say he'll be surprised if A&M doesn't issue rings just for getting to Omaha and winning a game in Omaha and advancing a little bit.
They might. They might. It means you're an Elite 8.
I'm totally fine if you package it with like conference tournament championship or conference regular season championship, and you want to say, hey, not only did we win the league, but we like Texas, the 2021 baseball team. Sure, they got rings for winning the conference regular season championship, and it might have had the College World Series logo on it. I don't know. I haven't seen the rings, but I'm cool with that. It just, like you said, I think it depends on the school. Like Texas, you're probably not getting a ring if you didn't win a conference championship, conference tournament championship, and you just got to Omaha. Probably not getting one for that.
It's different with them, I say, than with most other programs. Yeah. We are, after all, talking about the program that's been there more than any other.
Yeah.
So while you never take it for granted, and I've heard so many coaches say that, and it should never be looked at as being routine, it does become what folks expect and hope will be is an annual trip. Not the easiest thing in the world. Let me ask you this before you get to the break. Were you surprised to see the Longhorns not ranked in the preseason D1 baseball rankings?
No, we talked about that one of the days you were out. I think it was Tuesday. We talked about that, and I mentioned it on Twitter. I quote tweeted the D1 baseball poll. Kendall Rogers replied, good friend of the show. He replied, he said Texas is one of the most interesting teams in the country because Kendall thinks the offense is going to be better maybe than what people think it is with some of those new faces. We know there's a lot of work to be done on that pitching staff. I think David Pierce knew that going into fall ball. So no, I don't have a big problem with it. I mean, it kind of you can
no problem. I mean, I don't have a problem. I was wondering if you were surprised because and here's the other reason.
Slightly.
Yeah. Here's the other reason why I bring that up. I'm glad you got a chance to exchange text with Kendall. Didn't D1 also rank the Texas signing class number 4 in the country?
I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty highly ranked. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I know the signing class is different from the actual attorneys and how it all melds together and all that sort of stuff. We'll see how it goes. But it's interesting. It was interesting. I was a little bit surprised that they weren't ranked, if not down. I thought they might be ranked in somewhere in the 21 to 25 range.
And that's where Kendall thought he's like anywhere from like 20 to just barely out.
Yep.
Where he thought. And by the way, speaking of championship awards and rings and trophies and things of that nature, found out yesterday that Ty doesn't have his runner-up medal from Westlake's state championship lost to North Shore. Where's that medal, Ty?
It's in the trash can in NRG.
Oh, stop it.
We all threw it away. No regrets either.
Still to this day, no regrets.
No regrets from Tyrus.
Okay.
Over trash can.
I don't want that bad omen in my house. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, but see, you didn't have a chance to go back and win another one later.
I know, but second place medal, not for me.
Okay. See, that's not how I don't look at it as second place. You were a state finalist. You were better. There's 245 teams in that division, and there was only one out of 245 that was better than you. Is that not worthy of being an accomplishment?
Well, I got a picture of myself on that team. If anybody asks, I can just show them that.
Okay.
I feel like the medal's more for the person, the individual, and
that's why every individual gets one.
I know. We were all very upset, to say the least.
No doubt. And the way that game went, I understand.
And I think it started with Sam at the front of the locker room, and then we all kind of followed his lead.
And by the way, Ty did not confirm nor deny if he's ever wished bodily injury on Kayla Von Chason. He could not confirm nor deny that yesterday.
Had himself quite a game.
He did.
That was a really good team. All right. We'll get to our Longhorn Notebook coming up when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9 AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. So my good friend Tom McKay from Audiovisual Consultations came to my mind over the past couple of nights. I don't know if you've read some of the online articles that people were complaining about or opinions in social media about the ESPN Plus tier and having to do that. And I read one tweet from somebody that said, I wouldn't even know how to make that happen on my television. Well, you know who can? Tom McKay. They can manage all of and routing all of your streaming sources in, as well as your cable or satellite provider, if you're a cord cutter, whatever it might be. They can set up your home entertainment system the way that you want it done. Same thing with a home theater system as well, with those screens of 90 inches all the way up to 150 inches as well. You don't have to worry about going out and shopping in the big box stores and worried about elevated prices. Tom and his staff aren't doing that, and they handle everything in terms of the setup, the latest in Sonos sound systems and the HD TVs. You can go online and you can see for yourself, and they can make all of that so easy to where you don't have to worry about it. Go online to avconsultations.com or give Tom and his staff a call today, 512-255 8678. Let Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations help you realize the home entertainment system of your dreams. This is Light the Tower on the Horn. 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. Live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Craig Way, Jeff Howe, alongside. Have Ty Henderson pulling double duty these days, and glad to have him alongside as well. So we had to get a couple of things cleared off the ledger, and we've done. And so now, without further ado, it's time for our first hour edition of the Longhorn Notebook.
Jeff Howe's Longhorn Notebook.
It's a Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Erin Bowersock, a home loan expert and your Longhorn lender. Check her out on the web at bowersockteam.com. That's BOWERSOCK, just like it sounds, bowersockteam.com. See if she can do for you what she did for Linda and me, and that was to get that home loan approval turned around in a snap. She is the person who can make that 10-day or less home loan approval guarantee. Check her out at bowersockteam.com.
I will read verbatim from Hudson Standish, my colleague at Horns 24/7, who, by the way, he will join Chad and Zay today in the 105 slot on the midday show. That's normally the spot I have, Craig.
Yes.
I've got to make a trip to the eye doctor today,
boy.
for the annual checkup there.
Okay.
So Hudson will be filling in for me today, but he's been bird dogging the A.D. Mitchell situation and his huddle column this morning at Horns 24/7. I'll read it straight from his fingers to everyone else's ears. After talking with more people in the know last night, I'm officially entering a crystal ball for the Longhorns to win out for Mitchell and wouldn't be surprised if a decision came sooner rather than later, considering how late in the process this transfer went down. Needless to say, that would be a massive addition for Texas, adding A.D. Mitchell out of the portal from Georgia. You're going to get Isaiah Nayer back from the knee injury at some point. Jordan Whittington's back. Xavier Worthy's back. You've got Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore on campus. Just a lot of really talented receivers, Craig. And I've had a lot of thoughts and a lot of discussion about the wide receiver position, and I want to get your take on this because I brought it up to Rod and Matt on Longhorn Blitz this week, and I brought it up to Ty yesterday, and all three so far have agreed with me. At this time last year, looking through the 2021 season at the body of work, we said, you know what? There were more position groups than that regressed or just were stagnant than groups that progressed, made progress, and got better last season. And I said, that
I agree.
The opposite is true in 2022. And I said, probably every position group except wide receiver, you saw real growth from start to finish. And I can even say running back, because even though Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson are moving on, I think everybody liked what we saw from Jonathan Brooks, and Keelan Robinson as a complementary piece in the offense became a viable receiving threat and did some of the things. But we ran down the list. Would you say that's accurate, Craig? Yep. Every position group on this roster got significantly better except wide receiver.
Yeah, I agree. I think we saw an uptick around the horn on that. And the reasons with the wide receiver spot are varied.
Right.
There are a variety of reasons for why things happen the way they did with the receiving corps.
So I started thinking about just the development process, because we've heard, and by the way, no movement on the receivers coach position that we can report right now, that vacant job. But hearing that Sark wants a guy who can develop that position more so than a guy who's just a lights-out recruiter. And I don't think that's a knock on Brennan Marion, because I think he sees you got a lot of talent in that room. You got to get the most out of it when you really didn't last year, like you said, for a variety of reasons. I started thinking back to a couple of things. I'm like, the last position coach Texas had that was probably elite doing both was just a lights-out recruiter and a great developer of the position. I think you got to go back to Daryl Drake to find the last time Texas had a receivers coach that you could say he's elite at both. He can recruit elite talent and he can develop said talent. When you look at the draft picks that Daryl Drake brought to campus, and I say this, kind of Daryl Drake's parting shot, that last receiver group, because one of the guys I'm going to mention was kind of recruited as a receiver. Two of the last recruits Daryl Drake was responsible for getting to Texas were Ramon Taylor and Jordan Shipley.
Yes.
So he had an eye for talent. He could coach it. He could see it. He could recruit it. He could develop it. But the receiver position, Craig, has been a problem for Texas. And I went back, and now that we're pretty much at the end of the run with Tom Herman's wide receivers that he recruited from that transition class in 2017 all the way through 2021, I just want to run down these receivers and tell you kind of what they did. Jordan Pouncey, 2 catches for 19 yards, transferred out. Brendan Eagles, 61 for a little over 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns. Declared early for the NFL draft, wasn't drafted last I saw. I think he got maybe a cup of coffee or a shot with one of the USFL teams last spring. Joshua Moore, 61 catches, 790 yards, 13 touchdowns. We know what happened with Joshua Moore in that 2021 season. Alvonte Woodard, 7 catches, 62 yards, no touchdowns, and we know that Alvonte transferred out. Injuries really just never allowed him to get started. Malcolm Epps, 24 for 292, 4 touchdowns. We know he transferred out. Brew McCoy never played, going to 2019. Brew McCoy never played it down for Texas. Jake Smith was 48 for 568 and 9 touchdowns, but we know injuries caught up with him. He transferred out. By the way, I'll get to another guy in here. I think the Arizona State roster is going to have more Tom Herman era wide receiver recruits for Texas than the Texas roster will in 2022. Jordan Whittington, we know, is on campus. He's going to end up being by far the most productive wide receiver Tom Herman will have recruited. Marcus Washington, 25 for 366, 3 touchdowns. He transferred out. Kennedy Lewis, 1 catch, 37 yards. He transferred out. Troy O'Meary, 1 catch for 9 yards. He's now gone. Kelvonte Dixon, 12 for 176 and a touchdown. He's now gone. Dejon Harrison out of Hutto, no official statistics recorded. He transferred out. Jaden Alexis is yet to play because of the knee injury. Keith Ron Lee never even had an official practice with Texas before he was out. And then Casey Kane got on the field this year a little bit. So basically, of the Tom Herman era receivers that were recruited, you pretty much got Jordan Whittington at this point, and whatever else you can get out of Casey Kane. That's it. So receiver development has been a big-time issue for Texas. And when you look, you realize, Craig, the last time Texas, can you think of the last first-round draft pick, Craig, Texas had at the wide receiver position? Not that they haven't had good receivers since this guy, because they have, but
because they have, yeah. Was the last first-rounder Roy Williams?
That would be the guy that Ty gave me a rookie card of yesterday. That would be one Roy Williams.
Yeah.
Was the last first-round wide receiver.
Yeah.
Then
it's been a minute.
You know, Lima Swede was in there. Jordan Shipley, obviously. And then that gap, you got that gap between Marquise Goodwin and, Colin Johnson and Devin Duvernay when they were drafted. So and there's a multitude
all
of reasons
whom
why.
still making a living in the NFL.
Did Marcus Johnson get drafted?
Marcus Johnson did not get drafted, but again, talk about the litany of reasons why some wide receivers haven't worked out, why receiver development has been an issue. Marcus Johnson, the quarterback position, was far from stable his last couple of years at Texas. And then you're constantly changing offensive schemes. You're constantly changing receivers coaches. But Marcus Johnson showed, hey, he went out and had one of the best pro day workouts I've seen since I've been covering pro days.
His OU game that year was pretty good too.
Yeah, Marcus ran like sub 4.4, had like a 43, 44 inch vertical, just tested off the charts. It was like 6'1", like 190 pounds. The scouts are looking around like, who the heck is this guy?
Wasn't he with the Colts when we visited with him?
He had just re-signed with the Colts.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or he was either had just done it or did it shortly after he was on with us.
Right.
But it's all those things I mentioned. But hopefully now that you've got some stability in terms of your offensive scheme with Sark's offense, if you can get a position coach that can actually develop the position and be on the same page with Sark, and maybe this is just me, Craig, grasping at straws, but I look at a guy like Chris Jackson of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who is one of those guys that's in the mix for the job, even though he did issue the denial this week.
Right.
You look at him and you look at the coaches that Chris Jackson has worked for, because he had a pretty lengthy career in the Arena League. And, there's not that there's a lot to translate, but you look at some of the stuff we were watching in the Arena League 15, 20 years ago, and you're like, okay, I'm starting to see some of that stuff in actual 11-on-11, 100-yard field football. So some of that stuff translates, but the more intriguing thing for me with Chris Jackson is played in college for a guy like Mike Price, who at the time, got to think about those 96, 97 Washington State teams with Ryan Leaf a quarterback. At the time, Mike Price was seen as a cutting-edge spread guy. So he understands a spread offense. He understands a pretty sophisticated passing game. But the two NFL guys he's worked for Matt Nagy and he's worked for Doug Peterson. Both Andy Reid disciples, both Andy Reid's off the Bill Walsh coaching tree, and we know how much Sark kind of roots his football philosophy in the teachings of Bill Walsh. So I think there's going to be a lot that those guys can vibe on and see eye to eye on if he is indeed the pick. But that's just an overview of pretty much the Tom Herman era of recruiting wide receivers. It was, all sizzle, no steak, pretty much, with the exception of a couple of guys. And again, Jordan Whittington's back for this year, and he's going to end up being by far the most productive of those guys. And really, that staff wasn't even 100% sure they wanted to put him at wide receiver. They thought about safety. They actually started him at running back, and then he ended up at wide receiver, which is where he is now. And part of, if Texas gets A.D. Mitchell, what's going to be part of a really deep, really talented receiver core. And Craig, I think there's a chance, because the same thing we're saying about wide receiver right now is the same thing we were saying about interior D-line at this time last year. That group did not have a good 2021. But with another year under Bo Davis, they got themselves right. And that, other than running back, that was probably your most consistently productive position group this year. I could see this wide receiver group with as much talent that's there. I could see them making that same kind of jump in 2023.
Yeah. The talent level makes the biggest difference. And then, you want to make sure that someone like, and I think you made a good point that you don't lay all of that at the feet of Brennan Marion. Did a pretty good job when he was at Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And
in terms of being a recruiter, he brought in Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, and Ryan Niblett. That's a really good three receiver class.
Yep, agree with all that. Now
helped get Isaiah Nayer out of the portal.
Yes. So now the next step is for this very talented group that you just described to be able to take off from there.
A lot of competition in that room this spring.
Yeah.
And we know Sark doesn't go real far down the depth chart in terms of giving guys reps.
Yeah. We had somebody on the Specs text line. Now, we may be having a little problem with the text line because we haven't had anything pop up lately.
Sometimes you just have to hit the refresh button.
Well, I'd hit it, and it didn't, but we'll try it again. But anyway, someone had asked. And
there you go. Wow. Okay.
Yep, and there it all is.
We may have to take first segment, second hour just to catch up on the text.
Yeah, I did try to once, and it didn't come up the first time. But anyway, somebody had said earlier, was there something that and you just said it, that there wasn't anything newsworthy to report with regard to the receiver coaching position
as of right now, no.
Yeah. So that's where that is. All right. We will.
I mean, here's the deal. If Chris Jackson is ultimately the guy, he's got a pretty big weekend ahead of him.
Okay.
So.
Somebody just answered the question. Cole Walla. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
He had the head first sliding. Thank you. Yeah.
So that still would have been under Augie.
No, it was David Pierce.
You sure about that?
Well, he may have come in under Augie, but he was still playing. Oh, yeah. I remember Coach Pierce losing it, being really upset about that. So anyway, that's where that was. So we'll have Inconceivable coming up next when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. One thing I do want to tell you about is that it can be a great time to get a new or used car, truck, or SUV. And I know you've heard about the inventory shortages, and they're a reality. It is going on right now. But if you go online to LeafJohnsonFord.com, you'll see the entire inventory of new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. And there you can do what Lynn and I did, was to pick out the one that we liked for her for a 2022 Ford Edge. And then we went down to the dealership and made the deal, but you don't even have to do that. You can do all of it online. They have an online digital staff that'll work with you, so you can make your deal online. You can get your trade appraised, get full value for that trade-in, work out the financing option that works best for you, and then when all is said and done, they'll deliver your new or used car, truck, or SUV to your home or office or place of business, and they'll haul away your trade. It's that easy. Be sure to check them out online at LeafJohnsonFord.com, L-E-I-F, LeafJohnsonFord.com. Leaf Johnson Ford is still the leader. Well, we've come to recognize that inconceivable can mean a great many things. And I wanted to start off with Ty because Ty is an avowed fast food aficionado. You said you like good Whataburger probably is your leaner if you're going to pick one, right?
Yeah.
Hey, and Ty, I'll take this moment to apologize for once again forgetting our retail packs of cards that we were going to rip. So we'll just do it tomorrow and just bring back Hobby Friday. How about that?
Cool.
Rip some Prestige football on the air.
The reason why I bring this up is I thought I heard you one time with Bucky and Erin talk about being a real big devotee of McDonald's.
Yes.
You are, right?
I mean, I think the best McDonald's to me is right up there with the best Whataburger. If you get a fresh quarter pounder, some fresh fries, McRib.
Yeah, what would be your go-to item, meal to get from McDonald's?
Any answer other than breakfast is the wrong answer.
Yes, if they do serve breakfast all day, I will go sausage McGriddle. But my overall favorite meal, quarter pounder with cheese.
Yeah.
Just cheese.
Yep.
Large fry and a Sprite.
Okay.
They still do the bucket of nuggets at McDonald's, Ty? Where you can get like the bucket of 50 chicken McNuggets?
No, but you can, I don't know if it's a bucket, but you can still definitely get like 50 at a time.
Yeah.
It used to be the bucket of nuggets.
Well, as if on cue, are you a guy with app? Do you have the
McDonald's app? Yes.
Yeah,
it's a game changer.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, free nuggets on the app. And then they've got a free 6-piece that you come out of there. But so you're an app guy then. How much fast food app ordering do you do?
If the restaurant has an app and I'm going to pick it up, I will always use the app. Chick-fil-A, Gatti's, Whataburger, McDonald's.
If you went to your phone right now, how many fast food apps do you have on your phone?
I have a folder for it. I can tell you 1 second.
Wow. That's impressive.
Is it bad that my fast food apps are under the health folder on my iPhone?
Health as in lack of? Or not in the best interest of?
Got to get you them Chick-fil-A. Oh, I have a Chick-fil-A reward waiting for me. Nice.
See, there you go. Okay.
A gallon of tea. You guys want a gallon of tea later? It's my reward for today. That's nice.
Yeah. Well, there's other ones as well. I think I've got a few fast food apps on there as well. I don't have them all in a folder, as Ty does, because he keeps all of those down.
Craig,
there.
I know you've got that like whatever it is. Your American Airlines, you're at a certain level. What are you?
Platinum.
I have 12.
Lifetime platinum.
Lifetime platinum.
You have 12?
12.
12 in one phone. Rattle them off.
I have Domino's, Whataburger, McDonald's, Sonic, Chick-fil-A, Chipotle, Starbucks. Do DoorDash and Uber Eats count?
Yeah.
Okay, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Favor, 7-Eleven. That's 12, right?
No Carl's Jr.?
I see. Do they have an app?
Yes, they do.
And there's not a Carl. I will say the Carl's Jr. In Georgetown, I think it is.
Yeah.
Every time I drive to Dallas, I stop there. A quick bite on the way out.
Yeah.
The double Western
right next
burger.
to the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And they used to, when they had one here in Westlake growing up, I'd always ask them to put a little shredded cheese on the fries.
Yeah.
They do that.
They do that.
That's my favorite part about Carl's Jr.
You know how Jeff pointed out how, was it that Walmart killed Hearn twice, or the other way around?
Walmart, yep. Hearn is the town that Walmart killed
twice.
Yep.
Westlake is the town that killed several different fast food options out of that same store, that same physical structure there. Carl's Jr., gone. Did they have
There was a Whataburger there,
There was a Whataburger. There was another one. Gone. I think there's been 3 different fast food things in that one physical structure. None have survived.
Cane's has made it a while.
Yeah.
I do love Cane's, too.
Taco Bell was stuck around that.
The McDonald's in Westlake is always busy because it's the only one anywhere close to here.
They don't serve breakfast all day there, though.
Well, there you go.
Craig, what I was going to ask you, are you like a super VIP or rewards member on any of your food apps?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I got a Pluckers Gold card.
There you go.
Shout out Pluckers, by the way.
Okay. Just to let you know some other things that are happening here. Are you familiar, Ty, with this this dragon's breath thing that's going on, this where kids are consuming liquid nitrogen. And this started in Indonesia. More than 20 children were harmed eating a street snack, known as dragon's breath. That's at the center of a dangerous new viral video trend. The children suffered burns to their skin, severe stomach pains, and food poisoning after consuming these colorful candies, according to Indonesia's Ministry of Health, which is urging parents, teachers, and local health authorities to be vigilant. These candies are dipped in liquid nitrogen. All right? And that's the reason for that is to create a vapor effect when eaten. They're popular with children, dozens of whom have uploaded clips to short form to TikTok, showing them blowing the fumes out of their mouth, their nose, their ear. One video showing the preparation of the snack by a street vendor has been viewed close to 10 million times. So they're using liquid nitrogen, pouring it over candy, then you pop the candy, and you're supposed to have dragon's breath or whatever. You think you would have tried something like that in your misspent days of your youth at Westlake High School?
Yeah, if presented.
Properly presented.
With the dragon's breath, yeah. Probably.
Okay. All right. Jeff always likes a good bear story.
Oh, yes. By the way, Cocaine Bear comes out next month.
Well, that's why I brought this up. This does have nothing to do with Cocaine Bear, the movie, but that movie is about a bear that eats a bunch of cocaine. It actually happened and kind of goes on a rampage, and the bear dies.
Didn't the other bear that ate cocaine, didn't he just die?
Yeah, he did.
He didn't go on the rampage?
I don't think so.
But I get to see the rampage this time, so it's going to be sweet.
Yeah. Well, they had a rampage in Alaska with a polar bear.
Oh.
Yeah. A woman and a boy were killed by a polar bear.
Jeez.
In a tiny remote community in Alaska, and they would not have known about this except that the bear apparently went on a rampage in town and was chasing people around town. Yeah. It had chased residents entering the western Alaska town of Wales before attacking a woman and a boy. Poor weather conditions in the region and the lack of runway lights prevented troopers and Alaska Department of Fish and Game personnel from being able to make it in. This bear's just having his way with the town.
Jeez, man.
They couldn't get to him. He was just going crazy. It's on the western coast of Alaska, has a population of 168. Reports of polar bear attacks on humans are extremely rare.
Have they interviewed the bear to find out what his motive was?
They've not. In fact, I think the bear is still at large. Bear season's been lasting longer in recent decades because of climate change. The ice is melting sooner and freezing later, but attacks on humans remains rare. The last one of a polar bear was 2013. It's been almost 10 years, according to Reuters, the news agency. And there had not been a fatal attack since the 80s until this one, this polar bear. And
polar bear snapped.
Yep, and they're still chasing him. He's at large, this polar bear.
Ideal time for me to remind everybody that Bo Jackson once shot a bear and killed it at point blank range.
He did.
While in Alaska on a hunting trip.
Finally, the one other thing that comes from my state of North Carolina. Did you do the story about the guy on the police chase on the tractor?
No.
Yeah. Happened in Boone, North Carolina. And it was a guy just
Shout out App State.
Guy was on a John Deere tractor just putting along, and the police wanted to pull over, and he didn't do it. And he just continued to drive.
There he goes.
And they were in pursuit of him for miles and miles.
It's like the O.J. Bronco chase, just putting right along.
Yeah, he hit several vehicles, including a dumpster as well. Wasn't hurt. He was eventually stopped and taken into custody up in the mountains there in North Carolina.
So why were they trying to pull him over?
Because he'd hit several vehicles.
Oh, I thought that was during the chase. Okay.
Well, both happened.
Okay.
Oh, no. Stolen tractor.
Oh, so it wasn't his tractor.
Nope.
Right.
Nope. Stolen tractor. They went after him, hit several vehicles, hit a dumpster, hit a church as well.
Yeah, that's where you got to draw the line.
Ronnie Hicks, his name, now in custody.
So where shenanigans go from being cheeky and fun to cruel and tragic.
That's exactly right. Kind of describes this program sometimes, cruel and tragic. But we do have another hour of it to come your way. So stay with us here with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, where we're always live, local, and digital. And that's where you can always find us. The Horn app and at hornfm.com. Second hour of Light the Tower on the Horn. Craig Wade, Jeff Howe with you. Ty Henderson producing alongside. With you up until the noon hour. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll take a few minutes and visit with Bruce Burke, Texas men's tennis coach, talking about their opening matches, home opening matches this weekend at the Texas Tennis Center. So we'll look forward to that. Some cleanup from hour number one in looking at that. Somebody said, guys, Longhorn Bear said, I still have my 5th place trophy from 7th grade spelling bee. So we're talking about this trophy thing. This goes to a larger philosophical thing for me. When Ty mentioned that he tossed out his second place, the state finalist medal. It's not called a second place medal. It's your state finalist medal at the UIL football state championships. This is a little more pie in the sky, idealistic for me. But I've always felt, yes, the goal when you're on team sports, you want to win. You want to win a championship. I'm not of that everyone gets a trophy or a ribbon type mentality. I'm truly not. But what I am is of the mindset of so much is enjoyed through athletics, through your participation in it, being a part of it, part of a team, part of an opportunity to go forward. Listening, a perfect example was the Texas women's team has a reserve guard named Anissa Gutierrez, and she played at Hendrix College, a Division III school, was finishing working on a master's program here and was down in the gym and was just working, and Vic Schaefer noticed her and added her to the team. She said I'd never expected even to get on the floor in a game, but just to be part of that group, to practice with that team, to play with that team. And she's been on the floor and played some and actually has scored a couple of points this year. So, I don't know, I just looked at it as a more idealistic thing to be a part of. Maybe it's because my athletic career stopped after my sophomore year in high school in baseball. I wasn't big enough, fast enough, strong enough, all of those kinds of things, and had to find my own way in other things. But I've always just kind of looked at that too, being a big part of it. Being part of a group, being part of a team, and trying to achieve goals as a team. I looked at it as a higher thing than just whether you won it all or didn't win it. Somebody else had pointed in, just like Ricky Bobby says, if you're not first, you're last. So Ty kind of has that philosophy. And I get it. I understand, especially when you're involved in a program as you were, Ty, that expected that type of level, state championship level of excellence. Every year you come to expect that of yourself. Now, having said all that, at the time you tossed that medal, Westlake ain't won nothing since 96. I did Drew Brees' state championship in 96. Westlake had not won a state title. So what gave you guys the temerity to just toss it out when you hadn't won anything?
Okay, well, an angry Sam Ellinger.
I told Jeff yesterday. So my dad, he also played at Westlake, and he lost in the state championship that was in Waco.
1990, 10 degrees. Wilmer Hutchins did that one. Froze my rear end off.
When I was very young, he gave me, I was just like, what's this, Dad? And it was the second place UIL medal, looked pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah.
And he was like, you know what, you can just have this, go play with it. Like, I don't need this bad omen in my life anyways. So I still have his second place medal.
Again, when he played, not only had Westlake not won anything, they hadn't even won the 96 title. They hadn't won anything in football when he played at 90. They had never won a state title.
So, Ty.
So what is the mindset that then possesses a person to go, well, this isn't any good? Well, it's farther than you've ever been. You hadn't been there before. Westlake had never even played for a state championship until 1990. So where does the mindset come from on that it's not good enough?
If you're not first, you're last.
So, Ty, like that scene in Rudy where like the one guy goes in and puts his jersey on the coach's desk, and then everybody's like, for Rudy. Like Sam throws his medal in the trash, and you're like, yeah, forget mine too. Yeah, mine too.
I actually think someone dug Sam's out of the trash though, because if my memory is not mistaken, one of the coaches came up to him in the locker room and tried to give it back to him, and he was like, no, I don't want that. He said no again.
Okay. But like I said, if you hadn't done it before, the old thing about act like you've been there, you hadn't been there. You hadn't been there. So what's the harm in accepting a state finalist medal if you hadn't been there yourself before? And Westlake had won one in 96. So it had been almost 20 years since Westlake had won a state title when you were on a state finalist team.
I mean, I like I said, I don't regret it. I definitely could see a world where I do keep that medal, but just in the moment of thinking about that day since you're like, kindergarten, I moved to Westlake in 5th grade, but I've been thinking about playing in a state championship for Westlake since then.
And you got
fail,
to.
But you fail. So you get a medal, and then someone's saying congratulations to you, giving you a medal when you get second right after you're crying on that. We were all crying on the field. It was a very emotional decision.
Yeah. It was a heck of a ball game. As Chan says, it's the journey and the growth with the team. Exactly. That's.
I have so many memories and lessons I learned that year. I don't need a medal to remember them.
No, but it doesn't mean you have to trash it either.
That's true.
Right? It's a physical reminder of that year that you went through with that team. But again, to each his own. So that's how that goes.
So the only thing I could think about that relates to Ty's conundrum there, the 1972 Olympic basketball team. Remember they lost to the Soviet Union?
That's different. They got screwed by the officials.
But they
replayed the end of the game 3 times.
They didn't pick up their medals. The last I see on this is by the way, CB, you didn't have to remind me about what Joe Montana said about Rudy. That's why I hate Joe Montana. But that's for drama for another day. The last I see was in September 9th of 2022. They were trying to get them back, but they didn't want them for themselves. They thought those medals belonged in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. But to get the medals, a home in the Hall of Fame, which is holding its induction ceremony for the class of 2022 this weekend. Again, that was back in December. The International Olympic Committee told the players they personally have to accept them first. So it's like, no, we're good. We're not taking them.
Yeah. They voted on that and said we're. That's just how that's going to be. Somebody said, I still have my semifinal medal from New Braunfels against Lamar Consolidated, triple overtime against Jaquiz Rogers back in 2007. Yeah. That's
Ty, people are still giving you grief over the pellet girl, by the way.
Oh, yeah, and I smoked a nice ribeye last night. It was delicious.
Did you?
So keep that hate coming.
What's this one? The more Ty talks about this kind of stuff, the more he sounds like a pompous Westlake ass. You're not running from that, right?
No, never. I'll accept that every day.
Okay, all right.
By the way, to answer another question on the text line, no, Bo Jackson didn't kill that bear just for fun. The bear was charging him, like going to attack him. Bear gets a few feet from him. Bo puts 2 slugs in the bear's head, and Bo survived. The bear did not.
Wow. Yeah.
Vincent Edward Jackson, Craig, one of the greatest athletes of our time.
Yeah. I totally agree with you there. So it's a nice Super Trooper reference there, Jeff. Thanks for checking off the movie references.
The next guy that says shenanigans
on the Light the Tower bingo card on this. So anyway. That's where a lot of that is. Cullen says that Marcus Johnson, which I almost had a sneaky long NFL career.
That he has. Got a Super Bowl ring with the Eagles. Hey, can we get with one of the local, movie houses in our Fairburg? Can we arrange like a staff viewing party for Cocaine Bear when it debuts? Y'all are in that with me, right? Ty, you're down for
team bonding experience, sure.
Yeah, you're down for Cocaine Bear, right?
Yeah.
My sons cannot wait for it. Both of them.
You know what? Maybe Jason and Andy and I will go see Cocaine Bear and report back to you.
They're all about. I'm not necessarily opposed to, but it'll be it won't. You have to go in there, and folks can say the same thing to me, and I totally understand it. About watching the Star Wars franchise and catalog. Mm-hmm. You have to go into it with a suspension of disbelief. You have to be able to go in there and accept a lot of that stuff that'll happen.
I mean, this one's going to be it's good because it's so bad movie, right?
Right.
Hell yeah.
You got to go with that attitude.
It's going to be like Snakes on a Plane, which that's one either you got that or you didn't, It's one of those deals. Like it's like Ty, honestly, one of my favorite movies, no joke. Freddy Got Fingered. It's one of those you either get it or you don't.
That's a movie?
The Tom Green classic. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
We might have to fix that.
Give me some homework.
It might have to come to that. All right, when we come back, we'll have a notebook with Jeff, and then we're also going to visit with Bruce Burke, Texas men's tennis coach. So we'll do that when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 1049, 1019, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. New year, and I understand guys quite often are averse to making a New Year's resolution. I'm not even suggesting that you do that, but what you can do is resolve to make yourself better, to make yourself healthier. And our friends at Total Men's Primary Care can do that. You can book an annual wellness appointment with Total Men's Primary Care, and then they can help you establish some baseline goals, reasonable goals to make you a better person in terms of how you feel and how you're fit. Through a combination of coaching and diet, Total Men's Primary Care can help you stay healthy and can help determine a game plan that's built just for you. Taking care of your health has never been easier. Just go to TotalMens.com. You'll see the yellow button where it says click to make an appointment. You can make an appointment right there. It's a big yellow button, and then you can book that appointment for any of the 20-plus Austin area locations and be seen that same day. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men. Hey, this song definitely would have gone through my mind yesterday when I was out in Lubbock. I'm telling you, it was breezy and then some. I've been in Lubbock when it's been pretty windy. That was really windy yesterday yesterday afternoon out there on the South Plains. Time now for our Flex 30 update.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, time for a Flex 30 update.
You know, I want to go throwback, Craig, with the Flex. I saw this graphic on Facebook, and it didn't come in clear. Like, you couldn't hardly read the names. You could definitely make some of them out, but I went and looked this up, and one of the best basketball players to ever come out of our Fairburg was a part of what might be, it's in the conversation for the most stacked McDonald's All-American roster ever. I'm talking about one Chris Clack, pride of Anderson High School. You can look at the 81 McDonald's game, Craig. That's Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, Chris Mullen. We're all in that game. Well, let me run down some of the names that were in the 95 McDonald's All-American game with Chris Clack, if you'll indulge me for a little bit. Sharif Abdur-Rahim, Chauncey Billups, Vince Carter, Kevin Garnett, Antoine Jameson, Stephon Marbury, Ron Mercer, Paul Pierce, God Shamgod, Robert Tractor Trailer.
Pretty impressive list.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day because we got on this conversation a couple of weeks ago about McDonald's All-Americans and just the basketball talent. We don't talk enough about the basketball talent that's come out of Austin. And you can start with Chris Clack and Chico Vasquez, and you can go all down through the years up to Jarrett Allen and Greg Brown and think about the Marshall Browns and Curtis Geralds and A.J. Abrams and just go through the years. But Chris Clack was kind of the first maybe big-time national recruit to come out of Austin, at least in my lifetime. And there he was. And that's got to be – I'm just looking at past McDonald's rosters. It's hard to find one that was more stacked than that one.
Pretty loaded.
I mean, 96 is up there. Kobe, Steven Jackson, Jermaine O'Neal.
Yep.
Tim Thomas played in the NBA for a long time. But
right.
You've got a couple of Hall of Famers in that 95 game.
Absolutely. All right, there's your Flex 30 update. It is 11:30 right now, and it's time for our Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Erin Bowersock, your home loan expert. Be sure to check her out on the web at bowersockteam.com. Wanted to have the opportunity to talk Texas men's tennis because the Longhorns got their spring season off to a good start with a 5-2 win at 13th ranked Florida last week, and they have their home opening matches of the spring season this weekend, starting tomorrow with UTSA and 12th ranked Georgia coming in. And head coach Bruce Burke joins us on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Bruce, I appreciate the time. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, and thanks for having me on.
You bet. Glad to have you with us. And I know it's an old coaching thing about anytime you can get the season off to a good start, you have to be pleased with it. But to be able to take your 8th-ranked team on the road down to number 13 Florida and win down in Gainesville last weekend, how about your thoughts on the way that your guys started off this brand new spring season with that nice road win down in Gainesville?
Yeah, I was definitely happy with it. Not just the result, but especially the way the guys competed and really seemed ready to go from the start. And that's something we tried to do the last several years is play tough matches right away early in the season, with the hope that it motivates them to come back ready. And at least this time it seems to have worked, and they look good and ready to go.
There's different ways in how coaches evaluate competing and how well they compete. I was kind of curious to get your thoughts about this. It's one thing to see, like in your doubles, to see Cleve Harper and Elliot Spizzirri go about their business and knock off Will Grant and Axel Neff of Florida, and to do it pretty dominating fashion. But then I turn around and I see that you have a guy like Chi Wang who can turn around and be down a set and then win the next two and do it. How do you define when you're looking at how your guys are competing, whether it's individually or doubles, how they respond, whether they dominate somebody from the start or whether they're having a rally after dropping a set?
Yeah, I think the key word there that you used is respond, and that's something we've been talking a lot to them about this year. Since really the beginning of the fall, and the difference between responding and reacting. Reacting is what we typically do when we haven't disciplined ourselves to respond with resilience. When I look for them to carry themselves with a strong presence on the court, regardless of whether they're up or down. So if we had a bunch of people watching that didn't know anything about tennis, ideally they wouldn't know whether we were winning or losing because we always carry ourselves, the same way or close to the same way. So that's what I look for, and that's what we talk about. And Chi-Chi is a great example because he's been here this is his 5th year now as a super senior, and he's one of the best we have at competing, regardless of what's going on in the court.
Well, the other thing, I guess, when you talk about competing is how your team responds as well from injury. I know that Spazzeri's still getting over the wrist injury that he played with most of last season. It kind of only really let him slice in terms of the backhand, and even with that, he's still a top 5 player. Does that also kind of define what you're talking about and how guys find a way to make it work even when they might not have all of their physical tools at their fingertips?
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's probably the case in every sport. But Elliott's another great example because I got so many comments last season and in the fall from other coaches at other programs that told me, look, there's no way my guy would be out there playing, if he couldn't hit his backhand, certainly not at the top of the lineup and exposing himself like that. And he figured it out, and he found a way to get himself back up there in the top levels of college tennis and show that he's still one of the best, capable of beating anybody, even without a backhand, which is not easy. But fortunately, he has improved with his wrist, and he actually started to use his backhand in that Florida match for the first time in about a year and a half. And he didn't use it all the time, but he used it enough to be an asset, and he used it a lot on returns and passing shots. And so he's come along. We have a lot of other guys that were back from injuries too. Chi-Chi actually came back from a surgery earlier at the end of the fall, and he that was his second match back. And we had a couple guys that really haven't been as sharp as they would like to be because they've missed some time. So that was, to me, that's what made that result and the way we went about it even more impressive against Florida.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing that really impressed me is that basically what your squad had to go through last year in terms of injuries, didn't really have a fully healthy lineup on the court throughout the course of the season. Still, you got them to the Sweet 16. You got close to beating Michigan in the matchup in that. And now, once I remember hearing and reading about it, somebody get healthy and then somebody else would get injured. And it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back. How challenging does it make it for you and the staff when you have to deal with that piling on top to make sure everybody keeps their confidence level up and doesn't fixate too much on the ones who aren't available as opposed to the ones who are?
Yeah, it is. It's not easy. It's not easy for them, and especially because we don't. We play such a tough schedule, not only in the conference but outside the conference. We schedule a lot of tough teams. You can see this weekend we've got UTSA coming, and also Georgia, who's 7 or 8 in the country as well. So yeah, that's a challenge for everybody. But injuries are part of sports, as you know, and in every sport you're going to have some guys that are out or not playing not at 100%, and that could be the case again this weekend. But what was strange last year is just the amount. I've really never seen anything like it. Our top 4 players last year missed 32 dual matches. So really a testament to the resiliency they have as a group, that they were able to hang in there and do as well as we did. So, but yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and we're getting close to over the hump, but it has been a case of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But one thing is we're used to it now, so I think we're confident that even if we don't have everybody out there, we're still going to give ourselves a chance.
Visiting with Bruce Burke, Texas men's tennis coach here on Light the Tower on the Horn. Okay, you mentioned I want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about what you're expecting. UTSA, the home opener tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, and then you got 12th ranked Georgia coming in on Sunday afternoon. What about what you're expecting to see and how it sets up for you as a coach and the staff, setting it up the way you want against the first Roadrunners and then coming back 48 hours later to face Georgia?
For sure. Yeah, UTSA is a good team for sure. They're really well coached, and they always come in here with some excitement and play a competitive match against us. And since I've been here, I don't know that Texas has ever lost to UTSA. I'm not sure, but we've been close a few times, and I expect to be pushed, and that's a good thing. But the big thing we talked to the guys about just yesterday is that, you know, the sign of a really great team, one of the signs of a great team, the championship level team, is that they know one way to do it. You know, so tomorrow we're competing against UTSA, but we're also competing against our own best standard. And that's really how we should be competing every day, not just on the match days, but on the preparation days. So, which we're looking to get better today in practice and tomorrow in the match against UTSA, and just pushing us closer to our long-term goals as a team. So that's what I'm expecting and hoping for, and I think we've done a good job of that, you know, so far early in the season in practice and in that first dual match. And then Georgia is, you know, a true blue blood in college tennis. They've won a ton of national championships. They always have a strong program, and they have a lot of pride and tradition, and they're good. So their number one player is number one in the country and has already beaten Elliott twice this year. So that could be an exciting matchup to have Elliott. Most likely, I'm expecting that number one matchup would be Elliott against Ethan Quinn. We don't know that for sure, but that's likely. And so I think that would be an interesting one to watch. And we've had some close matches against Georgia. We've gotten the better of them a few times, and they've gotten the better of us a few times. And I expect a match that's likely going to come down to the wire tomorrow. So we're hoping for a big crowd, and I think whoever does come out is going to see some great college tennis.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I did want to ask you, I did not want to leave this out. I wanted to ask you about your doubles group of Pierre-Yves Bailey and CM Woldeab, who won, I mentioned, handily in the way that they did win their doubles match last week in the matchup with Florida. And then coming off of that, Woldeab being named that Big 12 Conference Newcomer of the Week for what he's done. How about with those two guys, or the Big 12 Men's Tennis Player of the Week for Woldeab, in terms of what you were expecting of them and what you're seeing from them early on?
Yeah, well, Pierre Bailey came in last year in January, which is not easy to do, especially as an international guy, and played high in our lineup right away and had a really good season. I think he got up to as high as top 20. He was one of the guys that had a lot of injuries and missed some time last year and wasn't able to compete at all in the summer or the fall. So he had a pretty good start. Now he lost that match against Florida in singles, but he won the match in doubles. And the week before in our little tune-up in Miami, he beat the number one player in the country, Ethan Quinn. So he can play. You know, he was a top 10 in the world junior player, and he's been a top 20 college player after just one semester in college, and so he can definitely play. He wasn't in the doubles lineup much last year, mostly because of the injury, and we were trying to save him for singles, but it was a good win for Pierre and Siam for sure against a ranked opponent. And Siam has typically played with Elliott in the past, but we're trying to give this one a look, and it was really good to have them play their first dual match together and get a win. And Siam, we've been so happy with Siam. This is his fourth year in the program, but he's going to have another year because of the COVID year next year. But Siam has had a terrific fall. I think he's got 10 ranked wins over ranked opponents, and he's 13 in the country after the fall semester. So he's really improved a lot and been working his tail off. And you know, he's probably one of the guys that people enjoy watching play the most when he's feeling it, because he plays with a ton of emotion and fire. And he's got a pretty unique game, taking the balls early, good athlete, getting into the net. So I'd say he and Cleve Harper, when they're right, are probably our spark plugs on the team and our emotional leaders. And of course, Elliott's, you know, our star player, Elliott and Micah Broswell. So we've got a lot of guys that are fun to watch and really care a lot about what they do. But yeah, for sure, Pierre and Siam are two of our top players.
Terrific. It is tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock at the Texas Tennis Center, Texas against UTSA, and then squaring off with 7th-ranked Georgia on Sunday at 2 o'clock. Bruce, it's always great to visit with you. I appreciate you taking the time, and, hey, have a great weekend. Best of luck tomorrow and on Sunday. We'll look forward to visiting again soon.
All All right, thanks for having me on. Hook 'em. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. That is Bruce Burke, Texas men's tennis coach, and got off to a good start with the win down at Florida. And again, it was a roster was so beat up, so banged up last year, and they still managed to make it to the Sweet 16 and pushed Michigan in that Sweet 16 matchup. And now back at it, back on the court, and fans have an opportunity to go out and see them at the Texas Tennis, and a great place to watch tennis. Weather should be good this weekend as they'll take on UTSA tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, and then it's 2 o'clock Sunday against Georgia.
Can I do a follow-up, Greg, to something that I mentioned in the flex segment?
Well, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
I found.
Do we need to do flex all over?
No. It's fine. I found the. You remember I was talking about Chris Clack in the '95 McDonald's All-American game.
Yep.
I found a McDonald's All-American roster that can rival it.
Yeah.
That game also included a lifetime Longhorn who played their basketball in Austin, their prep basketball in Austin. That would be one Brad Buckman from Westlake.
Yeah.
In the 2002 game. My senior year of high school, I was not a McDonald's All-American, far from it. How does this sound to you? Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah.
Chris Bosh?
Yeah.
You had the core of the 05 North Carolina national title team with Ray Felton, Sean May, and Rashad McCants, J.J. Redick, and Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah, that's pretty stout. Yeah. That's pretty. That's a pretty strong group.
You called one Carmelo Anthony game.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. You know, when you mentioned Brad Buckman, because he was a freshman on the Final Four team, the ensuing season, the 02-03 season, and so T.J. Ford and Royale Ivey and and James Thomas and Brad Buckman.
Don't you forget the name Reginald Erskine or Sid Mill Harris
or Brian Boddicker.
Yes,
all of those guys.
Terrell Ross.
Yeah. All a big part of Rick Barnes' Final Four team, and Brad Buckman was a freshman on that team, and they lost in the Final Four to Syracuse, and Carmelo Anthony was a freshman, and I know Syracuse fans had a lot of fun with it about how they were not only the national champions, that they were also the Big 12 champions because they took out in succession Oklahoma, who I think they beat in Albany in the Sweet 16. I mean, in the Elite Eight.
Yes.
And by the way, that same arena, I talked about it last week, is kind of it would, if you were to walk into it, it would remind you a little bit of the old Reunion Arena in Dallas. They beat them there in the Elite Eight, then beat Texas in the Final Four, then beat Kansas to win the national championship.
Hakeem Warwick's block at the end of the game. Jerry McNamara was on the Syracuse team.
Yes. That was a really good team.
Queth Duaney.
Yeah, look at you. Queth Duaney.
That was part of my prime years of college basketball viewing.
Okay.
When it seemed like Nick Collison got like 14 years at KU.
I think I've told this story before that I've had I have a lot of memories of obviously of that year, the 02-03 season. It was a great season, and the Longhorns, winning on Senior Day in Norman, Hollis Price's Senior Day, and all the balloons that were up there in the rafters and all that sort of stuff. They were going to celebrate after the game, and they still had to go through with the thing, even though they were not real happy about all that. And it was the famous T.J. Ford telling Rick Barnes, if you want to win this game, you got to get Brian Boddicker back in when they were down 12, I think. Well, so there was all of that. There was the first and second round ride in Birmingham, and that is the first time I ever heard of, because there were none in Texas at the time, let alone gone to, a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Really?
Because we were looking on the off day to Eddie Orrin and I to find a place to go watch tournament games, and he goes, well, there's this sports bar nearby. Somebody called me, this is like Buffalo Wings or something. I was like, okay. And we went, and so we watched the game. I remember that, and then that was after Texas had beaten UNC Asheville in the first round, and then they come back and knock out Purdue in the second round to get to the Sweet 16, which, of course, was in the Alamo Dome. It was great to come back to the area and knocked off Emeka Okafor and UConn in the Sweet 16, and then beat Michigan State in the Elite Eight to get to the Final Four. So you had all that. Then get to New Orleans, and I've got all my prep work done. I'm sitting there and dialed in, and we're about 3 minutes to air, and Eddie Orrin leans over to me and goes, take a look behind us. I'm like, what? And he goes, look who's sitting on the first row. And I turn around and I just see a mass of people. I said, what? And he goes, look right there. Sandy Koufax.
No way.
Oh, and I was just so thrown off, And,
well, yeah.
Because then I'm debating here 2.5 minutes to air. Do I run over and I'd read the biographies on Sandy and knew how shy and how reticent he was. So I didn't feel I could go over and fanboy and ask him for an autograph. And this was before camera phones.
Right.
So I was like, oh, well, there he was. He was sitting on the front row, right kind of behind the Texas bench in the area back behind there was Sandy Koufax.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a lot of memories.
I know it takes a lot to get you to get to fanboyism, but that
got pretty close.
Yeah.
Got me pretty close. I just got to say, I was there, thinking about it afterwards. So anyway, it was that was one of the many memories of that 02-03 season when Texas went to the Final Four off of that. All right, we got a couple other things we'll get to. We'll wrap it up when we come back with Light the Tower here on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9 AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
No matter what sport of choice you watch on TV, maybe you're just a big movie buff, whatever you're watching, ask yourself if you're watching it in the best possible way. And if you're not, don't hesitate any longer. You can change that by getting in touch with Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations. 512-255-8678 is the number you need to call, or you can get to avconsultations.com to see their work. But you don't need to go to the website. You can just take it from me, because a year and a half ago when I made the move to San Marcos, I got in touch with Tom McKay. And the folks at AV Consultations, they came out to the house. They put together a project that not only made sense for my budget, but it made sense for the amount of space in my house. Now I'm watching TV, I'm watching my movies, watching sports on a 75-inch LG TV with the Sonos sound system. They keep the latest smart TVs and Sonos audio in stock, and they're not raising prices like everybody else is. I know everybody's looking to save a buck right now. Don't think you're going to go to one of those big box stores and find a better deal than what AV Consultations can give you, because you won't. So if you can get what I've got, maybe you need a setup that's smaller, or if you can get the full tilt home theater experience, if you can fit one of those screens up to 150 inches in your home, Tom McKay and AV Consultations can make that happen for you too. Whatever your needs are, big or small, call 512-255-8678 or get to avconsultations.com. Let Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations help you realize the home entertainment setup of your dreams.
Yes, aren't we all a fool for the city? Little fog hat for you there. You're kind of an old soul when it comes to music, right?
I like a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember working Fog Hat. Fog Hat and Cheap Trick, I think, on a double bill once, selling in my concerts, vending days. Wrapping it up here before we get done there on the Specs text line. Somebody said, I've never bothered a celebrity for an autograph, but for Kopacks, I might have. Jeff and I were just talking about during the break. Had it not been so close to airtime, I might have. I've never done it. I might have there.
I've done it once.
Yeah?
David Robinson.
Okay. All right. Yeah. CB remembers the golden era. 02 to 05, the three major sports teams for Texas. Played for 4 national championships, 3 in baseball, 1 in football, basketball Final Four. The women also. I had a Final Four 24-hour turnaround. Men in New Orleans on Saturday night. They get done. Get in the car, my buddy Alex, who drive overnight to Atlanta. Caught a 2-hour nap and called the women's Final Four, where they damn near beat UConn, lost by 2, 71-69. Had them down, I think, 6, and it
sounds right.
With about 6 minutes to go or something, and Kathy Arston brought up the fact out that there was a kind of a wanky play that went against Texas, and Diana Taurasi hits a big 3, and it kind of flipped it from there. But again, that was all of that year was a great year. So we're ready to wrap it up for here today.
Hey, real quick before we get out of here, get over to Horns 24/7. All the AD Mitchell, the latest on the AD Mitchell situation, and Hudson Standish will be on with Chad and Zay at 1:00.
So I will let you know, because I've not yet seen the itinerary for West Virginia. I do have to fly to West Virginia tomorrow, but we'll see where we are with that.
Ames, Lubbock, and Morgantown in the same week.
How about that? Within
lucky
calendar
are
week.
you?
Yeah, within 5 days. Also want to let folks know that season premiere Longhorn Weekly with Rodney Terry tonight from Pluckers, the West Campus location. Dylan DeSuit will be with us out there as well, so I hope to see you out there
Hendrickson's
at
finest.
Pluckers. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have that tonight at 7:00. Stay tuned for Chad and Zay. They're coming up next. For our man behind the glass, Ty Henderson, and for my co-host, Jeff Howe, I'm Craig Way. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Look forward to visiting with you next time right here on Light the Tower on the Horn. If you've been having trouble with your roof or with your power, my friend John Hardy and Divided Sky Roofing and Solar are local guys. They're the ones we trust for roofing. Right now, they're also installing backup batteries and Generac generators. You know, with the rain and the winter storms, those can damage your roof and they can knock out your power. Well, Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outage